Hello. Oh my god, promoted to silver? This is the happiest day of my life. Hmm. Is League still laggy? What is this? Good evening. How's everyone doing? Not watching the EG match? It's not going on right now, is it? How am I getting recognized in an Aram? Yo, what? This is actually my burner account. How do people in an Aram recognize me? Time for a name change? It is kind of that time for a name change.
Rage against the dying of the light.
What do you buy? What are you selling?
Does this come in multiple colors? A candle in the dark.
What's up, chat?
Like the good fight. I'll be damned. Strongest fight is the one within.
Wait, why is Lux nerfed in Aram? That's so unfair.
I must see my death.
Snowball on Lux? It's Aram. Why wouldn't I take Snowball? unlucky.
Could have gone better.
I'm looking up the schedule tonight for the games. So first game, Order versus EG, then G2 Order. What? But how? That went right through her ass.
A prism has no power. Focus. Brilliance is a beacon.
Sad.
I'll lead the way to victory.
Oh no. But what? 1 HP.
Focus on the fight. Determination will see us through. Fire! The big game in the spirit realm. This place isn't gonna burn itself down. How about that?
How do you keep your mental if you're in loser's queue 3 times in a row? You don't, dude. Just turn off chat so you don't say something too cringe. Just fucking ride it out.
Want me to bury that?
Since you turned off chat, you're playing way better. Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes.
Extinguish a flame and I'll light another. Arson's such an ugly word. Accurate, but ugly. I suppose we all know your boiling point now. Flames are beautiful. From a distance.
What?
Shut down.
Be
An
aggressive.
ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Maybe I'm a psychopath. You enjoy watching your teammates complain. It can sometimes be entertaining, but it's kind of annoying.
Fire flares as quickly as my temper.
I think I'm like 50-50. When I'm really trying to win, I turn chat off, but like I do get bored sometimes with no chat. Then I'll turn it on, and then
Sometimes get the better of me.
I'll get reminded why it's better to play with it off, and I'll turn it off, and the cycle continues. Why won't they die?
An ally has been slain.
This is super unlucky. No, Cinder got hit.
Has been destroyed. Enemy double kill.
Shield item looks good. Can't believe someone got Yumi.
Could have gone better.
Yeah. Just blame Riot though. That taunt lasted
Is it gonna burn itself down?
a negative amount of time.
No one threatens me.
No. Worth. You doing the incest for me? I don't think you can ward jump in Aram.
multiple colors?
An ally has been slain.
Do not make me angry.
What just hit me?
Starting a fire is simple.
Karma?
Extinguishing one, not so much.
Is there any item in the game you wish Riot would bring back?
Fire burns without remorse.
I don't know. I like Proto Belt better than Rocket Belt. Wow, I did a lot of damage this fight.
I hope they wanted to be cremated.
What's the best combo here with fire?
The flame rises.
I think water is dark. Actually, I have no idea. Oh god. Why'd this Yumi just fucking nuke my ass?
Let's get back out there. As a frequent shopper, how did I receive a storm that's been building within me?
They're so tanky.
Feel the
Ooh, get on Yumi. Jim Bowman, thank you for the sub. Welcome.
Only the strong can master the storm.
And Rubinox, thank you for the 30 months. When is Hot's Aram?
Lightning bolt! Bringing the storm. A storm makes us appreciate the sunny days.
Been watching for about 3 years, not subbing. Just something to apologize for. I appreciate you subbing though. Ooh, it's optimistic. Oh wait, my shields are 80% as effective? Lux is so nerfed. got the head.
Metal armor. Assault from the zoo.
Oh. Ah, shit, I really thought that was gonna work. This is a long Aram. Draft is probably gonna start soon. Oh, stream is 6 minutes? Okay, we're good.
That could have gone better. Look to the sky.
This Yumi is actually so strong. It's terrifying. Uh-oh.
Inclement weather.
Is this the end for us? Yo, Lux is giga nerfed in Aram. This feels like playing Ziggs. You're just so nerfed. You can zone you my full combo.
Storm's been unleashed. Same thing happens to everything else. I am
Shut down.
focused. Lightning strike. There is no calm in the eye of my storm.
For damage early is absurd, then you get baited. Yeah, I feel like early game I was doing something.
The calm
Then later on my cooldowns are so long. Maybe I needed more CDR.
moving like thunder.
My training granted me this.
Eating cereals based? Agreed.
Feel the electricity in the air.
Lucian, no, not into melee. Oh?
And master shield.
Oh! Get her! Ah.
I have transcended the earthly plane. A storm makes us appreciate the sunny days.
Horizon focus? They have so many shields.
All beings are small beneath the sky's rim.
We need to get rid of these minions.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
To earn the rainbow, one must first weather
1,000 damage Yumi Q? What the fuck, dude? Oh. We're just getting killed by an AP Yumi. Exciting. And fucked up. Mostly fucked up.
It's important to stay grounded.
Damn. Did I just start streaming at 4 or 5 a.m. your time? No, it's like 1 a.m. my time. Alright. That is gonna take us to the league game starting. It worked out. I played Aram on Wild Rift earlier. It was not bad. I think Sneaky's busy today. It's 8 p.m. here. Where is it 8 p.m.? Is that like Asia? Japan? New Zealand?
I'm revoking my my EU citizenship.
You didn't have one already? You're a Dane, we can't...
Yeah, I saw the video.
To this country with the EU citizenship.
true.
Do not chat to me about this. I'm going for O's today. You know, we see them 2 times a day, and I've been reading some feedback as well on the internet. We're not really giving them as much love
170,000
as
on
we should.
one
So I brought in my notes today.
champ.
Fun facts about Australia, so we can
He's a one
educate
trick.
not only us, Medic, but the viewers as well about the O's region to give it some more love on the broadcast.
And here's the great thing, if EG
Whoa,
are smashing,
what is this
we have a
score
little
screen?
O's tidbit. If O's are smashing, we have a little O's tidbit as well.
This
It
is
works
new.
both ways.
That's the thing. So, you know, we're going to experience this region a lot today. And I'm curious about the bans as well, because so far what we've really seen against people playing against Order, it's been the AP junglers.
Huh.
It's been the likes of Diana, it's been the likes of Evelyn as
It's not
well.
bad,
So coming into this
but it's
tournament,
different.
I actually thought that Kevin would be way more on the likes of Cartus as well. They would still continue to play around him. You saw the jungle proximity stats as well amongst them.
Like, it highlights damage to champions now with the star for the highest.
Getting, you know, the gold for himself. The
It
XP
tells you the
advantage for
KDA.
himself, getting in there and take the advantage against the enemy jungler, and we've not really been able to see that yet.
Not as of yet, but perhaps
In
today is
draft?
the day that Order's
True.
fortunes shift towards the good. A big match for both these teams, of course. EG 1 and 2 having beaten Order once. Order still looking for their first win in this group, and with G2 kind of a cut above at the moment, the expectation is these two will be battling out for that second spot. So let's run through the bans. LeBlanc, Wukong, Tristana removed by Order. Lucian, Diana, and Ari removed by EG.
I don't think it'd be shit. I think it'd be
Tissac
similar.
is gonna be on that twisted
I've always
fate.
kind of liked the way that
Yes,
the league
that's
client
something that back in
is
the LCO as well, they
not
had
a
lot of
full
success
screen
with.
thing.
Usually Kissy would be on a facilitator instead. You
Like,
know,
I don't think it'd be
Brazilian, the TF,
a
or even
problem,
when he was
but
playing the other champions,
I've always
would
liked
go
how it's
down
like
in
this,
CS
then you go
and
into
help
the
other
game.
teams skirmish around the map. So being on a champion like TF, it's very much on par with what Order likes to do. My main concern is that Silas had buff into dispatch, and Silas already did very well into the Twisted Fate. If Jojo wants to play for lane as well, you know, he's played TF before. You can just steal the ult, and he can kind of do the same as the Fnatic,
exactly.
and
So
actually
someone
have
can
strong
message you.
skirmishing and team fights too. So I think that might be something that they need to look out for. But so far,
All
they've
right.
secured Danny the
So
Ezreal
Order
against Uchi.
first picks
Played
TF,
yesterday, died in
another
lane,
Wukong
but,
ban.
you know, maybe a redemption day for EG today.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle for him, and immediately Gangplank locked in here for impact on the top
You
lane.
think
Bio
Wukong's
Panther
just the
has
most
been
OP
one of
champ
the
on
shining
35
lights
ping? That's
for
why.
Order so far. His Poppy yesterday looked very clean, perhaps looking for some lane dominance here from Impact.
So Impact already on the Gwen has looked very scary, and I thought to myself, you know, people can't keep giving him a Gwen because he kept taking control, and he was so close as well, even against G2, at taking that game from them at the same time. But
Yeah.
this time around, they just straight up prioritized
Yeah, you
the
can.
Gangplank. And personally, Medic, I thought Gangplank was in a great spot. Then I saw the buffs to him. I was like, this is going to be 100% pick ban. Haven't seen all too much of him. I actually expected more like this as we see from EG, where it's just getting slammed.
That would
by,
tilt
like,
me so
R2.
hard.
And so often
I
we
can't
talk
stand
about
the sound of
Gangplank
people
and
like
its
slurping or
slew of
fucking
builds
chewing their
over
food,
the years. We've seen
smacking
how
it.
far we go for like an off-tank,
It actually
really,
triggers me.
odd build
None of
at
that.
times.
None of that.
Hopefully none of that. I want to see pure damage coming out from this Gangplank. I want to see him bursting people with his triple barrel combo, and we'll see if Impact can bring that to the fore in this game. Once again, though, Corporal will be diving down under with the
As I'm
Nautilus.
slurping my
They actually
soup.
have a statue in near the Great Barrier Reef of Nautilus. It was
I
part
mean,
of their push,
I definitely
push
understand that
a
it
few
doesn't
years
bother
ago.
a lot of people.
I think I have
Fair
a
to
fun
say.
fact
Do you have
about
a fun fact about it?
I think I
So,
have a fun fact, but not about that
I try to not,
specifically.
you know,
Yeah, the world's largest
say
reef
anything if
ecosystem
someone's
is the
doing
Great
it, but
Barrier
like
Reef.
it triggers me
So
so hard. I
Corporal
just have to
paying
like
homage, perhaps,
leave.
to that reef with the Nautilus pick. Silas there, though, you mentioned it. Goldboard locked in for Jojo in the mid lane. He'll be able to track this Twisted Fate and keep
Who's
up
not
with him
bothered?
in terms
I
of
don't know.
Yeah,
A
we
lot
were
of people.
speaking about
People who do it.
as well, coming through from Danny Zeshriel. If anyone is going to need redemption, it is Corporal on this Nautilus as well. They talked about it on the analyst desk, and with good sense as well. Banning out the supports are great here, although I do expect from the
Like
start
it'll
that
actually sound like
might
some people
be
eating soup is
so
like
great.
giving a
So it
fucking
can't be
blowjob over there.
no
I'm just like,
egos
what
there,
the fuck are
and
you
then
doing with those
potentially just
noodles,
save up
man?
their
Like,
support for when
close
you
your
see
damn
the entirety
mouth.
of the composition, knowing what AD carry you are playing into.
Gwen
so
top
far from EG
again?
side, they just go with the strat. Well, we blind play Gangplank.
Where
Let's
are
try and
you
take away
watching
some
the
of those
game?
angles that could be annoying in laning phase.
Definitely makes sense. Biopanther has more towards tanks in the top lane, looking more to survive the lane rather than dominate, and perhaps that's why we see the Gangplank, who scales very well as the game goes on, especially if he's left on his lonesome. Renata removed here by Order, perhaps look towards another support band. There's the Leona taken away from Vulcan.
Leona's actually quite interesting. I do like the Nautilus matchup into Leona. You can actually hook her out of her Zenith blade, so usually something we'd like to see as well. From the side of EG, they're just going to go for that. support
Alistair,
immediately.
Ezreal.
Now,
I've
that
always
is
heard from
Puma
bot lanes that
dealing
this
really
lane
actively.
sucks ass.
Poor carry down towards the bot
Those
side.
two
I'm just
champs
gonna say,
together.
Puma in LCO has been
They
known
both
for his
combo
lane
much
too.
better with
When I
other
see a
stuff.
TF, I think to myself, you know what? You need to facilitate a lane. So either that's going to be the top side, knowing you can play a counter pick
They're
into
saving
the lane,
Inspired's
or
jungle
you
pick
can
for
also
last
upside
once
where,
again.
you know, Vayne gets free scaling into Ezreal. It's a great pick into the Nautilus.
I wonder why.
As well, due to her true damage. So let's see what the round out the
I
conversation with,
feel
and then
like-
Orbit. Have I done my prep? Or have I
Man,
done
that-
my
Yes,
prep?
that was
he has a lot of
actually
options
pretty
for
bold.
jungle.
Like,
He could honestly go
Massive
most
jungle.
champs.
Thank you very much.
Lots of
I think a little
kudos
bit
to
more
there. The
CC would
Vayne
probably
locked
feel
in
good.
for Order, as you say, one of Puma's signature
Someone who
picks
can fight around
in
mid.
the LCO, and now they're looking towards their top lane. Will Biopanther once again be
Jarvan?
able to tank? Expectations are he will be on
Lee,
at least
maybe?
something pseudo-tanky for this team with how squishy Nautilus can be.
I'd probably go
With the
Jarvan
Vayne
if I
down
was
towards the bottom side,
inspired
though, I
here.
think Urgot can
Graves
survive the
is
lane, that can still have lane
an
pressure.
option as
Makes
well.
a lot of sense.
I wonder if Order has been scrimming Detonation Focus Me, because they're usually the only team to bring out this Urgot for
Jarvan,
Urgot
Graves,
towards the top.
Rek'Sai
This time
would
around,
probably be
it's
my
gonna
top
Biopanther.
choices.
And I can't say I hate it initially.
Maybe Volley,
just
but
due to the fact that, you know, you have some damage in yourself, you
I
can
think
still
that's a
be
little
frontline.
bit
I think more specifically when
too
you have
much
a Vayne,
beef in
you
your
can
comp.
straight up tank. But as you set
Not
yourself
enough
up,
sauce.
has done well, and maybe this is something that can
Yeah.
give them the agency to
Oh,
snowball
they
and
hovered
some
Graves and
leeway
went
for
Jarvan.
TF as well
They were
for
thinking
more
the same
lanes to
thing.
fall.
Because
Holy
an issue, of
shit.
course, for the Vayne is if this Gangplank gets ahead, you are a short-ranged AD carry into some barrels. And if those
How about
barrels are
Elise?
critting for 1,000
No.
damage, you're not in the best of shapes before the fight even begins.
I
So
don't
having
I don't
something
really
to
think there's
counteract
any
a little bit
situation in
top
pro
side of
play
that
where
does
Elise would
make
be
sense for Order.
the
We'll
best
see where
pick.
they want to use this twisted
She's not very strong right now.
Because it does feel like they need to find some early game advantages before EG are fully able to take over a match.
That's the thing, like, yes, they have late game in the vein, right? But if champions like they have on EG takes over, having to kite around in
Is
gank,
Jarvan
ultimate,
beef or
having to deal with
sauce?
a Jarvan and a Sylas
Mm.
diving onto you, it's going to be really difficult because you can steal
He's
with your
beefy,
you can steal
but
with
he
your
also,
ultimate for that setup on the vein
you
too.
know, has some
So,
sauce
the early
too.
game
to
from the
him.
Son of Order, it needs to be clean. By the way, did
You
know
can
that
do like a
Tasmania has
Gore
the
Drinker
cleanest
Bruiser
air in the
build on
world?
him.
Well,
You don't have to just go come
hopefully they
tank.
can copy Tasmania and be as clean as the air down there. I will say, Goldborg, I like the fun facts. Let's try and be more subtle with our segues.
Terribility.
Into the
I'm pretty sure that's gonna
Sure.
be so bad for Elise.
I think you can do it, man.
She's probably gonna be like one of the worst champs in the game on the update. I'm worried about all the champs I play.
Probably.
Elise,
I
Rek'Sai.
definitely need to get better at shoving down there.
One-shotting people is kind of their
20
thing.
packs I think we can bring out towards the broadcast. I thought like 10 per game would be real nice to have.
Yeah, I
Just,
think
you know,
it's
to
good
give some love to OC.
I mean, it depends how long the game is as well, you know, because if it's like a 20-minute game,
If
that's
it's
one
as
every
long
2
as
minutes.
EG versus G2, we got loads of time, medic.
That is true. That is true. We are getting ready to get onto the Rift. Order taking on Evil Geniuses, the LCO versus the LCS, in a battle to see if Order can pick up their first win of this group. EG
All right.
making a beeline for the top lane.
EG sending
To get through
everyone
these
to the
bushes
top
and
lane, and we're about to start the
looking at
timer
one
on time.
snap out by a Pentagon
Ooh,
spot.
30
Renekton
seconds.
immediately pings him out and backs
Have I
away.
tried new Olaf?
EG
No, I didn't
further
really play
in
League
the
today. I was going to, and
Warbound
then
fire
everyone was
does
saying
mean
the
that they
servers
have
were really
every means to
doomed, so
approach
I
this
just
blue side jungle.
didn't play any today.
And let's see what the response will be, because if Vio
But I'm gonna try it out tomorrow.
multiple members up here, the other half of the map with Kuma could have got in and gotten some early vision.
Oh shit, did we do a
towards the
Gamba?
Kuma. Just get that jungle tracking going. Jungle tracking
Did
against Jarvan
anyone
is
start
so
the
pivotal.
prediction?
He's one of these champions that needs to make the first 2 clears work, because if you don't
I'll
find
do a
it,
real
you
quick
don't have
one.
the lane ahead.
A
In the
quickie.
end, you just kind of become a bot who dies
2
in
minutes.
teamfights only to die. It's why we see so many Jarvans go Sonya's Hourglass just to stay longer for 2 more seconds. But at times, that doesn't even really
Servers
matter,
have
and they
been
still
wicked
blow up
cancer.
afterwards. So I think for
Blizzard
Inspire,
was also having
having to
server
play for the
problems
lanes
today.
here is gonna be pivotal. And,
Everybody's
it's
getting
completely
DDoSed.
night and day from what we saw earlier, where he was on the card. There was a team having to play around him, and that's great if you're EU. That's the way we usually saw it. But in North America,
Holy
Inspire
shit,
has been all about
11k
playing
versus
lanes, and for Danny
400k.
specifically, getting him ahead is key for EG quite often.
That's
That
really
big
good
shift
odds
that
to bet
Inspire
against
made
CG.
from
Like,
Europe to NA
imagine you
to
win that.
away from that more selfish jungle style. And of course, the meta shifted around him as well. We've seen a lot less selfishness in the jungle this year and a lot more emphasis on those early ganks. Jarvan, of
Oh
course,
man,
a champion
Cross
that can
God
look for
goes
those early
all
ganks as
in.
well. And I wouldn't actually be surprised if we even see
I mean, the
11
more
go
it,
towards that
it's one of
bottom
those
side
things though. It's a
lane.
balancing
Very
act. Like the
easy
more
to
people
kill
who go in on the
no
losing
flash,
side,
and you have an Ezreal lane,
the
Ezreal
worse the
yourself
odds
can fire.
become.
Vulcans unleashed on the map to go everywhere on this Alice.
Yeah,
Yo,
I
what's up,
completely
Neo?
agree with that, and it's something some teams actually have been. Okay, I say some teams. Like you gotta take into account. I came from European Masters, so maybe a little.
Wait,
lower
you can
level
actually
than we
get
have here in
so
Europe.
trolled
played
being
that.
like
It's
the
been a world
first
final.
person
So
in
maybe
It's the
a
same
little-
thing, right?
so
on
maybe
the
a little
lower side. Look at
level
this.
than we can
It's
hear in
evened out
MSI.
so much now.
And what they
Before it
will
was
do is that they will forget
3%,
the fact that, Java needs to get these clears going, and they will
and
forget
now
to
it's
get that,
much
dropping a
worse
wall early
odds.
in the river just to keep that tracking going when he's skipping camps. Because sometimes what we'll see him do is just take red buff, take raptors, go down to bot will immediately just to surprise
I
them
don't think
before
you
the
can
third
vote
wave
Os,
passes.
Neo.
So it's going to be interesting to see how the jungle tracking
You're
will
a
go in the early game.
full-blooded
From the side of
American.
Order, they got a lot of good defensive wards in their own jungle, but they weren't too aggressive. So that means like knowing precisely where Inspired is might be a little difficult, and that may be something.
What are you
they
doing
can
now, Neo?
Not per se abuse, but just play to the normal Java and win condition. with.
Yeah, we'll watch to see how that early jungle pathing goes. We do have a peripheral issue on Order right now, which is why we're waiting to get back on into the game. And it wouldn't be day 3 of an MSI without a little bit of technical difficulties. Had many a pause over the years here. And being in the LEC studio as well, there's a history of pauses. So it feels quite at home right now.
Fnatic's not even playing, but yeah.
It's true.
Pauses are coming through. And I honestly, I feel
Don't
like
you need to
we haven't
pause your
had too many
timer?
at the event so far.
Yeah, true, this
It
MSI
used to
is
be-
Damn it!
Honestly, it used to be way worse when we got into location immediately.
How is there
new tech
always a
issues, new
fucking
players
pause,
finding drops
man?
on Stage would take a little longer. This time around, haven't really been the case, but
Yeah, and there's always the things you can't account for. Like peripheral issues. Sometimes you plug in your mouse and it's just not doing what it usually does.
it reminds me was
Yeah, I mean, it's It's in
was a
Korea.
specific player. It might have been,
There's no way the Koreans are getting there
I was
early
about
for
to say
this
specific,
game.
but no, I think it was especially
This is
back in
basically
the
two
day,
wildcard
who
regions for
had
them. They're
whatever
like,
cover
we don't
photo
really
he
care
did,
who wins
and the
this.
driver software wasn't properly installed,
No
so
matter
every
who they
time
are,
he
they're
went
gonna
on
lose in the
stage,
next
he played on a
round.
completely DPI that he would normally play on.
Really?
Yeah, so if he was slumping, maybe that was why. I can't
Maybe.
remember if that was the player specifically, but we've had issues like that in the past.
And Kerp, of course, had his trackball mouse where he had to get
I
it
will
out and blow
never
on it a few
forget that.
times.
Thoughts on
That is
EG so
crazy.
far?
Those were the good old days.
You know, there's a lot of
I
people
think
who
they've
plays on, you know, laptops and the little, I don't know what it's called, a
Trackpad?
trackpad.
they've done a
Yeah.
good job
Yeah,
winning
so
one of
yeah,
their
so
games,
just-
but
I
they
don't
lost
get it,
two.
and I don't
So I
understand
think
how their wrist
that's
functions.
not
I
good.
feel like
And I think they should try to win
that's the
more.
thing, like,
Wait,
I feel
I realized I did a movement there. No one can see that. They're looking at the
heard the
players right now.
sound.
They did hear the sound. That's true.
So if you kind of have a good imagination, maybe you understood what Medic was trying to do there.
You
But as
obviously
far as
understood it.
in the game,
Translation to understand my humor.
I don't know. I mean,
it was
the
definitely
first game,
difficult for me in the beginning, and I'm
bot
still
lane
learning
got
it, but I feel like
super
we're getting there.
fucked.
Yeah, we're slowly developing.
They lost to
It's,
G2
the way that all
in
good
early
casters
picking
move
Pike twice,
over the
and
years. As we
I'm not convinced that's a real
continue to wait for
thing.
this
It kind of feels like
opportunity,
G2 is
we'll
just
talk
toying with
a little
them.
bit about the group as a
They
whole.
looked decent the second
Because
game,
currently
but
G2
still
do
managed
look
to
a
lose.
cut above. Yesterday, obviously against EG, that game was relatively close because of the Baron.
Then against Order last time, I mean, it was pretty decisive.
But looking at it, I wouldn't be surprised if we see.
Will
EG
G2 go
continue to
8-0?
challenge G2.
I'd say
Not
like
get it closer
50-50
as the
chance.
series goes on, as the group goes on. But also
Because
Order
while I
over
think they are
the-
easily
over
good
the
enough to
next
go
few
8-0,
rounds,
Oh,
just
yeah.
because the level of
something
practice and
about
experience you get playing
these
on
kind of
this sort
things
stage
is it like
is
it
so
gets
different
deep
from
in
what we
everyone's
had in
head.
LCL,
You know,
even
like
the early
one of
seasons.
those last
I mean,
games, they'll
it's
just
bound to happen, but
hardcore
I
throw
genuinely
it
feel
because
like
they
G2
don't care
will drop
enough.
a game. Like, there is no way they go undefeated with the kind of style they
Just
play.
like the
There is
chance
so
of someone
many
actually
teams
going
out there. We've
undefeated, it
seen
feels
the
like it never
experience, we've seen the
happens.
vitalities, how close that was as well. It will happen.
They
And
always will
honestly,
just
I'd be down if it
choke
was Order that
or
made it, you know? I'd love to
fucking
see them
space
come
out
through
for a
and fight,
game.
but I feel like we've seen the adaptations as well. This is probably the most Order draft I've seen at the tournament so
You
far.
think being a
This is what
caster would be
was
cool, but now you
reminiscent
have to-
of what I saw at LCO,
Sure.
and I'm hoping that they will continue with what their own.
I don't know if that
style is,
part's that
because
bad.
OC had a unique style. It's very skirmish heavy.
You'd be a
It is
good
kind of
caster,
reminiscent of
Chair.
what we see
I
from
would
G2
listen
as
to your
well, but they do
casting.
it in their own way as well, where they're like, we don't always need lane power to go in for a skirmish. If we
Timer?
have a
Oh,
CC and a kit like the
shit,
TF,
man.
like the Nautilus, we can make it work. And that's the beauty of some of this gameplay as well. Just throwing yourself at them, hoping it works sometimes. It's the best thing you can do.
Early on, we see trading in the mid lane. Jojo Pun, obviously on the.
I'll clip that from my resume.
Into ranged matchups,
Do
always
it.
gonna get
I'll
shot in
vouch.
Early doors. TF with the red card as well has pretty good wave push in the early levels. Kevy is going to be spotted on a ward. It's on his
Both
way to be
junglers
Jojo Pun
going
looking
for the full
engage
clear
against them because they
approach.
flash away from the Order mid laner to escape.
Solo
And that's
force
such a
flash,
dangerous matchup
get
as well.
fucked, kissy.
I was a little hesitant when I saw the TF immediately. I was like, you know, Silas as a champion, he does quite well into this matchup. Luckily, Wave isn't all too bad. If Jojo were able to retain a freeze in the mid lane, Kisei would have been in much more difficulties, but it is going to be slow pushing. He might not even have to waste the teleport coming through, so still calm laning phase, but he doesn't have a flash now.
Will we see
and
even
he's
MSI?
against the Java.
I
Inspired
doubt
will
it.
for sure look at this as an attack point.
Inspired currently looking up towards the top side. Biopanther half HP. Ward goes down. Inspired waiting around the corner. Not spotted by
Ooh,
that
the score
ward, but
wars
Jojo
bugged.
Pun Missing from the mid lane. Biopanther.
Everyone at 0
That's the second
farm.
wave.
Omega
Losing
lol.
quite a lot. That's 2 waves with a cannon minion there as well. He is quite far behind. Apologies that the
Oh no!
overlay at the
Oh,
bottom.
forced to
GP
recall
coming
like
in
that.
by
Oh, and he's still about to get dove.
Up immediately, the chaser is on, a little shield as he
Oh,
goes down
fuck.
one to the
That's
double.
like the
Inspired
worst
takes it
shit
well,
you
though.
could have done.
Geniuses take first blood.
Excellent bait from EG.
Wow.
Tell Biopanther he knew
It
someone
would have
was
been
around. He called himself the
100%
Knight.
better
Recall has channels, surely
to just
Jojo's
fucking
Recall
take the
has
death and
channels
then
as
port
well,
back in.
but they decided to stay around for that
He
call.
tried to
Will
do
be
the
losing a
big
little
brain
bit
thing,
of
which
the
is like,
force
okay,
down
I'm gonna,
Jojo with a
you know, I'm
teleport,
gonna
losing 2 CS.
be ethical here. I'm gonna fully back off the tower, make these guys waste their time. I'm just gonna recall, and then, like, you can see where the decision went wrong in his head. He's like, okay, you know, I recalled, so now they can't dive me, and I'm gonna TP back in and get this wave. But the miscalculation was the fact that he assumed they were gonna leave. Like, they didn't have to leave. So he just TPs back in and takes it in the butt. Now his wave's gonna push out again. That was like actually the most
Very difficult for the Order top
awful
lane.
outcome he could have had.
And it is one of the issues when you aren't that tanky in the top lane. Vulcan here looking for something, but Danny able to force Corporal and Puma away from that bottom side. And is one of the strengths, obviously, of Ezreal is you're a little bit safer in that bottom lane. You can play it a little bit longer.
He's gonna have a pretty
Gives
uphill
Vulcan
game,
that
but
time
I don't
to
know. It's a
roam around.
GP. Like,
You can see Danny hasn't used his
not
best
sure
asset
GP can
because of how
really
safe he
punish
is in that
or got that
bottom
hard
side
in
of the map.
Jojo's
lane.
so active on the map as well. Every time he gets
Damn,
brought,
Jojo
he
is straight
keeps
up
moving
everywhere.
down. This time around, it's a crash wave on the bottom side. Don't know if they can gank it as 3, but now there's 4. Let's see how it
Oh,
turns
they're going
out.
for a 4-man dive. I like this. This is... Oh, Vulcan. Yikes. Alright, they get the flashes. Jojo ends up losing a wave for this. They can actually stay. They should stay. Yeah. Wow, again, exact same mistake by order on the other side of the map this time. Jojo's just like, alright, I already lost the wave mid. I'm just accepting that L. Might as well stay. He loses like 1.5 waves for that, which it's a fairly big price, but TF's one of those champs who he's not really going to shit on you if you let him get ahead a little bit.
On Puma now makes it very difficult for him to survive this lane, and even though we saw Vulcan miss the flash pulverize or the Q flash on the Alistair, we're still able to find the chase because of Jojo roaming once again. EG in command.
I like the way they're playing the Silas Jarvan though. Just straight up, like if you're the jungler for Silas, you just hover his lane. He plays really aggro, trading to get push. You know, he threatens to kill TF, so TF has to play back, and then Silas pushes the creeps, and then Jarvan walks with Silas together, and they dive one of the side lanes with a stacked wave. And then what Order should be doing to try to prevent this is matching the jungle pressure mid, so that TF can fight back, or like, you know, if Jarvan's not there, then they can gank Silas. And like you bring people from your winning lanes to come to, like your support can come show up. I think this is what the really good teams do with mid pressure. You just have everybody hardcore gank mid, but then once your mid laner gets pushed, he just roams everywhere. It's kind of like the TSM playstyle of having everyone focus mid, but instead of just having your mid laner scale, your mid laner just runs around and does shit. It's so hard to play against when a team pulls it off well. Because it's basically every play it's guaranteed gonna work to an extent, and then, you know, the execution. Okay. Order looking for the gank. They know each other's there. Oh. Wow. Dude, it's literally just the Viego effect, man. You just get one shot everywhere. Jarvan misses his combo, and Viego just gets one shot. I'm actually such a Viego doubter now. I keep looking for things on Viego. I'm like, he doesn't seem like that complicated of a champion, but I'm open to the idea that, like, you know, maybe there's something about him I don't know that makes him better than I perceive him to be. And I haven't seen it yet. That's what always happens to me when I play Viego. I just get fucking one shot.
Order is not T1, is not RNG, but it still shows when he gets his teeth into a game, when he gets his hands around his enemy's neck, he is very good at strangling match.
100%. And I feel like as well,
you've had sick Viego plays in the past. Yeah, but like resetting and cleaning up a fight as Viego is like, it just looks cool. It's not actually hard at all.
I'd rather have what Jojo brings than just have someone who just sits back and is quiet, because even if you can't deliver it,
but the hard part of Viego is, you know, like before you're getting the resets and doing what junglers need to do, which is just, you know, like skirmishing, ganks. Opinion on Crit Viego? I think it's still just too squishy. But I don't know, like I've seen you go shield bow, Essence Reaver. Oh wow, Jojo's just going on Nautilus. And he's gone. Jojo's in that ass. Wow, okay, that was a little bit of an overextension there. Oh, now Viego can play the game. Oh, never mind, he's dead again. Ooh, damn. Jojo kind of inted that. Puma going for the assassination on Danny?
There's no option for
but
them
I
against the
don't
wall.
think you
Yeah,
win
man,
that
actually set
in a
yourself
huge
a
way.
little
Vayne actually
aggressive
doesn't have
from
any
the side of
items.
EG, and 3 kills going over to Order there, never something you want to complain about. We needed some stabilization to come through from them. Picking up those 3 kills there, definitely something you're looking for, but still, there is a goal discrepancy. But, albeit, not as large as it was before.
Who got the shutdown on JoJo? Was
a
it
little bit over eager on the chase, perhaps not respecting the
Urgot,
next
right?
team
'Cause he
out.
yoinked him.
Vulcan once again roaming around, and this is what we talked about in draft. The fact that Vulcan can be so active on the map, and Danny. You can farm
Boots are not an item according to Meteos? They're not.
Totally zoned away from the
Do you
wave.
see any
On a
when
CS lead,
when someone says I have
support
2
is
items?
everywhere
Is
on
it
the
a
map.
mythic and a
Now level
boots?
6,
No.
and the impact,
It's
no
two.
pun
It's a
intended,
mythic and
that
a
Vulcan
legendary item.
Inspired can have is demonstrated right on your screen right now. It's serendipitous how well it was set up as Kevin falls
Boots only become an
to
item
and
once you
Inspired
have
in the jungle.
full build. You say you have 6 items. Nobody ever says I have 5 items though. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 items and then full build.
There's literally no one who can help the jungle of Kevin.
And you
once
specifically
Jojo
said
get
you sold
inspired
boots
and
if you
Vulcan,
do
they
sell boots for
start
another
picking
item.
up like we see in the jungle here. And this skirmishing so far in the early game has been absolutely phenomenal from EG. We set it out as a win condition.
Doesn't make sense,
To do well in
but
the
that's
game.
how it
We need
is.
To make sure that there's no free scaling from Order, and so far they've succeeded at that.
Oh, Corporal spotted as he tries to get down towards the bottom lane, but I totally agree with you, Gorborg. Just evil geniuses finding every advantage they can on the map, and Danny, like, he knows he can just back away. He knows this way.
They're just going for these hope plays on Danny, hoping he just overextends and dies.
He's in a very strong position. Lane we haven't really talked about that much that has, developed quite a lead as well, is impacting the top lane on this gangplank. 20.
Next time I play Viego, I'm gonna take bone plating on him.
And Biopanther really struggling to find any
I think I'm gonna go Conqueror with boner
I think
plating.
for me was a talking point I wanted to dive into.
And,
Unfortunately, Reg, reached around
the other
20-minute
one?
mark,
Overgrowth.
specifically because, yes, he's very far ahead
Or
there,
unflinching if they have too
but
much CC.
It's still going to be him alone on the top side for a good amount of time, and that's due to the fact that they keep playing around JoJo and the skirmishing we can have, but I'm going to hold it for a second. Riptail has been started up.
Free
You can
boost
see
is a
Cuba
noob trap?
making his way up in the minimap as well. This could become a 5 versus 4.
I
in the bot side.
don't know about that.
Evil Geniuses should respect the fact they do not know where Puma is. Inspired looking to perhaps see if he
Don't
can steal
reset
or
it, guys.
reset it. Flash hook pulls him out of the EQ combo. The
Oh, Inspired gets cancelled. He flashes.
Looking for that resetting Reptile, but the
Oh
Reptile's
my
on
god,
the
they
side.
reset the Herald?
Ordo can go back
Oh
towards
my
it. Inspired
god,
gets back
Order
to Flash.
fucked that up.
Order should be able to get the Reptile in the end.
Yeah, but the problem is that Danny currently in the bot side is just completely going off of that bot side.
That's
currently
unlucky
still.
for them. That
So close.
that wastes so much time for them.
Hairs on those minions' heads.
I
Oh,
wasn't even
man,
paying
they lost
attention
a lot
to it.
off
He had
that.
3 plays going over, and this has actually been something EG was very good at doing in the regular season. I'll get back to that as Puma maybe on the side of aggression here.
And this is one of the weaknesses of moving your AD carry up. Vulcan
Holy
diving in,
fuck,
flash away
Vulcan.
from Puma, Destiny coming in from JoJo, and he's underneath the tower. Vulcan tanking it for as long as possible, but they don't even need the tower to find the kill. JoJo dies, Ghost out from Kiss.
That was fucked up.
Well,
Stop! Stop! And everyone look away. That didn't happen.
yes,
That was so troll.
he did. Stop the time.
Stop. Oh, right. What did he want to press? He wanted to press the refillable, I guess.
Yep, corrupting potion probably.
Oh yeah, that's what.
Time warp tonic would give him a bit of extra movement speed if he is running that.
Yeah.
Um,
And he
So,
probably
yeah.
is seen he has on
Why
Spurs
EG
still
playing so
spell, but,
disrespectful?
that's
I think
a
they're
bit of
just
a blow
letting
from
it
the team
get to
down
their
there,
head.
but they will still get the second Drake coming through
'Cause
here.
Order's
So
doing
the
some
Drake
troll
strategy is
shit.
still going in their favor, but
So one play will go really well for EG, and then they'll just
they
overextend.
still get a kill, as you say. JoJo
They
still
stop
died. He went a little bit
calculating
too deep.
stuff
Could
because
have
they
found
keep
more
getting
Drake
more than
towers
expected
still
out of their
standing,
plays.
but Danny and
So then
Vulcan
you
have
start
used
getting
the
greedier and
second
greedier,
phase.
and like you start going
They
for things that
still
shouldn't
both had
work.
their flashes, so perhaps EG would have been able to escape without
It happens all the time in League.
punishment. JoJo just a little bit too deep. You've seen that a couple of times.
It's a
It is
mistake,
one of
but
the
you know.
costs of the aggressive play style that sometimes you're a little bit too aggressive and you can be caught out.
and
Happens.
now we can talk a little bit about impact. He's currently sitting at 6k, highest amount of gold on the map.
Oh, Kevy's gonna get killed in his jungle again.
Destiny not available for Kissing. Jungle camp stolen away. Inspired gets it.
Oh, he gets the wolf though.
Well, as you say, yeah, Impact in such a strong position. Cannon
But
barrage,
that's it.
very
Oh,
much available
that's a
level
really good
as
invade
well.
by EG here. You get his whole top
Specifically,
side,
when you remember that, it was
and you're
Aram
threatening to dive.
who
This is,
specifically
in my
designed
mind, the
to
best
the
way
flank.
to push an
Not
early game
being able
advantage.
to leverage
This is like how you start opening up the
on that
game.
pick, but Kevy now trying to get
And then
aggressive.
what
Vulcan's still around
Order's
the
doing
area,
is
just the
actually, I think,
threat of that support
correct
still
to an
being
extent.
there
Like you have to try to
makes Order
trap
back
them
off
in the
EG. They
jungle.
get all
But now it's so hard because look, Order's forced to pull up their jungler and support just to try to hold this dive. But EG doesn't even need to do this dive. The threat of the dive's enough to pull everyone up here. And then EG just gets the whole jungle, so now Viego's behind. You have vision on them. It's just so good when you can pull this off.
When they look for these sorts of plays. As much as Order try and clear it out, you can see at the red buff there's 2 wards. There's a control ward. Sorry, the blue buff there's 2 wards. There's a control ward by where the red buff is. They have just this little bit more extra vision, and what it really does is allow
they're just
them more leeway when they look for these
shoving
fast
together.
plays, when they look to try and push in towards the Order jungle because they have so much more awareness.
I'm not really sure what their goal is here. I mean, they get the Herald crash, sure. That's it.
And they can play accordingly.
But it also sets up the conversation that is, well, it's due to the fact that EG kind of just has prio in every lane here in the early game. If Biopanther was ahead on the Urgot and was the one pushing in the towers, EG wouldn't be able to have this amount of vision in the blue side jungle. And it's so annoying to see that they also are allowed to get themselves the same kind of vision.
Is Viego better as a laner than jungler before it got gutted?
Difficult for Kevy to play because they have no way of responding. There's no way for them to attack in the early game. And they're just kind of forced to sit back
I think so.
and just take whatever EG throws at them. And that has now resulted in EG getting a 4k gold lead. And they can still
It's weird because,
taken,
like, you know, they nerfed his sustain a shit ton, so he can't really lane anymore. But, like, stylistically, I think the way that Viego plays makes a lot more sense as a laner than a jungler. He kind of wants to, like, wait back, clean up fights. It helps if he has the XP from being a solo laner. Whereas jungler usually, you know, champs like Jarvan, Sejuani are really good as junglers. Like, you move around the map a lot, so you want to be able to start fights. And Viego just kind of dies when he does that. Wait, what? They're just engaging a losing fight. That was weird.
Actions of desperations coming through from Corporal there. Your bot laner was down in the bot side, funnily enough, clearing up the waves. Puma still doesn't have his mythic item. Fighting right here. Absolutely insane. Oh, condemn misses. And he just gets chained up by the Everfrost.
Easy enough stop there. TP coming in though. Kisei's still looking for this chase. Has that gold card locked in. Jojopin diving forward. Everfrost coming out as well. Destiny stolen away. Down towards the bottom side. Kevy chased out by Danny and Inspired, and that should be an easy enough kill for EG. Gold card once
and Viego's dead again. He's actually just so squishy, man. He's the squishiest champ in the game.
True to its name, finds its mark, and 2 more kills over to Evil.
Is your
Genius.
timer
Just
off?
Like that, the game is completely falling apart from Order. You use all the control you had of the map. You can't even contest for your third Drake.
It seems to have gotten like a couple seconds ahead, I think.
On the map here. Even for the chasers up here into top side,
I'll sync it up.
Jojopin was about to go down. They're still not able to get it on Order, and the rest of EG, they just collapse and they get the kill. Everything on the map, complete control of EG. Every auto turret has fallen, and I really see no way from Order right now to find a solid way back into the game. It'll have to come of mistake from EG.
See here, Puma looking for that condemn. Just
that
doesn't
condemn.
line it up right. You need a lesson in geometry before you're allowed to play Vayne, apparently, alongside Vel'Koz. And then the investment from Order, they're so desperate to find something that they just overforce.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even towards the bot side or in the river of the map, Impact and Danny, they're the one, you know, finding the flank before the rest of Order can actually come up here as well. And Jojo with the mobility just creates so much space. All of a sudden they get split apart. Even if they didn't, they probably still would have died. And it's just disaster for Order. But for EG, hope and momentum you've definitely needed at the tournament. Being able to take such a reliant victory in the early game, something that they so far had struggled a little bit with, is a great side if you're an NA fan.
Also gets them to a 2-0 head-to-head versus Order, meaning Order would have to reverse sweep them in the next 2 matchups to be able to make it out of that group. Puts EG in a very strong position in terms of qualifying to the Rumble stage. Something that I think most people expect.
What hope is there for Order? I don't think there's any hope. I think it's fucking doomed. Oh.
Good block by Inspired. Biopanther diving in. There's no one to save him, no one to help him, and Vulcan with the Unbreakable Wheel can tank for days. You're not getting through that.
Oh, he can turn into a level 7 Alistair.
Slice him up and get some roast beef for himself. Impact forced to flash away. Kevy dies as well, and Kisei, the 1v4, has nowhere to go. Evil Geniuses once again clean up the kills in the river.
They're just so far ahead right now. They have the gold advantage, and despite that, incredibly
yeah,
close
I agree.
between Biopanther and Impact. In the end, though,
Especially
it's
because,
to block
you
out
know,
the ultimate.
like I was mentioning,
No
when
way for Biopanther
the way
still to
EG is
get matches
playing,
for it.
they're
Despite that,
doing a really good
once
job
again,
of invading
desperation
and
for
taking
Order,
Viego's
from
camps.
inside their EG.
So then,
They can
as a
just
jungler, if
take
you're
away
losing your
camps,
camps,
take
like
away
you just
towers, take away
actually
kills,
don't have
take
any
away whatever
income.
there is to take on the map.
And it's a really well played
And you
mid
get forced
from
into
EG
this
as
bad
well.
decision
Couple
where,
minutes
you know,
ago, 4,000 gold lead,
say
now
they
it's
invade my
3,000
top
back.
side, take all my
They're
camps,
not
and then they're
giving
threatening a
Order
top dive.
any
Like, my only
opportunity to get back.
options are
Things like this, of course, the 1v1
you
can
hover
sometimes swing a little bit,
your
but
top
EG, they're
laner
ready
just to
react.
stop the dive, but
Playing
then,
around
you know,
with
they
Playing
won't
around
go
with those
for the
possibilities.
dive, or they'll
And
just
they
dive you anyway and
force
kill
Order
both of
into a
you.
compromising situation.
Or if you go to the
Another
other
bit
side of the map,
positivity
like your
for
top
the
laner is
side
just
of Order
fucked.
is that Biopanther actually
I
knows
think
this is
generally
gonna
the
start
best way to
quickly.
handle that
But
situation, in my
combos,
experience,
where
is you
auto
do like a
attack
shift
with
play,
burst attack, you get your W,
where
you can wind it
if
for
I'm the
auto attack, start
jungler,
the W again.
instead of trying to go
One
top,
auto
I
attack,
would
and it's a
go
way to
mid,
give, like, just a little
like
bit
pressure
more
the mid
damage in
laner,
1v1 setting.
and
That
then you
might
can
deal
either
so
walk
much
up together
damage
with
to
your
the
mid
gank
laner
lane.
to help,
Yeah,
or
it's really helping
you
you there, isn't
walk
it? 1, 2,
down
and
to
2.
the other side of the
There's a
map with your
1-0
mid
right
laner,
there.
and you go for like a 4-man play with your bot lane, and then your top laner can come hold mid. I think both of those are better options that Warrior could do, but I don't think a lot of people consider those, except like the top teams.
Seems like ED wants to give them a
Bit
little
of
bit
an
more as well,
advanced
although that's not
move.
very positive.
Biopanther, you can get out into combo. He's comboing his recall button. Gulbog. Oh, he knows that one so well. Question mark ping comes out as they manage to take down Corporal.
Oh my God, it's a
Biopanther
recall. It's
was
a recall
able to
combo.
escape. Oh, he right-clicked and then pressed B.
That's more advanced than your gameplay, Medic.
Very true, very true. And I will say, like, Order have had some shining lights. across the
Should
last
be
couple of
pretty
games.
over
This
game.
is not mocking Order, this is mocking the game state. Right
Oh,
now,
yeah, for sure.
they are so far behind that there's really nothing they can
Oh,
do to
Vayne
get
went
back
Kraken
into it
Slayer.
unless EG make mistakes. And right now, EG
I've never
are
seen
looking
that
like they're
go
making
off.
too many
I only
mistakes.
see Vayne
Clearly
pop
on
off
that,
with shield
not
though.
there in time because they forced away. Destiny came in. Cannon Barrage though forces him down to half HP.
The thing is as well, even when EG is making a mistake, the incredible gold lead is making up for it, and they still come out ahead.
Oh, Biopanther.
That fucking crit.
Yeah, that's a battle. That's what I like to see. A pirate's life for me is Impact. Barrel combos
Not
in
much
the
of
Galio
it, though. We're
viable?
stuck in a cataclysm, but it's more like
I don't think he's very good,
It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
It was.
but
Shooting dismantled old warrior zombie in,
I guess depends
Mountain Yes.
how loose the
Down
definition of
towards the top
viable
side,
you're
Inhibitor
using.
will be falling now, Baron buff still
G2
active.
did win with it
5
yesterday,
versus 4 situation, just
but they also won with
lane.
Anivia, and like
Should be able to pick this one up, just come moving.
Anivia's viability is a bit questionable.
Jojo been looking for Corporal here, Everfrost just short. Mid lane tier 2 still stands, so EG can't just do that usual, you know, lane, top lane into mid lane push for the inhibitors. But
Opinion on Jensen back to C9. I mean, it was like not really a secret, right? Like everyone knew it was gonna happen, but I think it's good. It's cool. I like Jensen on C9.
I think they're in a pretty good spot to
They have-
close this one out.
Glad he has a
We
team,
might even be seeing a dancing Shelly towards this game here. EG
and he'll probably be successful if he's on C9. He's played with Blabber before.
And it's a good sight to see once again. I think this might be the most dominant game we've seen from the side of EG, even against their second round here with Order. Impact coming through. He's against 3 down here. I don't think he minds. He's level 15 on the gangplank. He's got 3 items.
The thing is as well, Order don't know. Right? They don't know where the rest of EG are. They don't know if that TP was lined up with Inspired stepping into the bush, so they have to back away. They got a couple of control wards in, but
It's so nice that EG has Order in their group, actually. Imagine if EG got in a group with just like all fucking
probably not gonna start
OPS Asian teams, and they just got smacked every game.
to glory with that tier 2. Shelly charges in once again. The tower falls to a single E-auto attack from Danny. Crucial Barrage goes over onto Kevin, and EG continue to march towards a victory. Might push in here. No wave in the top lane means no super minion for them yet. It's about 10 seconds away. Nexus tower chipped away at, but EG don't really have the minions to back them up for this final push.
I mean, it's a luxury for EG to do this right here. Normally, we'd just back, go mid lane, take care of that mid lane inhibitor. You have 3 super minions pushing in. They don't care. They know how far ahead they are. Now supers are coming in on the top side. Normal minions on the bot side. They might just be looking for the end here.
Hook's gonna connect, but only onto Impact, knocked up already. Corporal's down, Jojo on a killing spree as Puma locked up in the Cataclysm. The chase continues, and so much damage coming out from Impact on that backline.
Oh my god, Impact is critting on command.
Fountain, what was meant to bring life, instead is only death for Order. Evil geniuses in dominant
Alright,
fashion will pick
that was a
up
one-sided
their
game.
second win
Am I watching all the games tonight? I'm gonna try to, unless I pass out again.
Finally coming through from EG.
But I got really close yesterday. I only missed one.
You gotta give it to them against Order here. Cleaner and and more precise gameplay in the early game. They had a win condition, they played towards it,
Your
they
points?
executed on it, and they
Ooh,
won.
I'm
It's
sorry,
just that
Chair.
simple for them. It looked like having, once again, Inspired to be the facilitator in the early game, having him to play around with, having the prio from Jojo Pune in the mid lane on this silence was a monstrous performance that allowed them to take over the entirety of the map. When it was Order who wanted to do that on the team,
EG1.
They just Order really struggled to ever find any purchase on the game, and as you mentioned, Jojo Pure, like that guy was a beast in the early game. His ability to roam, he was always there. Obviously, teamed up with Inspired, teamed up with Vulcan. That sort of triumvirate, that triple threat was everywhere on the map. Jojo getting prio, being able to move around, really made Order's life so difficult. And Order, you looked at the Destinies, there was one or two that found them a kill, but the rest of the time it was just trying to react to the beat of EG Strom.
yeah, it just felt like it was a little disjointed Order, you know, the jungle path.
I try to not eat anything too heavy before stream. The past 2 days I kind of ate like a pretty heavy meal. So say I just ate light, you know. No food coma. How's my cooking attempts been? Oh, you know. I'm very good at PB&J. Very good at cereal. I have an air fryer. Did I sleep today or am I staying up? I woke up at like 4 p.m. or so. Timer's still going. Oh, fuck. Is the game over? You've been getting into cooking? Really? Is it funny? Cherry, you gonna come cook for me? I am not seeing any post about Pike. Front page? Am I just not seeing it? You went past it? Oh, this one. I was looking for like a clip, not a text post. Wait, am I allowed to show this on my stream? Probably. It's a clip. Wait. So we're watching Pike. Where's Pike? He's here. Alright, all eyes on Pike. He's done nothing so far with Rakan killing himself. Goes for a Q. Hits nobody. W's. Misses ult. E. Flashes. Misses another Q. He hits one there at the end. Wow. Yeah, he really didn't do anything that fight. .35 ping. He forces positions even if he misses everything. Ah, we found someone experienced in excuses. No Rogue Legacy in queue? I could. I don't know. Kind of just chilling at the moment. Do I play chess? Not very well. Oh, you found a good Q game? What is it, Chair? Aram and Q? Nobody saves the world? Oh wait, is this that action role-playing dungeon crawling video game developed and published by Drinkbox Studios? Is it on Steam? $25? Jesus, Cherry, you have to tell us if you're sponsored by this game. Transform from a featureless nobody into a slug, a ghost, and a dragon. It's an ARPG? It's cute looking. Get 5D chess on Steam? Is that a real game? Multiverse time travel. The fuck? I thought it was going to be more of a meme, but it actually looks like it's... I feel like I'm going to get a headache trying to understand this. Maybe look at the videos for this game on Steam. How do I find videos of it? It has a very hand-drawn feel to the graphics. They're at the beginning. Oh. Should I unmute it? Fuck, that was loud. How is it going from 0 to 1% volume? Breaks my fucking ears. It looks fun. The music's nice. I'll watch one more trailer. Oh, there's Coop multiplayer. We could play together, Chair. I could be interested. I will add it to the list. Maybe grab it later. Yeah, it's $25. It's remote play, not Coop, just FYI. What do you mean? Super Auto Pets? Is that on Steam? Oh, it's free. That's so boggers. Oh. Hentai Nazi. I might pass on that one. Dude, there's actually a huge adult game section on Steam. It's kind of fucking wild. I didn't actually think there would be games like that on Steam, but let me just say there are. Show us? I mean, I don't have any of them. But who hasn't just gotten curious and like browsed, right? I think it'd be weirder if you haven't done that. Can you hide games on your profile or can everyone see? Asking for a friend or damn, dude. I'm hungry and I'm looking at food and it looks so good. Browse with some friends and laugh. Yeah, dude, browse with some friends. Totally not by myself in the middle of the night with my pants around my ankles. Couldn't be me. What kind of food do I want, man? I want something filling, but that's not going to give me a coma. And that I can get delivered at 2 a.m. Telling for a friend you can right-click a game in Steam Library, hit Manage, select Hide Game. Oh, dude, I guess we know now. I totally didn't know about that. I've never used that feature, personally. Jack in the Box. But if I eat something like fast food, I'm gonna coma so hard. Get coffee? I have coffee. I has. There's this burrito place that looks pretty good. All of them, all their food has hot sauce, just automatically added. So troll, man. How is California Chicken Cafe open right now? It's kind of crazy. There's a lot of things open.
On, of course, the Galio as well, being facilitating on the map, and I think it comes
Anyone
down to
trying to
what
have
Benny
pet
said as
hamsters?
well.
I
This team
used to
is
when I was
incredibly good at
younger.
adapting. This team is really difficult prepping for, to the point where I think Order, they just need to come through with what they succeed with. They're in red side now. They won't have the same counter picks coming into the picks as they just had in this
They
game
need to
against,
release new
E2
foods.
earlier. So
Holy shit.
hopefully they can
Tell me
stabilize
more.
the laning phase and at least have a
Oh,
lane
we're
to
in
play for,
draft.
because that was something
Let's do a predict.
that lost them the entire control of the map when they had none to play for.
So we'll keep our eyes on which lanes have priority as we get through this. As you say, Order on the red side does give them that final pick, that R5. Last time we saw the Urgot as a possible counter up towards the top side against that gangplank. But with Karthus, Diana, and Karma banned away, Lucian and Ari on the other side, I wonder if we'll see something like the Wukong or the LeBlanc removed here.
I actually wonder, would I have
This is
time
the
to do an
first time
ARAM
that
between
Kelly has
games?
been allowed to
The
play
break
Evelyn.
feels so
The Evelyn
long.
has been perma-banned against him so far, and we might finally see him bring it out. It's something that between the LCO players, between MSI, the games we've had so far, it's just been picked all the time by him, so I'd love to see that. But the Wukong you so mentioned, Medic, has been picked up. It's a flex pick, it's been strong in the jungle as well. It's been a little bit ahead of a missed performance so far at MSI, but at its best, it's definitely looked very strong.
I will say Evelyn was up in the last game and wasn't picked by Order, so we'll see if...
Last game was Diana Evelyn on the last 2 bunts, wasn't it?
It was Diana Lucian.
Oh, there we have it.
Yeah, that's okay. So we'll see if it's locked in here. Obviously, Evelyn quite situational. The Wukong, as you say, can be flexed towards the support. We saw
Order
T1 do
bans
that yesterday. We've
Graves.
seen Mad Lions do it last year against Supermassive in World's Plains when they then lost.
But then they get Monkey.
It was a sad moment
G2
for
takes
all
Monkey.
EU fans, but Targus
Immigrant
has
Whisperer, thank you for the 3
an
months.
incredible champion.
Okay.
It's as wide as Notion.
Hope
He
Claps
played
brings
almost
out some
every
assassins.
champion
Same.
for the
If
first
they don't flex
14
pick, what are they even
games
doing?
of the LEC regular season until he had to start
More
roaming back
Pike.
on towards some of
Dude,
the ones
did
he
you,
played
did you see
before.
that team
But
fight?
run it back, Corporal. You're getting that Nautilus again. It's bound to work at some point, and let's see if this
You would
is gonna
not be
the one.
talking
So
shit if you
they've
saw that team
definitely
fight.
adapted on the AD situation instead. Beforehand, they had the carry down towards the bot side, where they came through with the Vayne. Now they're coming through with Jhin. And the difference in Jhin and Vayne is that Vayne is a hyper carry that you play for in the late game, and Jhin in the late game is a facilitator. You use him in the backline to set up the other carries from the solo lanes with your long range, with your ultimate, with your root, with whatever you can bring out, and then you're a finisher and executor on the 4th shot, of course. So that kind of speaks to me But from the side of Order, they want to play for that top side. They're
Watching
probably
all
looking to
games,
get
that's the
Viper
plan.
in a solid
That
matchup
is the
and
plan.
have him be a potential carry in the later stages of the game.
Obviously, with the final pick on red side, you do have that option for the counter pick. Wukong here, maybe locked into the jungle. I could, of course, go still to top lane, but with Renata and Zeri locked towards that bottom side for G2. I really don't expect us to see a Wukong support. The Evelyn immediately locked in. As you said, Gorborg, an option here for Kevin, and he's decided it is time to bring out the Eve.
So let's see what's all the hype is about, because once again, something that was heavily prioritized from the side of Order during the LCO playoffs and regular season. Haven't really seen it.
Sorry, I'm
though,
just
in
making
finals,
sure
as it
the
was perma-banned
food
against
thing's
him
on the
in
way.
LCO, so this is going to be the time to shine from Kevy. It's going to be where we finally see the resources being handed into him, but it's also a little bit difficult because you don't have this facilitation of your laners in the early game. Once again, he needs to be played for. He needs to hit level 6. And once you hit level 6 on the Evelyn, that's where you can start getting active on the map. Of course, you only get the stealth when you hit level 6, and it's where you get the execute on the ultimate. So
Streamer, please say something.
to
Okay.
stabilize towards.
Oh, is that
Wukong does have the option.
an Eve
Jumping over
lock-in?
walls now.
Damn, I guess there will be an Eve.
Get into that enemy jungle, can try and harass, can try and get
Last game, someone asked me
for
I thought there'd be an
G2.
Eve,
We'll say,
and I
alongside
said no,
that, Evelyn
so
does
I was wrong.
Pigeonhole your solo
Damn.
lanes a little bit. You usually want some physical damage.
Better question is, should there be an
Either
Eve?
mid or top lane, things like the
Which case I'd be
Aatrox, which has been
right.
banned away, Gangplank still an option, Jace
Apparently
as well.
Kevy's an Eve player.
Something that we often
I
see
mean,
to try and give you a little bit of that physical
I actually
damage.
don't think it's
Yeah,
bad.
It's so difficult as well.
I think that
because
if you're up
you
against a
blind
team that's
pick an
just
18
way
meter
better
player,
than you,
which is usually
you should
not
definitely
the
try
best
some
choice,
like
or
bullshit
you'd have
pick.
to go for the likes of
like
Gangplank on the
Eve.
top side instead. Call that your blind
Something
pick,
kind of
and then
cheesy.
just have a counter pick for Kissy in the mid lane afterwards.
Other option is you go for something like a tank now on 4, and then you
Yes.
save an AD top 4, AD mid lane at 4 last. We'll see what Order decide to do. Rise Gwen banned away by them. got Aatrox banned away by G2. They expect AD topside. They are leaving the Jace as an option. They're like, hey, you want to take Jace? Broken Blade?
Yeah, I don't think
Play
Caps
Jace.
is the one playing Renata.
And now Order have that difficult decision to make.
Jace, of course, not as blind pickable as it's been in the past with the nerfs coming through. Usually, he
What do I
was
think
a
about Fiddle at
range
MSI?
carry,
I mean, I think Fiddle's kind of like the
range
same
stats,
category
you
as
have to find a
Eve,
teammate range stat instead. So he's a little squishier, but there we have it. Just blind pick on
where
the top
you
side
can
with an
catch
AD
people
champion.
off guard.
He's
Like
not
if they're
the
not
king
used to
necessarily,
playing
I
against
thought that
it, they
would've been
probably
safer,
won't react
but coming in with
correctly,
a blind
and then it can be
Tryndamere
good.
Can be dangerous.
But
Although, of course, if he goes
if
ghost
they
into correct matchup,
do
can just run you down.
play
But
correctly,
that's a
then
little
you're
bit
probably going
interesting.
to
There
be
is some skill in the
quite
matchup. Now
useless.
has the agency of being the range champion in the early game, having the Q to slow him
Holy
down,
shit,
but
go
if you make
Nasus.
one too fast step forward and Tryndamere starts running you down, might be a little bit of a difficult
what is
situation.
Caps going to play? Caps is going to play something troll. He has to, right? LeBlanc? Don't go LeBlanc, man. Wow, he goes LeBlanc. Really? He wants to win that bad.
Often wants to just be in a side lane, but if Order do end up grouping up as 5, it becomes a little bit more difficult for BioPanther to play that lane. LeBlanc here locked in for Caps. An aggressive mid laner teams up so well with the Wukong when you're looking at the jungle mid 2v2, and now Order have to look towards their mid lane. Currently hovering over
Surely they don't
the
go pike
and
mid.
Nasus before, kind of an honorary
Zed.
thing. Two targeters, but Zed.
Okay.
It is AD in
Okay.
mid lane. Is Zed into LeBlanc?
I'm down to see it.
It's been a while.
Let's
Okay,
go.
so this is definitely something
You know,
where that speaks side lane
I don't
speed.
think they're going to
You
win.
have Tryndamere, you have Zed,
I think
you have
G2 is just
Evelyn
way
in the
better than them
jungle
as a
that can
team,
shadow
but
you, of course, very hard to
it
spot
would be
out
fucking
on that
awesome
vision unless you have the jungle lit
to see
up
him
by
do work on these
imports.
champs anyway.
So from the side of Order, what we like to see here is once again them getting ahead, at least in these champions, to the point where you can split push or at least open up the map in a 1-3-1 setting.
This is what
more
people are always
comfortably.
asking for. They're
Because if
like,
they start
man,
taking
dude, why
over
don't
from
these
the
teams
side of
just
G2,
pick
they start the Drake stacking in the early
subpar
game, and all of a
champions?
sudden at 24 minutes, you have to fight for soul.
And I
G2
guess
is
we'll
heavily
see.
favored, so it's about
Maybe
for
they can
Order
make it
once
work.
again to stabilize, to find someone to play for, to find a lead.
There's no way they can lose. You went all in on
Because if we
G2.
do not have
Yeah,
pressure in
you're
these picks
good.
now, G2 will just take it over from an objective
Guaranteed
point of view
W.
with their strong team fighting champions in the Wukong, in the Na, Renata Ultimate, you name it.
It's such a good team fighting composition from G2, but I love the discordance between these two compositions. They want to do entirely different things, as you say, Gulburg. Team fighting on G2 side lane on Order's side. The question
I'm
is,
curious
can
to see
Order
how
get
Jankos.
into a position where
I mean,
they can
Jankos
get
plays
ahead in those
Wukong
side
early
lanes? We
game.
actually saw a similar composition. I'm trying to remember who.
Or I
it
guess
was
just
from
the
with
whole game.
Evelyn, Tryndamere, and Zed alongside an Ashe. and the Ash gave you a little bit
The-
more pick potential in the side.
I still haven't quite figured out why there's such a high priority on Wukong.
Setting them up for failure. I like it, Medic. I like
I'm not
it.
saying dude, they changed the Ash for a Jin. Maybe it will work this time.
Yeah, and I think as well from the side of Jin, like usually what you'd like to have when you
Is
have
there any
1v1
talk for
fighting
changing
like
MSI to
this
have
is
more
get
than one
wave clear
team
the
from
mid
each
lane.
major
Jin does
region?
have wave clear, but it relies on him stepping a little far up.
I don't know. I don't
Q
think
getting
so.
down and then the W, of course, and he is very
I think it'd
involved.
be cool
His
though. I
down
would like
spell
that
should
for sure.
For example, Sivir would in that case with the wave clear coming through. But once again, it is a
Evelyn,
facilitating
Zed, and
pick,
Trinity are completely
which
useless.
fits
No.
the stylistic of
For the
how
most
it
part, yeah,
should
they
be
kind of have to be ahead to
like
be
Seven,
useful.
like Evelyn.
For the moment, both teams just setting
But-
up lines of scrimmage here. No one really going to be able to.
I
make
mean,
too many
I guess
forays into the enemy.
Trinity not as
Caps,
much
of
these
course, gonna go
days,
distortion first
but
on the LeBlanc, jump over, see that Kevy's there, but not gonna do
like you probably
anything
don't play
in terms
against
of
Eve and Zed that often, especially non-competitive
the
games.
balance between these jungle mids, I think,
So
is gonna be
if Order
really
happens to
interesting.
just like know these champions really well,
Yeah, so Medic, I'm gonna let you in on
Maybe
a
they
little
could
family
outplay
business
him.
as well here at the same time. So
timer.
my
Oh
little brother,
fuck.
funnily enough, was a Grandmaster Evelyn OTP at some point as well. So I got, of course, some,
Who's my bet for
little
first blood
interest
this
in
game?
how he shut
Ooh.
down this pig, what he absolutely hates as well. And what I always cry about from the room next door is that when he's getting counter jungle pre-6, when the enemy laners have prio, they come in and disrupt your pathing. You don't have a lot to get away with.
That's.
Quite often you'll have to
I
expect
have to take the
flash.
low-hanging
Those
fruit. It's got to be
enemy laners have
Corporal.
CC,
This guy's
like
just the
Captain
in
Black
king
Widow.
on
If
Nautilus.
he
I don't
gets
think he
prio,
can
we might
get
see
out
Kevin
first
having a little
blooded.
bit of a hard time as well.
So let's watch how the priority in those lanes goes. When we talk about prio, obviously.
The bet is you
idea
bet
is
who
can you
dies
push the lane
first. That's
faster
how
than your
that's
opponent?
how we do it around here.
Clear the minion wave quicker than your opponents. If you can, you can gain.
It's
points.
actually such a
You have
fun game to
control
play with
over
your
that.
friends if you're
How quickly
watching.
the minion wave pushes in, how often you want to roam around from your lane without losing.
Because you're like
So
rooting for
that's what
certain
we're
things in the
looking for.
game. I'm rooting for my boy
He's very
Corporal to run it
defensive.
down.
Of course, Flack and Tugmas on the lane first means that they get the push early on, and Puma and Corporal have to back away because they know, well, we can't clear the minions quickly enough to hit that level 2.
And honestly, this is the freest lane ever as well for the G2 bot lane. If I'm Renata here into Nautilus, I absolutely love it. If I'm Flacket as well, absolutely love it. Every time Nautilus procs that shield, well, the passive of Sari just lets us steal it away, get some extra movement speed. And the thing is as well,
Nautilus took
in the
shield
beginning,
level
people were
1.
like, well, Renata, she's so squishy. All these engaged supports are just going to engage on her and they'll die.
Ah, I guess it's
But
good
look at
for
this,
avoiding the
Tugmas can
poke.
Step up like this because you just go a pseudo tank build instead. You optimize in for the Guardian instead. You get those tanky stats and you get the shield when you finally frog your E. If Nautilus engages,
Ooh,
you're
Yanko's
just getting
going for the
slowed, you're getting
invade. I
action
like
through, you're
this.
just gonna die. So it's incredibly difficult. And what was that? Evelyn counter jungling. Well, Yankas, he's on it immediately.
Oh, he
It's a
is
push in the
spotted.
mid lane push in the top lane here for G2. Jankos goes all the way around. Kevy trying to loop his way around as well, but Caps has flash, has distortion. Kevy only has one flash of his own. Jankos over the wall with the chase. Kevy will flash away. The chains were held. by
Yeah,
Caps.
Kevy's
He
gone.
connects underneath the tower. Kevy's trying to survive, but you just can't.
Damn.
G2 first.
Damn,
And
damn,
that is the
damn.
most difficult part of an Evelyn. It's that first clear. If you can go disrupted through that, you can get the XP going.
Neither
for
of
the
them
Caps,
even
you get
flashed
level
on
6
him.
and second and third clear. It's great, but quite often and more than not, this will happen. And that's why I said when you see an Evelyn, it
That's
is
one of those
so
situations
important
where
that you have a prior lane. Unfortunately,
Kevy
it's
could
not been the case
actually
so far,
skip his
and
Raptors
even
in
now,
that
he's still struggling,
instance,
against Caps here.
and then
He
it
does have
takes
3
away that
of
invade
those
timing from
health potions,
Yankos.
has popped one of them already.
I think it's
Two
actually like
corrupt
really
position on
important
the
to
side
do
of
if you're in
Caps,
one of these
he'll be able to
matchups
sustain
where
that mana as well. Of course, Zed
you're
don't need mana,
weaker
so
than
you
their
go along with
jungle
sword pops,
and your
so
lanes are getting
try and
pushed
give
in.
yourself a little bit more sustain in the lane. But early doors here, G2 out to a strong lead.
I get that
Both
Eve,
buffs
like it's a
some
little bit less
away.
efficient for
Kevy won
Eve,
by killing him,
because then you'll have to
and one by
backtrack for your
bringing him
Raptors,
down.
but it's just so much
Crucially by Zed
safer.
and LeBlanc, it is also first when you hit level
And it
6
makes it so
on the
that if
set
they go for the
you
invade,
finally
they'll
start finding
Yankos
some
will probably
kill
come out
pressure.
behind.
And most of the
because he'll be like
first
down a
levels,
camp, and
especially on
you know
level
he
3
could
is more
invade you
about
on like
poking
your
them at the same
Raptors or
time when you
Krugs
see us,
afterwards,
because
but
it's very difficult for you to step up on towards the
you're
wave.
much less
Kinda like
exposed on
Rosie
those
here.
camps than
Okay,
your red.
Kisei getting a little aggressive, still has the ignite, can flash forward if he wants to.
That's really well played there by Kisei to be able to get that extra damage down, hitting more of the shurikens onto Caps. Caps, through his corrupting potions, now has 1 total biscuit of rejuvenation. Kisei out of potions himself. In the early game, it's been a little bit difficult for Order, mostly because Kevy was pushed behind, scared a little bit in his own jungle. And don't forget, you guys can grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote, so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight. As Biopanther looks to do that in the top lane. Broken Blade getting chased down. Ghost has been popped, no crit.
Oh, Biopanther, you gotta flash in there. Play for the crit.
Damage down. Get that Scare Prize. Maybe when you are scared.
Broken Blade
You
certainly
just
not
gotta
scared.
flash,
That's
pray
very
for the double
shit.
crit.
No level 6 coming through from Biopanther either. And it kind of just goes back to what we talked about the matchup. If you step too far forward on Gnar, Ghost will be popped, you will get run down. So it's really important that you have the positioning in a respectable manner against the Tryndamere. But obviously Biopanther's still not level 6, cannot continue under the turret, but maybe a little foresight for what's to come.
Yeah, and the question really is like Biopanther popped Ghost, Broken Blade had to use TP to get back into the lane. That Ghost is on a much shorter cooldown. So if Biopanther can do that again and force Broken Blade away when there's a wave pushing in, that makes it much more difficult for
Cap's
Broken Blade
base
to keep
here.
up on experience, keep up on levels, and keep up on gold against Biopanther. And if Biopanther can get enough of a lead in that side lane, perhaps he can start being that win condition for Order.
So
Oh,
what we see
wow.
here is that Kevy, he was holding around Kissa, trying to be out of vision, but still in minion
It
range,
seems
so
like
he
it's better
gets
for
the-
Zed.
Waits for the minions to come through and gets a little bit of that in. Because he knows he's already behind.
The
right?
fact
And
that
so Kizzy, he has to be in a situation where he has
Caps
to share his
based
own
and he
HP.
instantly
does get level
shoved
6
it.
before Caps, so it's not the end of the world for the mid laner. But
I guess
it
Caps
speaks
doesn't
to
lose very much off this
how
either
far
way, and then
behind
he'll
the
have
Evelyn was put a little bit in the
Giga
early game,
Tempo.
How important it is that she hits this level 6. Yankees now on the top side.
How's it
Finds the
already
ball.
1K
Doesn't have
gold
the
lead?
intel on Kevy on the cross, but we'll get in a
out CSing the first blood.
Interestingly, Kisei actually has the faster reaction.
Yankos is
to
doing
this.
Q max
Caps
on
have to catch the
Wukong.
mid lane, and Kisei just recalled, so he can be here first. Caps is clearing out that wave. Kevy's still only
Interesting.
level 5, so is Yankos. Broken Blade with a wave underneath.
I was trying out
He
both when I was
Biopanther
playing
has to
him.
answer himself. And in the end, it will just be a couple of those
Q feels
minions
nice though for like
away
the
by Yankos.
one-shot combo with your ulti. You like EQ R and then your Q comes up from the R and
you can see it, it's
keep doing
coming
that.
through. This time around the recall, not gonna be able to reach a lot of the range, but he's just there to
There's
set
no
up.
camps for him either, man. That is pain as a jungler.
Wukong's here.
Kisei goes in with the
Ooh.
death mark. Cap's gonna jump away. Death mark proccing, ignite ticking as well. Yankos looking for the damage, but no flash burn on Kisei means that he's gonna be able to escape. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, a
Wait, hold up. Corporal got a kill.
How on earth did that happen? Puma still
That's
has flash. Corporal still has
not
flash. And Targamas
what's supposed to
doesn't have
happen.
life anymore.
Order strikes back, and I was just saying,
Trying to
this
make me
matchup
look
is so
dumb.
free to play for the Renata. I love playing this myself as well, but coming through into a Nautilus.
Oh, Yanko's gonna find Eve here. Oh, just fucking get in that ass, Yankos!
Gets the steal away on the blue buff, goes back in. Cyclone is by himself for the moment. Look at that double knock.
Oh, he's monkeying his ass.
Yankos flashing, and that's the
Is
kill
that the
over
Wukong
G2.
power
Corporal
right
also
there?
with the chains going in. He does still have that flash, remember. Flash in by Yankos, flash away by Corporal. Ignite ticking, but Corporal...
Caps wants it. Caps is eyeballing it.
Jump across the wall here.
I get
Yo, no way, right?
W has been
Doesn't
promised
have
a
vision,
shield.
remember. The shield, that's enough. Caps with the kill.
Oh my god, I can't believe
He
they
had
do
to
that
do
there
it
for
to
sure.
him.
Order was setting up a trap there, expecting the Caps would jump over, but they just weren't ready with the anchor either, and just like that, he picks up a 3 kill in the mid lane, or in the bot lane, rather.
Well,
And it's strange.
this is
I'd love to see
kind of
something
what's
with
gonna
Order.
happen when you pick Eve against a good team, I guess. You just get invaded, take advantage of your weak early game. I think he could have played around the invades better. Like, you shouldn't be dying to him, but
And
He
just
doesn't
like
have
that,
extra tankiness.
exactly, he just gets blown up immediately, ignite, the CC change comes through, they try to
Really
get
well
out of it
played.
with a flash afterwards, just not enough, and that's even with a level advantage on Flacket as well, so...
but like
just a little bit of
it's
aggression.
kind of a lack of awareness
And
thing
then
too. Like,
no support is here, so there should be a
he
Memphis
should
advantage
be
from Order,
positioning
but Yankers hits level 6
in a
with
way
his
that
smite
you
on
can
the
get
blue.
out if you
Flacket
get
is around the wall,
invaded.
dashes over it on Seri, and then just flashes into GQA.
Like, you can pull
Just
the
like that,
blue
G2,
up,
they continue relentlessly with their skirmishing
you
and
can
the
tank
counter.
it
That's the
Against
thing.
the jungle.
toward
Not just the
wolves.
kills, it's the
Like, you can have it
jungle taken
completely
away
behind
from
that
Kenny.
wall.
Now has hit level 6, but Yanko's already level 7.
But a lot of it probably stems from awareness. Like, I'm sure he didn't expect to get invaded there until, like, it actually happened. Oh my, I just saw this. Within 1 minute, Corporal just gets fragged out twice by Caps in different side lanes.
And it just speaks to the pressure he had ult as well, but just getting rooted off.
Why is Renata supposed to be a Nautilus counter?
Just wanted him
It's something
to
like when he
flash off
hooks
it.
you, you can
He
Q
gets
him
it now
and
on
push him
Jankos.
backwards,
Jankos
and
is
it's
there.
like a good trade for you. Oh shit, Caps flashing in. Get Zed's flash. Oh, Yanko is just not going to let Eve have a buff, huh? It's going to be like that. Oh, this monkey's going crazy! Oh! Oh! No, so close to reviving.
Kill goes over to Corporal in the end, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, just 1 second short of getting that reset to come through on the bailout, and Jankers would have lived. This time around, though, not the possibility, and they traded 1-for-1 at least, so Yankers does go down. Not a shutdown, though. So 1-1-4 still coming through, and, you know, this damage coming through. Divine Sunder already completed. We take
It's
a look
definitely
at
not
right now.
optimal
He's
for your
sitting on
support
2
to get the
amplifying
last hits.
tomes. The
Clan
difference
Forge.
in the 2 junglers right now, I mean, it's the Grand Canyon.
And the issue, of course, for Order is that Corporal has picked up both these kills as well through no fault of his own. Like, you can't expect in this sort of a messy play for Corporal to be able to hold off those auto attacks. You just want the kills.
It's just hard with Order's comp. It's like you don't really have pressure in any of your lanes, right? You're getting pushed in everywhere. You have the weaker jungler who needs to get to 6. And so, like, how are you going to have a successful early game against a good team? It's just so hard. G2 basically has the option to do whatever they want. Basically, what it comes down to is, like, if G2 misplays, in Order somehow can get through the early game without being super behind, it could be pretty good.
Comes in on the Z, it wasn't there, was clearing out the mid lane originally. The flash for flash, and then the
But,
continues. Broken
you
Blade
know,
towards the top side here, just totally
it's quite the
on the
condition.
gnar, I think, on Biopanther.
Unfortunate circumstances, either way.
You think Corporal's dying so much because he's bad or trying hard to be a team player and always on the losing end?
Doesn't come through, traded one
Uh,
there you have it.
Kevy here spotted
I mean, I don't think
out
he's bad. I think
towards
it's
his jungle. G2, 4,000
just a
gold
team
ahead
thing,
in
right?
Order.
Like, he's playing the engaged
These side
support.
lanes that they needed to get in a good
So
position
definitely, like,
are
they're going to be more likely to die than other people.
Biopanther
Some of his mistakes or some of his deaths are kind of troll. Like, even that one where he died bottom against Caps, like, he should recognize that that's possible and just back up more.
Even in the bot lane, there's a 30 CS lead for Flathead, even though they ended up
So,
dying in that 2v2. Corporal with a Hex Flash inside the bush.
I think he'll,
But, Flathead
you know,
in
misplays,
a
but I
very
wouldn't call him
strong position
bad.
currently on this area.
Yeah, you just don't win the matchup here. When Tarkman's at his level 6, you have the hostile takeover, you have Flacket as well, level 8, while Puma, before that happened, was level 7 as well, so you just want to stabilize once again, and it's not going to be about the bot lane, it's going to be about trying to find leads on the solo lane. That's what Order tried to do, that's why they moved Corporal up, although G2 were just ready for the rotations all the time.
oh, Yankos, where's the ulti?
Yeah,
Whoop
good
his ass.
trade damage there. He saw that Kissa used his W, that shadow forwards, and knew that he would be able to get a little bit of damage in, but of course, doesn't really want to take a full-on trade versus Kissa, even though he only has the serrated Dirk right now.
And Yankos does have that Rift Herald in hand. There's 3 plates on the top side, and what do you know? He is making his way up there
Wait,
as well.
Kissy's not
Triggers
going...
have not been taken yet, so if Order needs to have some sort of crossfire to
Umbral.
come through, it could be an objective.
And he doesn't
to
have
look
Zombie
for at this
Ward.
moment, but
He missed the memo.
I think this top lane,
Nobody
is gonna
told
be
him.
gone.
Caps diving back forward. Kissa doesn't use the chains, did use the ever.
Oh my god, Cap's gonna do that to him.
Caps with the fancy feet dives back in. Kissa thought he was safe, but there's no escaping Caps on the form he's in at the moment. 3-0 now on that LeBlanc.
Well, Order, you tried something new. You took a risk. You probably would have got fucked no matter what you did. Don't feel too bad about it.
Divine Sundra in hand will clear out 2 towers in the top lane.
It's just a massive gold lead. 12 minutes into the game, plating is not even done. You already have the only top lane inhibitor left standing in that lane. You can start playing around the mid lanes now. Broken Blade, he's going to have so much time on the map before he needs
Fun
to
fact that
respond to
every game
Blade
today will be a
pushed in on the
complete
top
stomp.
side, because the lane is
Yeah,
so low now. It's going to take a while before
that's
it
the
starts
problem
hitting the tower.
with the
So
format, I
I'm
guess.
expecting G2 to stay group, try to get more on the map, while the members of Order is going to.
But I don't know, like, how do you really solve it, right?
You
You would get a more competitive tournament if it's like they just invited Korean and Chinese teams, but you want representation from all the regions, right?
They do have a Gale Force finished on Puma. No Umbral Glaive first on the Jhin, something we
So,
haven't been seeing. But the thing with Umbral Glaive is it's great to clear out
you are
vision,
destined to have
but to clear
stomps.
out vision, you have to be able to get to vision. And right now, Order just don't have enough control of the map to ever be able to approach and clear out these objectives.
And now you can see they're just setting up on that bot side. Once again, the rotations coming through. Broken Blade is in the mid lane. The other members down towards the
Oh,
bot side.
Monkey Man going in.
That's disgusting. Invisible Jankos gets
That was
it.
a lot of
Global
damage.
Force low once again. Flash forward from Jankos for the kill. But you just can't see it. Hear no evil, see no evil, do no evil. It seems for Jankos on this Monkey King. Puma pops the cleanse, pops the ultimate, but Caps able to sidestep the first.
Oh no, come on, you have to hit one.
As well. And Caps walks away. Meanwhile, in the top
Oh,
lane,
the last one didn't look like he was trying to hit him.
Not quite there yet. Flashes into the
Oh,
jungle,
Rogue
and
got
execute a
Eved.
clean dive
Let's
in the top
fucking
lane.
go.
So at least there is a response from the side of Order, but even then the resources you had to expand to get through that was quite a lot, with the mid lane as well just being pushed in. You don't really get the other way. But what I really liked from the G2 rotations was the fact that once again, Broken Blade, I'm just gonna hold it.
Oh, Jankos is gone. Lol. Lol.
Might be brought back with the bailout, but Kisse, of course, can just jump all the way back to his original shadow. Great stuff there by Kisse. Caught Jankos moving up towards the Rift Herald.
Especially when you can see
Zed
how
set up
far
those
behind
shadows, so
they are
Jankos
currently,
walked in and just
it's a great response back into
got
it. Members have
bonked.
reset now though. Ooh, Anchor luckily collects on the tower.
power of the dredge line means that Corporal is able to get away.
Eve
from
must be
that
the
and
shittiest pick in competitive.
and,
No.
For the moment,
Eve's
Order
okay.
Very strong. Sorry. Order in a
I've
very
always played
difficult
Eve,
position
like,
to get back into this game.
randomly.
G2 still 6,000 gold ahead. They've taken down the tier 1 in the bottom lane.
I think it's good to have
And
Eve in the
2
back pocket.
in the top
I think
lane
there
now,
are
looking
games where
towards
Eve
mid.
can be really
Yeah,
strong.
the thing is, you're gonna have second Rift Towers
But,
spawning
like,
up in just
you
a
know,
few
she
minutes
has some
as
pretty
well,
big
and when that
weaknesses.
happens, you're just gonna
If
be
you're
taking care
playing
of that
Eve,
mid
you
lane
kind of
turret
need a strong
in
early
one
game
charge.
team to
So
cover up
G2,
the fact
they
that
don't
she
have
can
to
get
invest too many
invaded.
resources trying to take the mid lane turret down
And
now.
that always raises the
G2
question.
know
It's
they
like,
can
well,
just
you know,
focus
if you're
on
gonna
that.
have a
So
strong
what
early
you can
game
just do
team,
is
then
just
like, why the
open
fuck
the map up, play towards the
don't
side
you just
lane,
pick a good
watch
early
your
game jungler
priority,
as
work
well
on
and
side
like just
lanes,
capitalize
start
on
to have
that?
the jungling again. Start creating the skirmishes where you have the first move. It's what we've seen them succeed with so far and will continue to succeed.
And so then what do Order do to react? Because right now you can see...
No, it's about to go
Kevin
1 in
and
7
Corporal are
thoughts.
shadowing each other down towards
I don't
that
know.
bottom side. Kisei's trying to push
I think
forward,
whatever
he's
champ
regarding
the
toward-
losing teams are
Don't
playing
really
is
have a
probably
moment
gonna
to
feed
talk
its
about what Order can
fucking
do in
ass
the
off.
side lane because Broken Blade just gets a 1v1 kill against Kisei there as I thought Kevy was looking to set something up. G2 trying to react now as Kevy and Corporal might be a little bit overextended.
That's even the problem, right? Because yes, you can try and look for a pick down towards the bottom lane as we see here, but even then the problem is that G2 with the man advantage in the mid lane will have the response quite quickly. So yes, you trade it maybe one kill, but then as soon as that kill has come through, the rest of G2 will be on top of you and probably 2 members will die. So even the moves you make here, where you try to get aggressive, is not going to work for you. So once again, what you need is some stabilization, maybe level 11.
How's
on
Kevy up a
as well
level?
when you start
I think that
being able
Broken
to
Blade
trade.
kill got him a lot of
Wait for
XP.
G2 to make a mistake. Start setting up vision control against
Killing
the
someone who's a
opponent
higher
is
level
quite
than you gives
difficult
you
because
so much
need
fucking
wards
experience.
instead
It's
of normal
crazy.
wards, and that gives you some extra breathing room from the side of Order.
It's one of the difficulties when you have a composition that thrives in the side lane and you fall behind in the early game, so you can't win
Be
your
right back, and I
1v1s
grab my
is-
food and eat
Well,
for a
we're not
second.
winning the 1v1s in the side lane, so we kind of just have to catch the waves as they're pushed towards us. We can't really take a team fight because we don't have a team fight in composition and we're behind. The only good sign for Order is that they got that first dragon. G2 haven't been stacking up Drakes, so we're on for a very late soul if G2 go for it. But with the engaged potential from a Wukong and from a Gnar, G2 can just force plays like this.
And there we have it. They got the priority down towards the bot side. They move Broken Blade up towards the mid lane. They take
You feel like the
care of it.
Renata pick's
Order
troll, but
now
it's
trying to
working?
look for some cross map.
I don't know
Within less than
how
1
to
minute,
feel
if they
about
can get this
Renata.
kill, maybe they can
Seems
trade for more
okay.
objectives afterwards.
Caps has a stopwatch, jumps
I
forward.
don't really have a
across
strong
the
opinion
wall,
about her.
Clears out the wave as well, and Kevy just tanks the tower as TP comes in. It is a TP burn for nothing on the side of Order, just a little bit of
Her
that
ult's really
time.
strong.
So they will come out with a summoner spell advantage there.
Yeah, that was what they could get, but now they're going to be late on a setup for the potential Herald. Broken Blade will be on the top side. GT knows most of members of Order are on the top side as well, so they can just have Yankers solo up the Drake. So now, crossmap won't really come through to what we had hoped for. Corporal, no flash, so it's going to be difficult connecting on the hook.
Could go for a short hook into the depth charge. Decides against it. Dragon taken by Yankos. That's their first of the game, and it will be a Mountain Soul for us. With a 7,000 gold lead, G2 still looking very much in control of this game. 2 items now complete as well on Flacker. That Phantom Dancer coming in second.
So at least there is decent vision control from the side of Order on the top side, but with the resets now coming through from G2, they will
It's
just be
slow,
able to
but
beat the members up there. They will
the
just be able to
the
clear it
range
because it'll
and
be very
width is so
difficult for Order to
huge.
fight it.
You can
What
zone
do
off
in
like an
this
entire
scenario is
choke.
that, oh, we know we have some top side priority. We can try and cheese them. We know we have the vision control, but Order is down towards the bot side, so that's not going to happen.
Order might look for something here. The wave coming in. Lightning, it's time to hook onto the tower. They're looking to get him down before the Mega Knight comes in. A good play by Order. As Corporal tanks the tower, Kevy takes the kill.
And this is great because G2 is in a position
Damn.
where they're not really set up. They're on a reset timer instead. So Order, they find the window, but what it's going to cost them then is then, oh, all the members
Feels
on the bot
bad,
side,
man.
Time to set up for that hit Rift Tower. Time to set up for top side instead. But Order, they're getting what they can in this game, right?
That's the
they're getting
thing,
kills.
right?
They're getting turrets. You can't really ask for much more in a situation like this.
When you're behind like this, every time you can get anything, even if you're trading slightly.
It's actually
down,
so
it's
annoying
still
for Broken Blade to
like
have
if
to
you're
play
trading
against
200
that.
down,
Because as a
200
laner, there's
play,
not that much you can
it's
really
fine.
do
You've
about an
still
Eve
got
just
a bunch
showing
of
up and
gold
pounding you.
in your back pockets and
It's
you
kind of
still
on
got
G2 as a
those
whole
items.
to be
You've seen this
pressuring the
across
map
board
enough to
now,
make
half
Eve
the
have to
board
show
is still
herself.
building towards that locket. G2 starting up the
Because if you're
Rift
just
Tower,
kind of like
maybe
chilling,
looking for a reaction here, but with Kisei down towards the bottom side,
Eve
of course,
can,
running the Ignite instead
you
of
know,
the TP and Cap up
kind of
mid,
be wherever
all
she
at the
wants.
side against fighting the second
But, you know,
tower.
if you
I was
siege
gonna
a
say,
turret,
it's
you set up for an
very bold that
objective,
they all of a sudden decided to fight
you
that.
invade her
But what we
camps,
can
then
do
it
is that
forces
once
her to
again,
show,
we
and
know
she
majority
loses
of the
that
members on the
pressure
top
of
side. You can try and move some members down towards the bot side. Siege your
stealthing
skirmish
around.
together. Once again with the Evelyn, if there's no pink vault spotting him, you may be looking for a pick, and it looks
Oh
like
no, I've seen this before.
Death Mark, Broken Blade trying to get away here, wants to build up that Mega Knight, now has a minion wave to do it. The rest
Well,
of
actually,
G2
G2's
on
looking
the
to turn
reaction
this.
and
It's
Order
actually
calling the retreats. Corporal
okay. I think Order fucked up. Oh, and somehow Nautilus gets killed out of all of this. How is that the result?
You just can't do anything about it. Kevy on his lonesome, perhaps looking for broken blade.
So tragic.
Invisible, of course.
I wonder if Eve could have got that charm off earlier.
Broken blade. There's the charm. Doesn't have a flash. Does have a jump. The charm
Huh.
still connected, still there, but now falls off. And Kevy looking for the chase, misses the hate spike, and Caps is on the way. Kevy tried to do what he can, dances away, but Caps can chase him down, and there's no escape for the Order jungler.
Well, that wasn't pretty.
G2 were off reset timers. You know, they're a group that's a unit. They can collapse immediately as soon as they see the members from Order move down towards the bot side. Nothing stopping G2 to do the same. Now with this Rift Herald, they won't use it to open up the first one. They'll use it to open up the second, continue on towards the inhibitor turret, and they'll be getting a lot on this push.
And G2 looking to continue their undefeated streak. It would be 16 games in a row for them if they win this. 12 through the LEC playoffs, and now, of course, 4 here at MSI. Inhibitor down in the mid lane, just over the 20-minute mark. G2 can use that pressure to set up vision towards this top side of the map, and then look towards that Baron.
And that's the thing. We quite often talk about these teams in terms of, oh, are you a Drake stacking team that needs to get this going? Are you a Rift Herald team that will need to get this going? In playoffs, G2 completely shifted their style and were all about the Drake priority. They had the highest soul percentage coming into this series as well, or game rather, but it just speaks to versatility we also see in this team, that they can swap it up. They could be the one that's relying on Rift Herald. They could be the one getting leads around the turrets instead. You don't need Soul to win this game.
Yep.
You're already in a prime position to just skirmishing around the area around the Baron buff, get the vision control, once again play off the priority, and just set up a fight around the Baron where Order is going to be at a deficit.
And that's what you start seeing Jankos doing here, clearing out some vision. Corporal did get a singular ward just by where the Baron is, and that control ward will not spot that, so that ward is good for Order. It does give them awareness of if G2 starts something up, and perhaps they're looking to start something up themselves. Stopwatch coming out from Caps as the curtains open.
Do you think Jace would have been a better pick for the early prio? Yeah, I mean, if they can play it. Jace is hard. I mean, I don't know, like, he hasn't been getting played that much recently.
Can he get the damage down? Nard into the wall, stunned up, CC'd for days. Broken blade kills off the Panther, and G2 now force Order to retreat.
Yeah, and even in those scenarios that looks great from the side of Order, they're not able to pick it up. Caps, you're on a ward. You're low HP.
This is millions of HP.
No! You just have to not die to him!
Perfectly. Caps misses the chains on the reset and will be killed by Puma.
Holy shit, Jin is fed.
Down for him, but
Oh,
G2
wait, they're doing it. They're doing the Eve throw.
down here on
No,
the
Eve.
Baron.
Ah,
Seven
he's...
overhead, make it 8. As they
He's a
secure
coward.
big
No
purple
steal.
worm, and we'll see
Sad.
what they can do with this Red Bull Baron power play.
And even like that, they are playing on the limits of what can be achieved on these champions there as well. Playing with the bailout, playing for the reset. G2, so dominant. Heavy, in a flank position here.
Oh shit,
Members
Secret
can
Agent
collapse
Eve.
if they suddenly get a pick, but
Going for the big play. Nope.
man advantage
He's not
by
gonna do it.
in base. Kise
Probably
still
for the
coming
best.
back
I don't
from
think he
death.
kill anyone there.
So there you have it. Drake will just go over to G2. They can come through with resets, and I can start looking around the next of the map where they can play on 2 lanes. They have a Baron buff.
An issue, of course, for Order is the speed of which Puma can clear out those super minions pushing in the mid lane. Jin does have good wave clear, you know, Dancing Grenade, Ultimate.
Oh yeah.
The captive audience as well can do some work, but it's not always the fastest when you're waiting to reload. So that super minion wave pushing in once again. G2 now on the bottom side of the map. Caps isolated from his team. Kevy and Corporal are looking to perhaps catch him as he catches this wave that's pushing in, but the rest of G2 are looking for an inhibitor tower instead. Kevy reacting, Biopanther, Corporal and Puma. Last chance defense, you have to think. Root comes out, good hook as well. Target's low, flashes away.
I actually think Eve's not that behind compared to, like, the rest of the team. I'd say they're all behind in general. Eve's doing okay though. Nobody else builds crit on Zeri except this dude.
It's not quite an ace as Kise has been able to escape, but Caps doesn't really want him to get away. A triple for Blackhead.
Ooh.
Stopwatch from Caps. Kise, try as he might, he can't stop the unrelenting march.
Welp.
As G2 towards the Nexus Towers. They may delay to see if Caps can win the 1v1. They don't. G2 still undefeated.
Good night, Order.
Yeah, they continue with their streak, and they are still looking like a team just
I wonder how they're
stronger and
feeling.
stronger in terms of their play.
Oh, what do you even say in the locker room after that one? Just nice try, guys.
But in the end, it's not enough. You're going to need so much more to beat out the teams like G2 and EG that we saw in
Did that
Formula
new
as
lube
well.
work out for
G2,
you?
Such a strong team, continuing undefeated.
4-0 so far. 2 games against Order, 2 games against Evil Geniuses. And now group wrapped up for today. And as we move into the second round robin for the Group C, I think there's an interesting idea of like how will Order level up over the next couple of days? Because today they did not look like they
Must
were
be
in a position to
demoralizing.
challenge for that second spot. EG looked like the second place
It
team.
definitely
And
can
then
be.
perhaps how will EG level up and start to challenge G2 for that first place spot?
I think at least EG cracked the code a little
Depending
bit
on
in
how
terms
your
of what
team
they
is,
needed to
though,
do with the
you can also
facilitation
learn a
of their
ton.
laners instead of Inspired being the one being enabled by the laners. And think
I know
on the
every
side of
time
Order,
I've gone
they're so used to
international,
skirmishing around their jungler,
just
but the
practicing
problem
with the
is,
teams, like you
all of a
learn a
sudden-
bunch of shit. Because it's one thing to watch LCK, right? Like you watch Korea, you watch China, you see them play against each other, and you can see what they do. But it's such a different feeling when someone actually does it against you. Like they're reacting to what you're doing. And you can see like how they punish certain things, or maybe they don't punish things, and you can punish what they're doing. One thing I thought was interesting about that game was the path Yankos took to invade the red from Eve. Like he didn't go around the back of red, he just walked up on the Raptor side. To me, it would seem like they have more warning you're coming if you go that way, but it did seem to work out. Maybe he wants to know if Eve did Raptors or not. Yeah. I mean, I think you can do that either way, right? Wait, I went too many levels up. Oh, well. I did not nap today. You can shift S to teleport. I know. Have to wait till the minions spawn anyway.
Minions have spawned.
Show me the path.
Better cover minimap. Oh, lol. Actually pressed the wrong button.
Bring me a real challenge.
Okay, so let's count the amount of time it would take. So say we go into like 150 from river. Like you can check raptors. Like you'd see raptors are down, then you'd go around like this.
You got it.
And you show up here. And then if they're like here or in the bush, you have a good spot on them. That took what, like almost 10 seconds? Or if we go in at 210 here.
My journey's only beginning.
So, yeah, it is faster to go this way. Like, you would find them faster. But that was also with checking raptors. If I just run straight in, I don't know, it's pretty similar time. You do check raptors if you go this way, but...
Wuju style.
Monkey's so broken. I play TFT sometimes. Not all the time. Does it force Eve to top where you have Prio? No, because like if she runs up, she can always get out. For example, if I'm Eve and I'm expecting that invade, I would either have myself or my mid laner ward that side of the jungle, right? Like the entrance to Raptors. So you would see Wukong coming in. And if you expect the invade, you wouldn't do the camps in that order. You would skip Raptors and then come back for them after. Because getting invaded on red is way worse than getting invaded on Raptors or Krugs. Where did Zed put early ward? I'm not sure. When I'm challenger rank 1 TFT, I'll coach you. Who says I want coaching, pussy? Eve definitely did a bad job surviving these invades for sure. It's like understandable mistake, but at the same time, if you're going to be playing these weak early game champs, you gotta kind of know how to play it defensively to not get fucked by invades. Mid gap, I mean it's everything gap. Yeah, Zed's not strong early. That's why it's hard to pull that off, right? If you have Wukong LeBlanc and you're up against, you know, Zed Eve, it's such a good 2v2. Anything you do around mid or in the jungle is going to go well for you. I feel like Nautilus is so bad. I don't think he's that bad. No way to deal with Wukong Nar. I mean, they just picked like a kind of cheesy comp. They were hoping to cheese him. Didn't work. Fell behind. Doomed from there. Pyke does Nautilus' job better. I mean, Pyke's not a frontline. He's not really an engaged champ. Maybe I'll just dick around in Rogue Legacy between games. These breaks are so long. Dude, what is this? Aphex, I can't see shit. We can watch movies between games. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm just watching the game to see if there's anything crazy that happens. But I'm definitely going into these expecting them to be fairly one-sided games. I'll get up there. Oh. Cox. I mean, I don't think G2 needs to pick anything real. They can just play whatever at this point. Do you think once G2 loses once, they'll tilt? No. That'd be some weak dick mental. You tilt from one loss. Is it lost order? No. Most of these teams have pretty good mental. They're not just going to tilt out of existence from one loss. Especially not with the way they're playing, right? Like, they're playing pretty cocky. Normally, if you lose while being cocky, you're like, alright, guys, let's focus up. Rather than being like, oh, we're fucking terrible. We're losing with blind pick pike. Ow. Who wins next game? Well, this was, what, like the closest game so far that we've seen? These two teams? Guess we'll have to find out. Yeah, I played Vampire Survivors on release. Fuck these chests, man.
On the Thresh, he was absolutely phenomenal, but it always seems like they kind of default back to a more different style as well. They seem a lot more disjointed as well. I'd love to see with Hinabi now coming in, they try and replicate what they did in playoffs, which was more a front-to-back team fight kind of style coming through. Hinabi was used to like getting all this in their power, but leading into playoffs, he became more of a tank, and Yuhan became more of a, okay, let me play for bot side instead of top side instead. And if they can replicate some of that success today against Wildcats, or maybe they'll be
Scion
this
versus
is two teams that did not get the start they wanted.
International Wiener Cats.
Taking down Red Cannon yesterday was a big win for them, especially since the start of that game looked a little bit dicey. The middle of that game looked a bit dicey at times as well, but Seven really stepped up in my opinion. His constant ability to hit charms, alongside that, Holy Phoenix just had so much more free time on that backline to rain down the damage. Holy Phoenix is always a guy you talk about when it comes to the TCL. It's been a while since we've seen him on the international stage, but so far he has drawn 380 carry bans in both the first ban phases he's had. So obviously teams putting respect on this guy.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even from the side of Red, they threw 4 bans at him coming in with 1 extra ban in the second ban phase. So yes, this is a guy that is most certainly the hyper carry coming into this team as well. And you know, I've been speaking with Jinsu a lot, our lovely interview lady for this tournament so far. She loves
Alright, we're in draft.
so much passionate stuff to say about
Enough
it.
video
It is
games.
all about the bot lane. And Farfetch, you know, a support that has received some flack as well.
I'll
This
throw
time
up a
around,
prediction.
He's looked more comfortable with Holy Phoenix. It's no longer just the fact that Holy Phoenix is the one carrying these team fights or these laning phase. It's actually like, as a duo, they are looking stronger. And I think we saw some of that in day 2 as well, despite Farfetch having a little shaky game on the Nautilus. But that just seems to be the nature of Nautilus at this tournament.
It definitely does. Nautilus seems very much sink or swim, and there's been more sinking than swimming recently. And coming back to that point about just the Wildcats being really loved in Turkey at the moment, it feels like this full Turkish lineup with no imports. You know, we had Balulu in the past, we had Korean imports in the past in Turkey. Like, the region has rallied behind them.
Playing for butt side? I think butt side's good to play for.
Especially if they can continue their winning ways here.
Butt side's
because
always
then
OP.
they're at 2-1. Red only have 1 win, PSG have no wins. You're looking very much like you're getting through to the Rumble stage. Yeah,
it's definitely looking like it so far. Let's not forget that there's still a second round robin to be played against Red and all the others, so the adaptations will be able to come through. Coming in with an Ari first pick.
So we've got a first pick Ari. She's been banned a lot. Wukong, Graves, Gwen ban. So it just seems like Wukong, Graves so far are like the 2 best junglers people are playing.
It does allow you to go in the other champions like Veigar.
A lot of AD carry bans thrown at Holy Phoenix.
have stronger skirmishing, punish team fight compositions with shorter range, but they seem like they want to answer aggression with aggression, coming in with the LeBlanc. And when we usually see LeBlanc, we want to see a strong 2v2 from the jungle coming out with it.
Yeah, we'll see where Ferret decides to go with the jungle here. Of course, Ari alongside a strong jungler as well does give you that early game 2v2. The charm into some CC can do a lot of work, and we'll see where Zhuhan decides to go when PSG get their second rotation in. For the moment though, LeBlanc alongside something like a Lee Sin would be very strong. Instead, Istanbul Wildcats decide we're going to prioritize making sure Holy Phoenix is on something where he's comfortable.
I can understand this because you go into the second ban phase without having picked an AD carry. You know this Tristana is just going to be taken away after his performance from yesterday. It also allows you to get a counter pick on 3 here on right side if that's what you're looking for. You already got a decent matchup into the mid lane. Now you can get a decent matchup from the support point of view as well, unless from the side of PSG, of course, they decide to go with an AD carry for themselves here, which would prompt the likes of Wildcats so far to hold on for that until this 4th pick instead. So I'm actually expecting AD carry to come through here in response, then we'll probably see a jungler from the side of Wildcats, and then we'll probably head into the second ban phase after that. But let's see what they want to play for. Is it facilitating, or is it something Unified can carry on?
Well, Unified's look towards the Zaya yesterday. Did go the lethality build, which I think we all feel has been pretty nerfed on 12-8.
These are some mobile fucking champs that are picked so far.
If he
Ari,
decides
Lee
to,
Sin, Gnar,
continue
LeBlanc,
along that
Triss.
route, but at the moment, instead, will be a top laner for Hanabi. Gnar, one of his signature picks. Very good at it. Gives you good team fight pressure as well.
What do
which is
the
something we were
Wildcats
talking
take here?
It's interesting though,
Nautilus?
because to me, and at least from what we
Alistair?
saw at the LCO playoff, or not LCO rather, but the PCS, Unified had an
Leona?
incredible damage percentage. I think it was 32% of the team coming
Nautilus.
through. He is the carry in the team fight scenario.
There it is.
So now being in a position where in the second ban phase you can get banned out
Nautilus is
further,
broken.
and specifically into a bot lane like Holy Phoenix and Farfetch is to me a little different from what I would usually see PSG succeed at. But obviously having something Hanabi who's been aggressive in the past, not so much this season, it is still something you can play for instead on the top side. Although you have blind pick now, that does give some
I'm
counter
curious
matchup
what
over
Wildcat's
to
gonna
Stars
play
League
mid
instead.
though.
It definitely does, but because
When you're up
Wildcats
against
decide
Ari
to
Lee
prioritize
Sin,
getting
it's
support in the Nautilus, now
a
PSG
pretty
can
hard
go, we'll get rid of some of
2v2
those
duo
strong points in
to
the
fight
fight,
against.
maybe remove
But
it
you
from
took
mid,
LeBlanc,
make sure
which
that they
usually
don't
means
get
you're
that
trying to play through
aggressive
mid.
top laner 4-star sweep.
LeBlanc
You
is
get rid of
not a
themselves
weak
as
side
well.
champion.
Zaya taken away by Wildcats,
Well, I
they
guess
really
mid's
keep
never your weak
that
side,
AD
but
carry pool because PSG
LeBlanc has to kind of
decided
fight
instead to look to top on that
if she wants any chance of winning lane.
And I honestly wouldn't be surprised to also see a Kaiser ban come through here as well, just due to the fact that we've seen some play from it. If you know they're playing up towards the top side, or if that's what you're theorizing, then Jin ban could work as well. But once again, it just goes back to the fact that because PSG waited, now in the second ban phase, Unified is going to be struggling a little with the champion pool at least.
Things like the Kaiser, as you say, the Jin, the Ezreal still an option. We've seen Vayne as well, although perhaps into that composition you wouldn't want to play Vayne too much. But PSG are focusing down those top laners, getting rid of the Gangplank. Leona, the second banned by Wildcats. They leave the pool in terms of AD carries relatively open. You've got 2 or 3 there that would still be in sort of the higher pick priorities so far at MSI. PSG though now probably looking towards, there's a possibility of a jungle ban here if there's something you're really scared of. You could get rid of an early...
It looks like all the
jungler
bans
like
are just
Zin
trying
or
to
Viego as an option.
keep Holy Phoenix from smurfing his
Do a lot of
lane.
work, and there it goes.
There you have it, Medic. Nice shout out from that point of view. And now it's up to see what Wildcats
Like
will
Callista,
put in.
Lucian, Samira are all part of like very strong kill lane combos.
He's going up against the Gnar. Your jungler knows he's in a position against the Lee Sin. And that is
They seem to respect him as the carry. Ooh, Volibear jungle. I like that. I'm always down for Volibear.
If you want to play down towards the bot side, if you want to play for the mid 2v2 with the jungler, definitely a strong skirmisher in the early game.
Oh, definitely. And for people wondering, like, why did they pick jungle here? Why
I
didn't they
wish
pick
he did
top
cosplay
when they
like
already know
Sneaky.
what top laner they're playing against? The
Oh,
answer is
okay.
a lot of junglers aren't
I don't know what I
that
should
dominant
do
on
with
the
that
early
information.
Pick a jungler to do something like, do we want early ganks? Cool. Something like a Volibear works well. Do we want a
But I
tank?
sure as
Volibear
fuck
also
am not
sits
doing
there.
that.
But top laners can be really shut down by the entire enemy
Aphelios.
composition rather than just a couple of pieces.
And to round out the composition from PSG, I'm thinking like either we go with the Renata route.
It's gotta be Aphelios for Renata, right?
To the Aphelios, or you go for the Alistair to kind of just beef it up
Rakan.
into Nautilus. Picking Rakan
Tom.
into Nautilus
Brad.
would be a bit scary due to the fact that Nautilus
It's Renata.
is incredibly good at shutting him down.
Yep.
And yes, it is just going to be the
I
Renata
knew it.
route.
They can't
The
fool me.
Those were the kind of 2 options you had from PSG. Obviously, they synergize incredibly well. The extra movement speed and attack speed you get on the bailout from Aphelios, you don't always need to die. Just
Wow,
having
there's
him on
like
top of you in
0
teamfights
points on
is
this
incredibly
game.
Scary. And Renata is a great peeler. She loves to kite back as well.
19K
Same does,
versus
Aphelios.
12K?
It's just a good stylistic. But
Is everyone
let's see what the
asleep?
composition gets rounded up with, and there you have it. Because they now know
Maybe
that
everyone else
they
doesn't give a
have
fuck about these games either.
That's going to be their strong carry. Let's just get the long range ultimate to come through from the side
Ooh.
with the engage with the follow-up as well. Goes back to the
Wildcats
Meteos
comp
we're
is
speaking about
looking
there.
a little bit limp
If
in
this
the
is something
damage
like an Ezreal,
department.
perhaps you don't go on there, 'cause Ezreal can always just jump away. Gale
They've
Force
got
still an option for Unified.
Ornn,
We'll see where he
Volibear,
goes in terms of itemization and
Nautilus.
So Goldberg, we have
That
the
is an
oppositions
all
lined
beef
up
comp
here.
right there.
What are we feeling? To me, I'm not really seeing any of that split push shenanigans. I'm seeing two compositions that really want
This is
to
one of
go
those
head to
games
head in a
you
fight.
kind of have to just hardcore play through bottom and hope your Tristana gets super fed and can carry.
On just due to the fact that he's range. Usually Joe comes through in the first 3 levels or on level 3 instead when you get agency to your W, some more mobility, so On doesn't have a good trade back. In the mid lane, it's going to be interesting because
Is
Aram with the
lethality
charm
Volibear
can stop the
trust?
distortion coming through from the LeBlanc.
Nope.
So it's about playing it cleverly around the
I
wave,
refuse
so
to
there's
believe
a
that.
decent minion
That would
count
be
needed,
troll.
That comes down to position, but obviously the fight for push in lane, the fight for the skirmishes, going to be very important.
Every game is about jungle.
But even more
early
so,
on.
I think
Oh,
here,
definitely.
because we last game at least, if we take a look at like Order versus G2, right?
You
know,
were in
those
LS's
equivalents,
chat
it's
for
very
2
much about,
hours.
Oh, let's go ahead
Lol.
and counter jungle it instead. But this game, Lee Sin, Volibear, they want to do the same, and the same with Ari here. Like if you can win the 2v2 in the mid lane,
Does
you get
PSG have
yourself
enough
ahead
damage
there,
to cut through the
shutting
front
2 people
line?
down. You're opening up the map pressure even further to
Probably.
move it down towards the bot side. If you succeed with the 2v2 in the mid lane,
There's always enough
and
damage
then
in
you move
League.
it down to bot lane,
Nobody's
they're gonna be in
tanky.
so many troubles from the side of Unified and Kaiwing. So let's see how the early game plays out because stabilizing or getting ahead is going to be incredibly important.
Very much agree with you there. Big game for both these teams. PSG sitting at 0-2 after their 3rd PCS win in a row. They have struggled here on the international stage to really make a name for themselves.
You're tanky? No, you're not.
Definitely an opposition
not.
that they
Lies.
are eyeing up as a possible win. We talked a little bit about the change in style for PSG coming into playoffs, and I think we see that evident in this game as well.
Timer? Oh, shit.
In the regular season, they were dumpstering folks in lane. They were all over the map, just absolutely dominating through the first 14 minutes. And then in playoffs, they moved much more towards this slower, teamfight-orientated, scaling style. And I think we see that in their composition here.
Honestly, I had such a hard time reading what PSG was about, but specifically because you're mentioning what you are right now. Like, how do you?
I'm
sort of
optimistic
slow
about
down as
the
a team
changes.
compared to what you did in regular season. And I also think
Think
that's why
slower,
they've had so
slower
many
fights
losses
is a
here. I
good
actually
thing.
think they digressed a little bit in terms of what gives wins in a meta like this, and specifically at this MSI meta as well, where it's so much about these early skirmishes, the small team fighting as soon as you hit 6. That's why we see Wukong be so prevalent as well, right? That's why we see the Jarvan.
Yeah,
still come
Edge
through,
is goated.
because getting a laner ahead in the early game is much easier to play up for than playing on the open map like the Twisted Fate that we've seen some teams falter with.
A bit of damage in the bottom lane. Early ward from Unified and Kaiwing. Hook coming in from Farfetch as well. He's got the glacial augment, so no shield for him, no aftershock for him. Cleanse coming in from
Holy
Holy Phoenix.
fuck, that
Unified
Trish
taking
bomb
away
did a lot of
no cleanse,
damage.
but does have the heal now. Summon a spell advantage.
Spicy level
Over
1
to
trade
PSG
here.
bottom lane.
But at least with the range
Looks like
advantages,
they're gonna get the
support will
push
hit from
though for
Kaiwing
PSG,
into
which
the
is really
middle
good
of
for
Nautilus.
them.
You will get the push first. You can only really play when you have the hook. If the bot lane of Wildcats now got level 2 first, could for sure
Oh yeah,
shot
they
the
actually
kill
used
there, but
both their combat
yes,
songs.
Unified is looking low, but he's
Ignite
got the setup, and
and
he still has heal. So from the side of PSG, still in a
Exhaust.
comfortable
So this is
position.
really good for PSG.
Kaiwing actually going
They're gonna
for
have the
spell
push now.
protection here.
Aphelios gets a shit ton of health back from his red gun.
For that little bit of extra tankiness, a little bit of extra sustain
They should
in
be
the
feeling
lane,
pretty
but
good.
When you know you're playing into a melee matchup like this, you just have so much more time to auto attack, harass, to harass with your E, and it becomes very difficult for Farfetch and Holy Phoenix to step up.
Okay, so junglers right now, both of them are pathing down towards the bot side. Wolves have been skipped so far from Ferret. He's going to be taking the blue buff, and he's got 2 decisions. Either you can move down towards the bot side. you can
Volibear's
try
doing
and
the
get there,
fast
so you
level
can get
3
them.
route.
I don't think that's what he's going to be doing because they're
Red
crashing the
Raptors,
range right now
Gromp.
from PSG, which means a slow push will come back. So I think he's going to try and path up towards top side.
And Lee Sin's doing the. So
So
both junglers are doing the 4 camp into gank route, which I like. I'm a fan of personally.
Thinking he's on the bot side, then die on top side instead.
For the moment, though,
I think it's a
Kaiwing
solid route.
decides against doing, as you say, his wolves
Jiger
as
gank
well,
shows
so
up at a good
Farfetch
time.
also means his gank time is a little bit earlier than Shuhan's.
Oh, good Renata.
Shake back from Kaiwing, flash forward, Kaiwing locked up, has to try and flash away, but can't
Wait.
escape. The chase is on, Ferret there. Kaiwing bursts to fall, Farfetch takes the kill. Shuhan.
When did Kaiwing flash?
And there you have it. I just stand corrected immediately. I thought for sure as a bot lane you would know you would need to have the slow push because Volibear is coming through. But they disrespect the fact that Ferris has skipped the Wolves camp, skipped the Crocs camp.
Did he
Because
flash
he's there
before
earlier,
the hook?
And he's shutting down a bot lane who's already used some summoner spells.
And Kaiwing not respecting the flash on the hook initially as well. Obviously not the easiest of reactions to do. But
Ooh, I like this invade on Raptors by Volibear.
In time, Shuhan now will be losing his.
This is good shit. He doesn't have smite though, so it might not actually be good
Shadowing here
shit.
is smart
He'll
from
probably
his
peel off when
local
he sees
Wildcats.
Lee, but he
Making
could know
sure
Lee doesn't have smite too if he checks the
Johan was
items.
ready for the fight. They will have a man advantage, as you say, don't do it.
Oh, he gets it.
They will be
Nice.
stolen by Ferret.
And that's what they gain, you know.
That's
he
good.
helps out
Now
the
let's
bot
see,
lane,
what
the
does he
bot
do
lane
here? Does he
helps him out a
cross
little
through
bit,
mid?
trying to get some counter jungling come
Try to
through.
get the top grab?
And then that extra pressure has now led
I think
to
he
Zerg
should.
just shadow a little
Honestly,
bit
he's
while
got
pushing
Nautilus
into the
here.
wave. There's not much that PSG can get on the other
No,
end.
he's just
Yes,
gonna take his
trying to
wolves
win
though.
some jungle, but the Raptors have not
That's
reached
kind of
the
weird. Like, it doesn't matter that much
settle for Skullcrack.
to give Lee Sin one crab like that.
The right thing, as you say, shadowing his mid laner, making sure that wave pushes in. Can use
But
the
Lee Sin
damage.
also didn't have anything to
It does
do
steal a
besides
small
take
amount
that
of
crab.
XP away from
Do you
the
know how
front.
many mid laners cry
Alright, so
about
Volbear's
that?
just gonna do his wolves, and then
It's
he's
just
looking
like,
bottom
this is
again.
hell.
We've been there so many times.
This could be
Bottom will
spicy.
spotted here, as will Seven. Unified and Kaiwing, no summoners between them, but they do have Gravitum. And even though they're only level 2 with this wave pushing in, we'll see.
Looking for the
Wildcats will go for
dive.
full
I think they can
Double
get it.
TPs
They have the
PSG.
timing.
Bay in a position to
Just have
TP,
Nautilus go
level 3 now
first.
hit, there's
Oh,
the first TP.
they're gonna
Gravitum
bait the
blocked on
TP and
Holy
back
Bay,
out.
back, double stun coming in, Bay looking for the chase flash.
I feel like they should still just dive.
Once again with the distortion, Ferret trying to get away, no flash. Remember on that volley bet from the initial play.
Even with the RETP, it would have been pretty YOLO, but I think with their champs, they just insta-fuck someone in the ass so hard. Oh. Wildcats need to run. Nautilus is dead for sure. Double kill for Lee. Very sad if you're Volibear. But I think because PSG has no flashes, you can just immediately one-shot somebody in a dive and still get out. Maybe, I mean, I guess for not a W makes it a little awkward. Like they'll stay around after they're dead, and if you get cross-killed, they'll come back. I think they could have, but I could understand why you wouldn't.
Knock-on effect, the dominoes that happen after you make a play like that, you lose tempo on the map, and this is what we mean when we talk about tempo.
Yeah, 100%. But initially, I actually really liked the rotation from Wildcats.
Yep.
I thought it was clever getting the TP out. I think it's the re-engage where you overcommit a little bit that it goes wrong. If you don't make that, well, you're still going to be head. You wasted TP, and they wasted a lot of time trying to go down and defending the bot side, as you can already see. With the jungle having to go down the
Wait,
bot side, it doesn't matter
that
what
Nautilus
you do,
hook was
the
so
routing
fucking
currently
troll.
From the side of Ferret is, rather on the opposite side of the jungle, of course.
I mean,
what the
dude,
PSG
like,
is that
look
he's on
at
the
their
top side,
champs,
respawn
though.
on the top side. So having to go down on
It's
the top
hard
side,
to have
waste a couple of,
more
like,
bursty
20
champs, right? Like,
seconds. So going
Volibear
on
does
here, not
insane
engaging,
damage
that
on
would
his
be
combo,
great
and
to
it's
stop
guaranteed
in terms of
stun.
efficient pathing.
Nautilus as well, like,
Well, this is what happens.
got a bunch of CC. Tristana just, dude, they could start the dive just putting a Tristana bomb on the tower and charging it up, and then just let it explode as you start your dive.
Maybe just to stop Hanabi from backing the wave, not in the best of shapes for him. Ferret is up here, only level 4 currently on the Volibear, a little bit delayed, of course, in his jungle clear. And Hanabi with the wave in a compromising position for him, just wants to be close enough to get the XP, maybe step forward, get a minion here or there.
Would have actually loved to see Ferret get aggressive, try and counter jungle on the blue side. You can already see on the minimap some great vision coming through from Wildcats. But since they didn't have the intel on where Juhan was on the map, could have just walked into him, and so they decided not to opt into it. And now they're on the bot side where Juhan's the one with all the vision. So knowing these members will come in, he doesn't have a ward.
Yeah, so he
There
had a
he goes,
control
ping
ward in
wards.
his inventory. I think he was trying to wait to see if he could let the warding totem come back up in
Exactly.
time to jump across, but invests 75 gold to make sure he doesn't give the enemy team 300, and that is a worthwhile trade in my opinion.
Yeah, and so far you can just see it, right? They're playing on different sides of the map. You take a look at the bot side of the map, that's where PSG
Yeah,
has their
Volibear's
air
path
position.
it's
Over the
really
top
weird
side of the
now.
map, well, that's where Wildcats has all their vision so far. So it's going to be interesting to see now with Ferret. Can clear up the red buff, can try and look towards the top side, skirmish a little bit. Hanabi, he's
That's
gonna
why
have to
I think if I was pathing this
make
game,
sure that he's not put in a
granted,
position where he's able to
I guess
get
if you're
people
playing
up
for
on
that
it,
bottom
push them
dive,
down,
it's a little
and Seven
different.
finally gets that pressure in the
But like
middle.
that time earlier where Volibear didn't take the crab from Lee Sin, because if Volibear took that crab, he could have then just kept clearing, done like his Krugs, his Raptors would have been respawned by then. Then, you know, he could get his wolves and then Gromp would respawn. So he'd actually be like way ahead in XP if he did do that. But instead he went for the
a lick of gold
Wolves
between
into
them,
bot
you know,
die
100,
play.
200 here or there, and
And maybe
although
the
G2
team's
really
identity
getting
is literally
towards
just
that
like
bottom
winning
side, it's
through
the
Holy
Wildcats
Phoenix
very
alone,
much
so they
in a
just
strong position themselves.
commit
I like
everything
what
into
PSG is
getting
doing
him
here,
ahead.
because when you hit the 8-minute mark, supports will usually
Holy
go up
Phoenix is
towards the
alone.
Herald, but they've outlined from this, and because of this,
But I think
they
you
keep
can just
the
wait a
pressure
little
up
bit
the
on the
top
play
side,
and
forcing
still
the
play for
hands
bot.
of Wildcats,
Just
saying, well, you can't use all the
taking
members
the
on
big
top
ass
side
jungle
trying to get
advantage while you
Herald,
can.
but now that they then spot the jungler Yuhan on the bot side, they can just start it up with Ferret instead.
Meteos with good guns there as well, unified with the crescendum, that white gun. The closer you stand to a tower, the quicker you auto attack. So you can just stand right next to it, auto. It becomes very easy for you to take towers down. Yuhan looking for something here.
Oh,
Great pullback.
they're going for the
He's gonna try and
dive.
survive under the tower, but there's 4 people here, and Yuhan gets
Oh,
his
no.
third of
Oh.
the game. Jumps away, dies.
They get him.
Dies to
Okay.
the final tower shot.
Solid kill.
And the Ignite to give
That's
him
really good for him.
a
Oh no,
27.
LeBlanc. Nobody saw it.
That's not how you get over a wall, my friend. And just couldn't quite jump across, but still good play there by Istanbul Wildcats to answer with a kill of their own.
But crucially, it's Farfetch that gets the shot down. So now knowing that Johan can get aggressive where he no longer has a shot down upon him, where it's the support that has collected up on him, you really don't mind that 1-for-1 there. You still get the plating, you still... I mean, you lose to Riftel and you lose to Drakes. You know what? I take back my statement. From the side of Wildcats, they're super happy about this.
Because 2 plates already down when this fight begins, Gorborg, and you can see what they're trying to do, but the damage from Holy Phoenix, that's actually absurd. Perhaps not expecting him to stay around and fight.
And then,
Wow.
yeah, it's just a blast coming through.
Lead dying there is actually so good for them. Nautilus got the kill, but
And that's just going to allow, from the side of Wildcats, to get
Still
a little bit
good
aggressive.
result.
Ferret can give the blue buff over to his mid lane and can start shadowing towards the bot side. Get this gold injection into
what kind of
Holy Phoenix,
mistakes
get
should
that
be
win
unacceptable
condition
for a
rolling,
player who gets
as we
paid to
see
play
for
this
all
game?
from Wildcats.
You can see Holy Phoenix 500 gold ahead towards that bottom side of the map. The only big discrepancy
I don't
is
know.
Johan being
It's a weird question.
about a K up himself. Ferret's actually gone for the Futures mark.
I'd probably say, like,
just trying to get those spikes a little bit quicker. Currently, Balmy Cinder and the plate.
The only thing I would see as unacceptable is
We'll see
someone
how
who's
they use
like
this Rift Herald, 'cause that's really the next
unwilling
big
to be a
thing for
team
Wildcats
player,
and for PSG to try and respond is if you can get this
or
Herald down,
to put
where
effort
you
into the
invest
game.
gold, probably towards Holy Phoenix, as you said, and whether or not PSG
But
are
as
able
far
to
as like
react and stop
in-game
you from taking 3 or 4
misplays,
plays.
I don't
So
know.
they're slowing down the tempo a little
Shit
bit. They're
can
making
just
Ferret
happen.
clear his topside camp.
You
So
see
this
good
allows
players
him instead to
make
just clear
awful
the
plays all the
camps,
time.
Move into Seren's bot lane, force away bait, and then move it into the bot lane afterwards to try and just come as 4 units, make the Rift Hell play, and then set it up for
Missing
Holy
CS
Phoenix,
straight
who's
to
just
jail,
gonna
yeah.
reset.
If you miss a
Question
cannon,
is
I
then
think you
how are
should
you gonna react on PSG? I think they're
get
really
like
gonna
one
play a
finger
little
cut
bit
off
by
each
driving
time.
Johan down towards the bot side again.
Zuhan already with that gold drink is complete. Hanabi's going for the hull breaker here on the Gnar. Of course, has been hit with the nerf bat a couple of times, but still works relatively well if you want to be in a side lane. Star screen with the swag ignite.
Hull breaker
Walks
Gnar.
away, just rotating
Looks
through the
so fun to
concealed
play
spell
against.
book there, wants to get that TP back up.
Uh-oh,
Ferret
Ferret's
a
getting
little bit
jumped
caught
on.
out, but with the
Should
chains
be
on,
okay
he
though.
can
Okay,
set-
ult's
we'll
out.
see Ferret ulting away. Seren's going to land the chains, but can't stay around.
Would rather not have to use your ult that way.
And that's just done on a wave
Huh.
a little too early there. You wait for Seren to get that mid lane priority, you then move it down, then you'll be put in a good position. But there we have it, the rotation we just talked about.
Okay, so they're gonna
2
Herald
members in the mid
bottom.
lane get the
This is
priority
good.
down towards the bot side,
What are
commit
they
to the Rift
standing
Herald.
around
Once again,
for?
it is being read by
Guess they just wanna
PSG.
guarantee
Johan
the
is
turret
down here,
dies.
but this bot lane, so it should be
Farfetch, you're way in there, bro.
Johan looking for the kill here. Farfetch though with a good depth charge. Damage coming in from the side. The gravity.
There's no, you have no business going for that pink ward during that play. That was real troll.
Wildcats fast enough to pounce away from that one. Bay goes in with another spear rush. Doesn't have any more charges, but Istanbul Wildcats have felt the bad side of their greed before, and this time, well, they're going to go back in. Charm going in. Seren, of course, can jump back to the Dragon Pit.
But good play initially from the side of Wildcats. The problem
Yeah,
is that Farfetch
so
seems to
the
be on a
awkward part
different
about playing
page
Volibear
than
with
the rest of his
LeBlanc
teams. Goes
specifically
aggressive, they still
is
get the turret, but dying
the
down is really
enemy
not
mid laner's
necessary.
responsive
Although
just getting
still
early
get the
merc
map
treads like
priority
this is
afterwards. You
super
can outmove
fucking
Holy
good.
Phoenix around the map. You can move him up towards the
Because
top side if that's what
merc
you want
treads,
to.
even though Volley's
It
not
does
like
allow you to still
mostly
have
magic
the
damage or anything, it is still really good against him because it makes his stun super short, which can make it like he's not going to confirm his E necessarily. You can just get away from him.
PSG trying to react in a 3v4 initially. Farfetch not timing the buffer
Oh.
there on his Q means that he's pulled back.
So troll by Farfetch. He even walked up into the Ahri who was coming down.
The play was when you have Rift held on, the bot lane turret is already low. It's not where you stop the turret from falling. But them getting a kill, you know, at least it's something.
Yeah, definitely is. Kills are something.
What's the hardcore gamer haircut?
I was gonna go with my next point now. I agree with you. Kills are great. Currently, though, still even between these two teams. Bot lane tower falling does, as you say, unleash Holy Phoenix on the map a little bit. He's got the Kraken Slayer complete, but more plates for PSG down towards this bottom side because Holy Phoenix being moved up towards the top side. Starscreen a little bit late coming down here means that some more gold will be pushed into Bay in that mid lane position. Overall, 1,000 gold lead for Holy Phoenix, but 700 towards Zuhan and Hanabi. Actually sitting about 900 gold ahead as well on this Na'Vi.
Yeah, but you mean, you take a look at the Tristana, right? 0-1-3, and he's got 5,600 gold, the most on the map. And it just goes back to what we talk about with Wildcats playstyle. They feed him everything they can. Plating, minions,
Like you need a helmet for World War III.
It's on the menu, and that has been the win condition.
Here's
for
actually
Wildcats.
sticking up
It's
in the
this
back.
star AD carry that you just play around. You see it as well in the
What if I do need a
composition.
helmet?
You have the frontliners, you have the front to
I'll
back.
be prepared.
And Holy Phoenix,
Can you say the
he's gonna
same?
be the guy to watch once you finally get these 3 items to come through. He's the highlight player that PSG needs to shut down.
You can see how far ahead he is, just generally 700 gold ahead of the nearest chasing opponent. Ferret here gaining control of the top side jungle as well because he knows he's got the man advantage. Holy Phoenix and Farfetch up here. Tower plates have fallen, but still turret gold very available for Holy Phoenix as he should be able to take down this tower.
And furthermore, if you take down the top lane turret, you can get deeper vision in the enemy jungle on the top side. One snap that's spawning in just a little under 1 minute. Oh wait, second Rift Herald as well. So
that's 2 turrets in Tristana's pocket.
And the more secure it will be to take that Herald. But crucially,
For better or
there's
for
another
worse,
objective spawning at the same
Wildcats
time. It will
are
be the
playing to their
Inferno
win
Trap,
condition of
albeit
Tristana.
Wildcats don't really seem to priority that.
Pretty fucking hardcore. I just think the LeBlanc pick is really weird if you're going to play it like this. But he's not really losing lane. He has been roaming around for the plays.
Let's have a look at Kaiwing's itemization as this dragon is taken by Zuhan. He has gone towards the Bandle Glass. And in the last game,
Just when I think LeBlanc, I think, you know, playing it with fucking like Lee Sin, Jarvan, Rek'Sai, something to just hard camp their mid laner. Just blow Ahri's ult on cooldown type of lane.
Hit me with your thoughts on why you would change the itemization. And
I'll give you a second to answer that one. And let's see if they actually want to go for the on here.
Why would you change your itemization away from the standard locket build?
Okay, so I think at least when you have an Aphelios to play for, if you decide to go Shirelia, that has kind of been the key so far. Once you have either the Jinx or the Aphelios, even when you saw Thresh players go for Shirelias, you know it's for that extra movement speed.
It's like they use LeBlanc because safe blind mid for some reason. Well, it wasn't blind. PSG first picked Ahri. But it could be picked as a safe pick, you know, like playing into Ahri, Lee Sin, like if you play anything immobile, you're probably going to have a horrible time. You could pick LeBlanc for her defensiveness, like the clone in the W is pretty good defensively. But I don't know.
So we may see a little skirmish or at least some posturing from both teams around this mid lane turret.
Just would like to see him make more plays with the jungler.
Shirelia's point, I agree with you. I think it gives you a bit more safety for your Aphelios. Unified also gone for the Gale Force here to try and get himself out of some possible engages later on.
Another thing is when you see 2 tanks and you know the team fights are going to be extended, you can't go for a Moonstone. But
Ooh, the
let's
second
see how
Herald
this one
goes
pans out.
down.
The Rift Herald has been deployed, and mid lane turret falls.
Tower goes down. Zuhan
Oh, is Ferret going to get one shot? Ult's on top of himself. Does go down. It's looking like a retreat angle.
Another charm connects. 7 dives away, but Starscreen and Farfetch have no such luxury.
Oof.
PSG lose their
Not a
tower
good fight for Wildcats there.
Absolute monstrous hostile takeover.
It was actually a good play by Ahri. Ahri sort of started that all off by getting the charm on Volibear that ended up getting him caught.
And they get a few kills, which enables them to finally get a gold lead in this game.
1,000 gold ahead now for the PCS.
Would Braum be better here over Nautilus?
Here at MSI. Last year they were all the way to the
Maybe.
semifinals, took games off
But they
RNG
blind
in
picked
the
their
Rumble
support.
stage and 3-1 in that semifinals.
I don't think Tristana
So
Braum
far they've
is
struggled in 2022.
a particularly good
I would
lane.
say staying around after this one is a little bit too far-fetched here, so initially good engage coming through. It's flash though, the hook coming
Ooh,
through.
yeah,
And
Volley
if
getting
you
caught here.
against Nautilus, when you get hostile takeover, this extra attack speed, your auto attack roots
He
your teammates,
could
they can't
have
do anything. Even Holy Phoenix
maybe
was forced to
flashed
use the
out or
fence, so
ulted
he's not
out.
just killing his teammates. When the re-engage finally comes through from
He
the side of
definitely
Starscreen,
ulted
they've used everything in the tank.
on
They
top
don't
of
have
himself like
anything
he wanted to
for,
fight.
So it just ends up being your front laners not being able to get out, and they will get cleaned off.
As part of the power of that hostile takeover, we talked about it a little bit with the Tryndamere, but also with things like the Ornn, with the LeBlanc, with the Volibear who are running into you. If you are in a choke point like that, it's very easy to lock you up.
They just really need to play around Tristana.
Still very much in this game, 2,000 or 1,600
I think these
gold
mid-game
behind
fights are going to be
PSG
hard
now.
for Wildcats, because while they do have a shit ton of CC,
More, a little bit more
they actually
pressure.
have that issue of having like too much CC,
Phantom Dancer already complete. If he is given
to the
any
point where
time
Merc Treads are
in
just
a
so
fight,
fucking good.
just
Like,
to
this
auto-attack,
Lee
he's
Sin
gonna
is
do so
not
much
threatened at
work.
all in team fights.
Seven, though.
It's so hard to actually kill him.
Almost dodged away, but not in
He can
time.
just play
PSG
in your ass,
control of a single bush, and with it,
and you can't punish him at all.
The reaction was there for Saren, but the charm still stopped the distortion, and thus he was just falling down. And now with members from PSG who's pushed in the mid lane, they can move up towards the top side. Just to
Who's
show
best
they'll
into Ari?
allow
Probably Veigar,
they
right?
need to push in on the turret.
I don't
Not
actually
really
know.
use anything, but they'll need to be quick about it. They'll need to some members back because on the next wave that's now coming in the mid lane, that's where
I need to
Wildcats
talk
look
to some
try and
pro
get
mid laners,
pressure
see what
on
they
the
think about
turret, but
matchups.
with Hanabi already shifted in there,
Veigar
they
sounds
won't
good
get what they
on paper,
wanted.
though.
Hanabi obviously very happy to be left alone. Hullbreaker on him, but the rest of PSG want to look for a little bit more action as they chase down Holy Phoenix. He jumps
The classic
away.
get a
The
hold breaker
jump
and
TP is coming in
insta-group
as well,
tech.
as PSG might look for more of a fight. Counter TP used
Uh-oh.
here by Starscreen. Has the call of the Forge God. Bay off towards the side. Starscreen now a little bit isolated as Fair tries to join his teammate Bay going in with a charge.
Oh no, he ults into the wall! Ferret, no! Oh, they do get. Oh, but it goes to Nautilus again, dude. It's actually so tragic that Nautilus is getting so many of these kills. This happened the game before, too. Nautilus. Ugh, that's such a fast shutdown, man. The difference between Triss getting these kills and Nautilus getting these kills would be fucking insanely huge.
Importantly for PSG, they don't
Maybe you just need to take fucking exhaust on Nautilus so you don't KS with your ignite.
because otherwise Istanbul Wildcats could just run it down. No ultimates on the side of the Wildcats. No Call of the Forge God. No Stormbringer. No easy ability.
Both teams are committing pretty heavily to this dragon.
And all they're doing is
It's not that important. It's like the second dragon for both teams.
To be back with this team.
Don't expect to see a decisive fight here.
If he starts stacking up the chakrams, having a team fight around this area will be incredibly difficult from Wildcats. They still don't have their ultimates. except for
Wildcats
the-
are starting it. Nabi has a really good spot. This looks super bad for Wildcats. I think they should get the fuck out.
To the wall. PSG, can you answer? Long range moonlight vigil.
Just run. Just run. It's cursed. Super cursed. Alright. It's fucked. Alright. That wasn't it, Chief.
PSG will hunt you down. A double for Shuhan, a dragon for PSG. Starscreen the last man standing, but not for much longer. PSG with the ace.
They knew he was there. He just didn't care. He had the mega stacked, and as soon as he jumped in there, the cooldown is so low.
That was-
the now ultimate. He
I don't
already
know.
again, he set up the fight beautifully.
I don't know why
Still
Wildcats
still
started
have
this.
the
I don't know
moonlight
why they
vigil.
care so much
And
about
once
this
again, from the side
dragon.
of Wildcats, they didn't have
I think as
ultimates.
soon as you see Gnar in there too, like you gotta get the fuck out. Like it looks so bad. They got straight Gnar showed, hit 4 people, stunned 2 of them.
And it's just clean up from his side of PSG.
Great stuff from Hanabi as well to have the Mega Gnar bar ready and
Their
in that
team
moment. Jumped over.
composition is just not good at these mid-game fights. They actually need Triss to be so fucking ahead to win fights. Like Triss needs to just be able to kill everyone.
When you're in that bush, the dragon will attack you immediately.
Which
Wildcats are like, there's someone in there
it's
that's
not
gonna
that good of a
jump
win
all in.
con.
But they weren't waiting, weren't ready for Hanabi waiting in the darkness. Look at that spike.
And just like that, a mountain has been built.
But
Almost feels like
I think they
Mount
just felt too
Everest.
pressured. Like
Wildcats
it's
will
totally
have
okay to let that
come
dragon
back
go.
into this game.
Like sure, set up for the dragon. Maybe you can get it.
Holy Phoenix,
But
but still not on
if your
390s,
opponent's gonna
so
full on
fight.
contest you like
Looking on
that,
par with them in terms of
and the fight
itemization,
doesn't look
sitting
good
very
from the
comfortably
get-go, like you just gotta be
on
ready
that
to
kill
peace
force
out.
LDR. Obviously very good against the front line that we currently see from
Because then it's like a
It's one of those
small,
unfortunate situations where Holy
loss
Phoenix
rather
have 3
than,
kills that are currently sitting on Farfetch. They
you know,
get a much
losing
stronger
a full-on
position,
team
maybe
fight,
even
losing
be up
dragon, losing
towards that
Baron.
IE
'Cause
right
this is
now,
like,
because he
it's
can't
kind of
just
GG
unleash
when that
with those auto
happens.
attacks. He's now currently in the bottom lane with
So they have
Farfetch.
absolutely no wave clear.
2 ranged minions left in this
PSG's choosing one wave, running them down.
Down towards the bottom side, Farfetch caught out. He's dead. As Hanabi nars him into the
Why did I just see Nautilus flash
Farfetch were pushing out. Farfetch tried to back in that little
at
bush,
Gnar
and then Hanabi
while
was
he's
like,
completely caught?
"No backing on my watch."
But 5 versus 4, and it looks like PSG, they want to continue.
Good
22
God.
minutes into the game, they're looking for an end.
Everfrost roots up Holy Finish. He jumps back, heals up. Call of Portugal coming in again. Wants a charm onto Ferret. Hostile takeover binds them all. Berserk. Holy
Well,
Phoenix
this shit's
kills
over.
off his own teammates as Kai
Huh.
claims the kill credit, and Holy Phoenix can only stand and
Well, it looks like PSG's strategy against Wildcats was effective.
beside him. Holy Phoenix trying to do what he can. Stun round up once again. Back to the fountain. But
Just
back to the drawing board
ban
for the
everything Holy
Wildcats.
Phoenix can dominate lane
PSG
on.
with their first win of MSI
Put him on
2020.
Tristana.
And it's so dominant this time around as well. Every member on PSG was shining. Very difficult.
Farfetch wasn't the issue. He had 3 of the kills. So true, man. So true.
Absolute performance in those team fights. Kaiwing as
How
well,
could it be his
with the
fault if he had
ultimates from Renata multiple
75%
times,
of his
finding
team's
the
kills?
best angle from the hostile takeover and the shifting, rotation, the reading of play, yes. Wildcats were dictating the pace in the early game, but every time they were moving to one part
They
of the map
actually
as
would
the
have been
first
in
one,
such a
the
better
response
spot
was
if he
there
didn't have any
immediately for
kills.
PSG, trying
If
to
Holy
pick up a
Phoenix
few
had those
every
kills,
time an objective was taken by Wildcats.
And the thing for
maybe there
Wildcats
was
is
chance.
just a few times you're a bit too greedy. You know, a few times Farfetch was a little bit overstepped. A few times you look for a kill instead of just the plates, and because of that, PSG were able to get themselves on the board and fight back. And now this group is really up in the air. RNG obviously far and away the best team. They're going to get first unless something miraculous happens. But then you have 3 teams at 1 and 2. Red, Wildcats, and PSG all sit on a tied scoreline right now.
Yeah, this
think
is
the
for
giant
sure the one
defeat
where the
banner is
competition
necessary.
looking incredibly close between these 3
Yeah,
teams, and I
you
feel
need to make them feel like
this
shit
group
for
right
losing.
here from the smaller regions coming through is going to be one of the more
BRB. Bong rip, they said. Yeah, I don't think that's what I was doing. Do you guys hear anything when I'm not talking? My OBS makes it look like there's desktop audio, but I don't hear anything. Air conditioning? Wait, you hear my hentai? I know it's not coming from my mic, it's coming from my PC. You heard a lighter? I don't think I own a lighter. These viewing times are actually so rough for North America. Ow. It's not that bad for Europe, is it? It's like probably morning. Yeah, it's Maple Story. This class is it's called Ronin. Fuck. How do I climb that? Oh, fucking... Every chest in this place is a goddamn trap. The zone is hard. It's like one-shotting my ass. Points? I'll give you some points. IW1, right? Got it? No, I haven't played Witcher 3. there a difference between these? Have I ever gambled money? No, not really. I mean, not on a, poker or a match or anything like that. Not a big gambling fan. Unless it's gacha games. Only Dogecoin? Oh, dude, Dogecoin is so down bad right now. It's legit almost as low as when I bought it. It was like 7 cents per something. Just really cringe. Can't Elon Musk, like, inflate the price again like he did before? I think I'm gonna hold, though. Surely it will go back up. Copium. You mined 10k Dogecoins when they came out? So you made like $700? It's not bad. Shit, I'm trolling. What's this game? It's called Rogue Legacy 2. It's fun. It's a roguelite. Just doing it to pass the time. I don't know what to do between the games. Beat off, play some TFT, meth, Aram. I don't think Aram is fast enough. Unless I queued as a pre-made and we just like FF'd when the game started. Push-ups. Yeah, dude, that sounds good. Super fun.
Trying to showcase the fastest game time possible for the least amount of strategy, etc., etc. And I think that they have had many opportunities to actually play cleaner games than they've shown so far this tournament. Against Red Cannons, as was mentioned by Meteos on the
Start a
desk
call-in
earlier,
talk show.
the
Yeah, that
early
sounds
parts of
good.
the game, you do need to respect this team because if they get
Hotline
ahead,
League
they are a strong early game team. RNG often likes
2.0.
to cruise through the early mid, win those team fights later on. You find yourself behind, and RNG, so that's the one anything could happen.
Anything can happen, and I think that you got to take these guys extremely seriously. One of the things I love about the Red Cannons is that they're very emotional, either positively or negatively, right? When they lose, when they get knocked out of MSI, they're crying, they show their emotions on their sleeve, and that's great. It actually allows us to really bond with these guys and say, hey, we can feel what you're feeling. It really sucks to be there, but also when they win, it's like, oh man, we want to be there with you. We feel so great for you guys. And how great would it be for them after their big win yesterday to potentially come up here and get an upset over RNG? You can see they're already feeling pretty good, you know, laughs all around, but they do need to bring it to the Rift. That is the most important thing.
For RNG on the other side of things, you know, this is the easier part of the tournament for them, right? And that's why you could see it in their play. They're just trying to get it over with, it feels like oftentimes. And at the same time, they're trying to prove something in this event because for RNG, they were not necessarily the favorites.
Those things are so undodgeable.
It was a hard road for them through their playoff bracket.
No counterplay.
It was an LPL playoffs, to be totally frank, where anything could have happened. It was a very competitive playoffs. Now they have the opportunity to actually get back-to-back MSI titles because they were able to take it last year, shake off what happened at the end of Worlds, and kind of go, we are the dominant Chinese team here again. And it starts, of course, in the group stage. And
Draft started.
Red Cannons, their third opponent here.
Oh shit, RNG versus Red.
Jumping straight into the draft, and definitely very curious to see what RNG are going to play today. You know, you were talking a little bit about hiding some strategies and maybe not showing everything. You know, just go for some standard comps.
All
Will
right.
we see that again here today? You're going to see the Camille band straight away. Obviously, at the end of yesterday, there was some talk about a lot of the Camille Galio. Seems like Red Cannons
New bet is up.
play into that.
Should be a really
Interesting,
close bet.
That Ox brought up yesterday is Wei's Volley Bear and how they wanted to try to snowball that game. Banned away here, right away.
It's very
Cannons
fitting they
trying to
put
make
red
sure
side
that
on
RNG don't
red.
play that early game style they've shown us in this tournament because, as was mentioned on the desk, not really their favorite way to play in the LPL. But when you're trying to speedrun a group, you're trying to in these games as soon as possible. You feel like I am the strongest team in this group without a doubt. That's the style of play you're going to go for. Red Cats could try to eliminate that play, their early game style instead. And yes, Wei, historically not the best volleyball player, but in a tournament like this, it's a great way to just kind of end games quickly. So let's see how the tempo-based play here for Red Cannons comes out as we jump into their
Volibear
final
ban.
game. Camille
That's weird.
also taken off the board. Another weak
LeBlanc,
snowball lane.
Ari,
Gonzalez,
Ezreal.
also off the board.
So
here.
Monkey Man is up.
So we have our friendly Red Cannons
Luciano first
fan there
pick.
in the audience as the Ari ban was pretty interesting to me. To ban that
No
way on
Monkey
Blue
Man
side, you have seen
jungler.
so much
Is that
value in
Tabe,
just
their
picking that
coach?
up early, but,
Pretty sure that
so,
is.
we don't want to go for that early on here.
Damn, he's been in the scene
They
for a
will avoid
long
that for now.
time.
So they do go ahead and pick up the Lucian. Of course, when you have Xiao on your team, and Gala, of course, can play it, and probably Bin can as well. Like, it's just a great pick, especially it makes me think of Xiao who's Lucian straight away.
It's in this tournament in particular, it has been a bot
All right, so
lane,
Monkey
2v2
Man grabbed up
tempo-based pick to
for
try to control
Red.
the
Wow,
bottom side.
Draven.
But for RNG, you always do
Draven
kind of
into
think
the
of
Lucian.
Xiao
That's an
as
alpha
mid
pick right
and
there.
top Lucian. As we will see the Wukong locked in here, as well as we're actually going to see Draven for Titan in the bottom side of the map. And he has been the standout player for this roster, 100%. His Jhin has been fantastic. And if he's given the opportunity to carry on this Draven, late game possibilities are endless.
Yeah, absolutely. And it
All right,
seems
Lucian
that they
Nami, that
are
makes
pretty
sense.
prepared for this, expecting the Lucian Nami to
I wonder what
come
you go
out
with
as
Draven
this is what
into
should be
Lucian
the
Nami.
bottom lane here for RNG. And very curious
feel
to
like
see if
Leona
Titan's Draven
makes
alongside
sense.
of JoJo can actually challenge this.
I don't know about Nautilus,
And, once again,
Alistair.
seeing
Some
the
kind of
Wukong
engaged
cryo
support.
that does come through for the side of the Red Cannons.
Really early Gwen here is something that we don't normally see actually in the LPL or in the LCK face up like this, because you have the opportunity to, of course, counterpick the Jace, but against Red Canids here, you don't feel too comfortable, or you don't feel like Guido is going to be comfortable
they went
laning against
Nami,
Vayne on the
Gwen.
Jace and taking that counterpick, so you can actually lock this in early and then wait and respond.
Ooh,
here in
Nautilus.
mid lane. So we'll see
Nautilus is
Nautilus
padding
locked
the
in
amount of
here for
losses he's getting
Grevstar.
in these
Shadows'
games.
bottom lane is kind of set, but you do have a lot of opportunities to counter-engage with the Nautilus. Lucian is
I
going to be
think it's
pushing
kinda
this super
deceptive,
hard,
though.
going to actually be very aggressive down there. But if you make
Like,
one single mistake,
I
then
think they're
things
just
can
gonna
go
lose no
awry
matter
down
what
there
they
with
pick,
Lost Pick. I
and
do
the
like this.
losing team just happens to be
Yeah,
playing
so now taking a
Nautilus.
look at some of the bans that we are going to see jumping into the second phase. The Jarvan immediately taken away from Wei here, so more bans taken away from him. They do not want to let him get onto the Jarvan. And we'll see what else they decide to go for. I think that potentially trying to ban away Xiaohu can be difficult at times, as the Zoe will be taken away from Grevthar.
I think the Viego is another great ban here, potentially for Red Cannons. Take that one away from Wei. Anything that could pair with the mid laner here, or mid lane CC, we don't know what it's going to be just yet, is how RNG are going to try to play that early game, get those early kills, get that gold
What if they
lead.
just picked a
So
totally
if
left
you've
field
already
comp?
focused on the volley barret, you've now taken away the Jarvan. Personally, I would like a Viego ban here, but it will be the Graves.
Well,
Taking away Graves says, I want to take away
whoever that
aggressive
was,
vision control. When you're playing a
Order
tempo-based
tried
comp
that
like
earlier,
Lucian Nami,
didn't go too
you get
hot.
ahead, you have that Umbral Glaive on the Graves, you take away vision. It's extremely difficult to play against a team like RNG that loves to play around vision, loves to play around brushes. So
League's just one of those weird
alternatively,
games
could
where
ban
it's
the Viego
very
here,
hard
but
to
they
pull
wanna
off
say,
something
this is the best
unconventional.
champion at controlling vision right now in this meta. I'm not going to deal with that. I don't want to fall behind.
Just because,
and
for the
lose
most
game in
part,
10
like, you
minutes.
have your different roles,
Yeah, definitely not
and then
a
you're just
bad
picking
idea.
champions to
There
fulfill that
certainly
role.
is a very scary Viego
So,
spot
you
here
know,
still for
if-
RNG. But let's go
if
ahead
you're a
and see what
jungler
Red
or a
Canids
top
are
laner
going
or
to pick
support,
up
you
here
wanna
first.
be
So,
good
potentially
at
looking for
a certain amount of
buff
things.
for the mid lane, or do they just go ahead and
And
counter
if your
Gwen?
champion
Looks like they
can't
will
do
go
what the
ahead and
role
do
needs you
just
to do,
that
then
and
it's
pick up
probably
the
not going to
Jace.
work too
This
well.
is a pretty strong position for Grevthar because he has the opportunity to now counter pick here. You have the Wukong pick for jungle. It's a very strong pick, can counter gank.
I think they
extremely
should just
well.
go for a
Once you
really
find out what
YOLO
Xiaohu's
late
plan
invade.
is going to be in the mid lane, you can play around that so extremely well. You can play a champion that allows you
If
to
I'm
play
a super
safer.
underdog, I'm just picking like
As-
fucking
So you see the Galio
Ezreal,
over here.
Braum,
Extremely
Olaf,
interesting to
just
see that one
running
with
into their
the
jungle and not
Gwen,
leaving.
especially paired with the Camille that was banned earlier, and it will be locked in. And this gives a lot of opportunity here for Grevthar to play a champion where he wants to outrange, outpoke, and just kind of chip away at the Galio. But this is the Viego pairing, right?
Ooh,
You have CC in the
Viego.
mid lane. So now
All right.
Grevthar needs to play a champion that
Maybe
allows him some
Wei can teach us
control
something about
over late game,
Viego.
some scaling. If he feels comfortable, he could play something
They're
like
picking
a
it into
Victor
Monkey
here,
Boy.
sit back, wait for the late game, wait for that Draven, and then survive through the mid game, play very defensively, sit back, lose CS, in fact, in the lane, oftentimes to play safe. That's the pick I'm looking
Victor.
for here.
Okay.
And that's what Grevthar thinks too, it looks like as well. You see the hover come through. Now the composition here for Red Cannons, I think...
I kind of
if
like
you can
Red's
stave
comp
off the
overall
aggression,
better than
bottom
RNG's.
lane goes all right. You don't end up losing out in the lane. You avoid waves, gang timings. You've got the counter pick on top side.
Do I think
Play
they're going to
around
win
mid
because of it?
bottom,
No.
Play safe,
But
play slow.
If
This
I
is a
was
winnable
given the
game
choice
for
to
Red Cannons.
play one side of
Red
these
is
two
much
comps, I
stronger
would
towards
for
the
sure
late
take the
parts.
Yeah,
Red's
definitely
one.
can be. And when you look at RNG, again, not showing too much. I think that you take a look at this and you can understand it. I believe we are going to have Galio swaps.
Is Wukong bad in his solo lane? I'm not sure.
Nami lane is happening here at this
No.
MSI. Sorry, guys. I know you're all looking forward to that one. Not really, but
I do appreciate the call out though. Like Xiaohu holds it for a second just to remind everybody how great he is on the champion. I do actually like subtle things like that in champ swap.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they have a lot of ways to get stuff going, with the Viego and the Gwen for potential cleanup, and Xiaohu maybe fulfilling a little bit more of that front line role for his team.
It's no secret that RNG are the clear favorites, and it is no secret that this draft is designed to win this game as soon as possible, get a massive lead. But when you go this all in on something
Now
like
you tell me Red's
Galio
gonna lose?
Viego in a composition like this,
I don't know what to tell you, man. If you really were betting against RNG for the Latin
you end
American
up giving
team,
gold to a Victor early. That mid game
you
goes
probably didn't
smoothly.
care too much about
Everyone
your
gets
points.
ahead, God forbid, in the bottom side of the map.
It's 3:45. What am I doing? Up
RNG's
watching
late game
MSI.
insurance
I'm kind of
policies
wondering the
are
same
very
thing.
limited, in fact, almost non-existent. So it's this
I'm
is the
definitely
kind of
considering
disrespect
just
I was
like
kind of alluding to in terms of RNG. Like, we are the better team. We're gonna win this game as
not
fast as
live
possible.
viewing every game on MSI.
Don't necessarily need to show
Maybe
too
just
much,
starting my
as it looks
stream
like we do
early.
have a short pause on the stage. We'll get some
Doing like a
information
regular
about what
solo
is
queue
going
type
on.
stream.
Maybe a little issue over with Grevthar. Not 100% sure at this moment in time.
Full
But, yeah,
redraft?
just waiting for this game to start and see.
Why
if
would
we
they do a
can
full
get into the
redraft?
action real quick.
Yeah, and you know, it's so interesting to me, and I don't want to make it clear when I say disrespect for RNG. I don't mean they're actually being disrespectful. I mean that they are going to this group stage almost as if it is a formality. This is okay, let's get through these games. Like, I want to, like, right now RNG is thinking, like, which team am I facing in the finals? That's
Oh
the
yeah,
mentality of a
RNG's
team like
playing from the
this.
fucking.
And they're not looking for
Where are
anything
they? Like a
but
hotel room or something?
#1 finish, right, at MSI. So I love to see, like, kind of the confidence, the amount of, I don't care about this game, I'm just going to win it as soon as possible. I'm going to play the early game, even though that's not even what we do in our region, sort of style of drafting here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw that a little bit yesterday, not necessarily with the drafting per se, but in terms of the play style, a little bit of like, oh, okay, well, we're just going to beat these guys, you know, let's just go on in and take them down, but then actually showing some nice opposition where the other teams in the group, so they still got the wins, but, you know, it kind of makes you wonder
like,
where their heads are at.
I could play a side lane, a macro, and play this game for 5 more minutes, or I could hide in a bush, and if we kill them, we walk down mid and end the game.
And that's exactly what they did.
And that is, I mean, I love to see it, right? And it also could potentially set false expectations going into the Rumble stage and knockouts potentially, where teams who face RNG, who didn't watch the LPL or didn't study as much because they're focused on their route to the Rumble stage, look at these games and go, oh, they're going to draft like this, they're going to play like this, you know, we're going to see Waze, Volibear, et cetera, and then we go to those knockout stages, they do something completely different, and I think that's how you should approach a group stage like this if you are RNG.
Yeah, so for the Red Canids, they're sitting here like, okay, this is
Yawn.
our big moment, right? This is our best moment. I think they came out with a very... It's a draft that you can feel like they put a lot of thought into it, right? It's not the opposite way around where they're just like, let's pick Galio and Camille and we'll dive the back line and kill them. It's like, okay, we're going to counter here. We're going to get this late game scaling. We're going to pull out the Draven. We're expecting Illusion. You know, they have counter picks prepared. So it's really exciting for me because if they play their best game and RNG's not, you know,
kind of want to lay in the
into it here
beanbag.
to start us off, who knows what can happen.
And that's why I was saying some of these games today feel
Maybe
like,
that's
if you look at
the
the
move
names,
for these
RNG
games.
and Red Canids, you know, you might type Resident Sleeper in the chat, right? But actually, Red Canids are playing some of the best we've ever seen from them as an org historically at this event so far, and RNG is drafting a little bit aggressively away from their style, trying to just not play the best game of League of Legends as possible, but the fastest game of League of Legends that they can take to win those games. So an upset here is possible. I wouldn't predict it.
I'm not going
You
to
know,
fall
if I had to,
asleep.
like, if someone asked me, what's your prediction here, I would never say I predict Red Canids to win this, even if I look at this draft. But if someone said, if this early game doesn't go well for RNG, what are your thoughts? I'm like, well, I'm looking at these champions. I really like the Victor pick. Like, I think Grevthar and I were really aligned on that one. Because you've got side laning options, obviously, with this Jax as well. Draven's going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Wukong can jump into the backline. Lucian's extremely low range. So, I mean, I really like what Red Canids
No cams, no pants. I don't know if you guys can see me
so
down
the
here.
Players reporting that their rune change did
That's
not carry
not
over
it.
into the game, so tournament officials are investigating to see if that is a game error or
You can
a
kinda
user
see me.
error. And obviously very important. You don't want to go in there with too many biscuits.
Yeah.
Potentially, unless you like that kind of thing.
I'm not going to fall asleep.
So we
I'm just
gotta make
chilling.
sure that that's all finished. And
I hope it was, you know, it's a weird thing to say, but I hope it was a game error because
It's kind of hard to see chat from this far
I
away,
hope we're
though.
not going to this game, I don't know, with
Somebody's
what
runes
would
are
be the
messed up.
weirdest- What would be the weirdest keystone? But it's like Conquer Nautilus, like or something like that, you know?
well, yeah, it was. I think it was Grevthar. So because it seemed to be he was the one that was talking the most.
My eyes are not closed at all.
Don't
They're
actually
completely
know
open.
which player it was, but potentially, you know, some I don't know, some weird stuff on the Victor.
I
I'll
have
have to
had
wait and see.
I've had that in my solo queue game where I'm really thinking about my pick at the last second, and then I'm like, okay, I think this is the right move, and I'm really confident. about it.
Blowjob
The last
position.
thing, I lock it in. I could change my skin, of course.
No, that's
And
more
then
with
I just
one
completely
hand. Like,
didn't switch my runes, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh no. And then as soon as the game starts,
never mind.
the Korean players are pinging my keystone. Like, why did you pick this? And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh no.
They are ruthless. It is for sure. But guys, while we wait for league officials to finish their investigation, let's head over to Dracos, Jat, and Vedius on the desk.
You'll come kiss me goodnight. Okay.
Hello, welcome back to the desk.
I'm
We'll keep
so
you guys
off
posted
center
as
on
we
frame.
know more
I guess I
information
could move the
and,
beanbag over.
Have more status updates for you guys.
One sec, I'll
Wait,
figure this
yeah.
shit out.
But in the meantime, picks and bans. Saw some interesting stuff. And if we can get the picks and
I
bans
was
in front of
convinced
us.
that you were about to go. So, in the downtime, we're going to have a game of Jenga.
Jenga would have been fun. Champion quotes. We learned a lot about Gnar today. If anyone's
Spot the
curious about
difference.
Gnar.
Jack has changed his outfit, but what has he changed?
We're getting creative with the fill. We were ready for this. We were completely ready for this. But if I could just draw everyone's attention approximately there on the screen, the Draven pick is what I want to talk about. And I could talk about gameplay implications. But first, let's visit our old friend, Narrative. BRTT, Draven enthusiast. Prodigal.
Is it just me or does
Brazilian
Red's comp
player.
look like shit? I don't think it
The
looks
one
like
to
shit.
surpass him, none other than Cheaton. Locking it
Holy
in.
fuck, it's so
Flexibility,
dark.
RNG. They don't write better movies.
Can
If they
anyone
win
see
now,
me?
It's the greatest movie. It's like Remember the Titans. Remember the Cheetons. You know, it's like absolute banger. I just want to put the stakes
I
down.
can't
That's
tell
10 to 15%, but that
if you
just makes
guys
it
can
that
see
much
me or
better
not.
if they do win.
So, I got tweeted at by
Mhm.
a fan of the CBLOL who
Okay.
said that
You can see my
BRTT was
pale-ass
known
arm.
as the father, and Cheetan is known
Pale
as
ass
the
arm
son.
or white hoodie?
And it's
Not sure.
because
Who's the Holy
Cheetan
Spirit?
Is, I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know if this is true. This is just a tweet. Like, it's going to be complete fiction. You know what I mean?
Tweet at Betty is your favorite
Yeah, it's just
narratives
like,
from
just
regions she
start
doesn't know.
Things that are completely
Yeah,
wrong.
This guy's known as Slappy Pancakes, and he
he's gonna
insists
show
on
it
being
on a broadcast.
referenced.
The only one I know with certain is like that's not true about caps. You know what? I can't say for the rest of the regions.
Feels like a
but
cozy
the,
stream.
The thing that I think is really cool is that
A
Cheetan,
cozy
when
little
he
pause
first debuted
stream.
on the international stage was supposed to be the next big thing coming out of Brazil. A lot of people were really excited about his rise to prominence, and on his debut, I think what we often see from many rookies is that they weren't quite able to live up to the expectations that are put upon them. To be fair, sometimes fans will put unreasonable expectations
Yeah.
on rookies.
Sorry, JoJo and
Pause
Danny.
will not put me to sleep.
I mean, in Danny's case, he made an insane play. It's his own fault. For
Oh,
being that
I'm
good,
fucking
okay?
chilling.
But the point I was trying to get at was that on top of having a Draven, which is very reminiscent of
Yeah,
of
this-
course,
this'll
the
do. This is
items you very
good
well know
league watching
internationally. It's
position.
also very tied in with the aggressive bot lanes that we've been seeing so far in the meta. Lucian, Tristana. I mean, we haven't seen Kalista yet, but she's been repeatedly banned. And then there's one more champion that I'm forgetting. Samira is the other one. So Draven, while it is a surprise, it shouldn't really come as a surprise because
It's not bedtime,
when we think
guys.
about like very violent bot lanes that want to kill you, Draven is actually one of the front runners that is actually
Yes.
very good at that.
True. Okay, and of course, an update as we continue here. League officials have confirmed that Grevthar did save his runes, but that the change did not go into the game, so they are remaking the game with the same picks and bans. Those same picks and bans, which you've already seen, are going to happen off air once. a
Man,
pick is
just
loading
start the
in. It should take
fucking
about 4
game,
minutes, and then
man.
we'll be back into the game. But we've talked about the Draven. I want to shift our attention on the opposite side over to RNG.
Where do I
think
live?
this is the big thing
Coming over
me
for a
is,
sleepover?
Are they ready for the Draven? It's Gallup.
My
So I
answer is
feel
gonna
like
depend
it's not
on
like they come from a region where they've never seen a Draven.
if you're a
think they're pretty
super
well
hot
set up
girl or not.
Unfortunately for the storylines. Like, one thing I think Lucian Nami generally will win every matchup unless they get outnumbered and ganked early. But with Viego Galio as a mid jungle, that's going to have an easier time.
What
of getting
drug do you think
control
would make
versus
your
Victor
worst
Wukong
league
early.
game?
So what I said in the pregame of, hey, I think Red Cannon should do something incredibly early game focused. That doesn't necessarily work against Galio, who can just be in the river for the first 5 minutes of the game. So I actually really like what RNG did.
Like, what
with
drug would you
their
play the worst
early
on?
Lucian Nami, and then also having mid prio to protect it. It looks like they're really set up for success.
I think
Fentanyl, probably.
the thing I'm keeping my eyes on is the Wukong and what impact it can have.
And like how
because-
OP it is.
Well, yeah, mainly because I think that Wukong's ganks can be very lethal just because of the creative pathing that he can
Yep.
take with his W. He can circumvent a lot of vision, and also the fact that he is invisible for a short period of time also helps circumvent that same vision. But when you have Victor Galio, Victor can be hyper aggressive in mid if he wants to be. I always think of Larson as like one of the most aggressive Victor players that I've ever seen in terms of actually.
I mean, I don't do drugs.
And then I think about
For me,
Jax versus
caffeine
Gwen being a highly volatile
is my drug of
matchup
choice.
that traditionally, if left in isolation, I would favor the Jax, but this is a lane that you can heavily influence through stacking waves, repeated dives. Galio is going to be very effective at setting up that like 3-man attack towards the top side. And so I'm curious as to what RNG's game plan actually is, because they have a lot of options in terms of where they want to attack, but so do Red. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see a very violent early game between the two teams. It's just a matter of
Stop
where
the
they
cap.
investing their resources and how
There's
do
no
they wanna
cap
approach
here.
the early game.
And certainly, I think mid lane is naturally where I'm going to look at because it's very often where we expect jungle attention early on.
Victor Galio, that's what you're going to look at?
Well, to be honest, yeah, because if Galio wants to go into the wave, normally I'd be like, Victor, set up CC for Wukong, terrible. Like, we have to wait for level 6 before anything is going to happen there. But
Sure.
he has to
Loves
move into
the
wave
worst
as a melee
drug.
champion. I think he's more vulnerable to the gravity field than a lot of other champions. And similarly, more importantly, Viego Galio feels like very easy setup. That said, you've heard enough from us. The teams are loading onto the rift, so let's head over to Wolf and Valdez.
Thank you guys on the desk once again. Just ready to get into the game. We really want to see this happen.
Do you think
Very
other
excited
societies
for the
across
Draven
time
in
had the
bottom
same
side to
concept
see if
of
Titan can actually get
love
something going
as
against this team.
modern day
Maybe
society
it will be
does?
a glorious day for him.
Yeah, the sun, as Vedius' Twitter fan pointed out. So we'll
Like,
see,
I assume that
if he lives up
feelings
to it, because
were
again, you
similar
understand that
toward, like,
his team in
family and
particular has
whatnot.
Really been what the focal point for the squad has been so far. But in a
But
draft like this, you're
did
playing up
they
against the losers
define
anyway.
love in the
You
same
win a
way?
different way. And when you're trying to identify RNG's strength in this draft is going to be the early game, as we've talked about here. I like the Draven because it can also deal with the lane very well, but is going to have a lot of relevance later on, especially if you can cash in some mid-game team fights. So very excited for that as well. It's a champion that we see very rarely in our region. You know, Kumayusi pulled it out in his first game, which was always
Meteos,
very
did you hear the
exciting, but,
35 ping apparently
it's
feels like
always one of those
60?
champions, but when it appears, you think, this is gonna
I
be a
did
good
hear
game.
that.
Regardless of result, you know
Generally.
it's gonna be a fun one. Let's say.
Generally.
It's pretty
And,
unfortunate.
I
Oh shit, are we
believe-
actually in
I
game?
believe that Titan
I
can
forgot we were
play
watching
well
League.
enough alongside of JoJo to get something going and make it interesting in the bottom side, regardless of who they're up against. And Ben right now, he's getting baited into this fight against Ego. He's got Titan and JoJo
Uh-oh,
on
big
the
level
side
1
of it.
fight.
And he's just gonna accept his death. That's gonna be
And
first
Gwyn
blood
is
to the
fucking
Draven.
gone. Draven
In
first
the
blood.
bottom
Let's
lane, we are
go.
already beginning.
Hey, I said if this goes wrong in any way, the game gets so hard so quickly.
I was only a little
And
cocky going to be
historically
there.
Speaking, you think about the CBLL region as a region that doesn't play macro
Draven
very
with
well.
the
They're a
double
scrappy region,
longsword
they play
pink
team
ward
fights well.
start.
We've watched the evolution of Red Cans. We've watched them play.
Did he not have
really
enough
side
money for
laning,
something
some
better
wicked
than
vision
that?
Control, some macro in this tournament. It's not like you go, okay, well, it's a rough start for RNG, but they'll just win
Because
out
first
the better
blood's
team later on.
400.
Not necessarily,
And
especially
doesn't
not
Draven
this
get an
top,
extra
so
like
setting
50
this up
gold?
early, really
Just
nice heads-up
baseline
play
from his
Red
passive?
Canids. Get first blood to Titan.
Timer?
Massive
Oh
lead
no,
for
I
him.
didn't start the timer
Unfortunately
before
for
I
Ben, the
laid
timing
down.
of this allows him
Oh,
to
it's
return to
fucking
lane. If he falls
doomed.
behind against this Jax 2 as a result at the same time, this game really goes off the rails. So at least that part is safe. He's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to make this game
150%.
extremely interesting right from the get-go. But if you guys want to make your games interesting, do not forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime game.
All right, we're synced.
We do
Oh,
have a 2v2
synced,
on the
boys.
bottom side. We got Ignite already in here. Is gonna
Titan,
get that
you're
damage
not supposed to
on
die
Titan.
with a first blood
You know what
level
they
1.
could've spammed right after that fight is the Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote. So make sure you guys pick that up.
Yep.
He's
Sun
so
does have the
fucking
extra
low
longsword
HP,
at
man.
4 damage here, still has 2 pots he can chug through as well. So that first blood is actually going to really impact how these early trades go, because Gala and Ming want to look for that type of fight here, but the sustain is there, the damage is there, and they're falling behind early, which is not how this lane wanted to go.
Yeah, and you know the interesting thing is we talked about, we might have to talk about this, bit of a 1v1 in the top side. Ben was thinking about getting on in there. Gigo taking some
Ooh,
minion
Guigo
damage as
needs
well.
to be
He
careful.
is
Wow,
forced to
flashing
flash
there.
away. Hops back in for a
Holy
bit of
fuck,
trade,
he just
but,
used that
you know,
flash
he's
like it
got
was one of
in
his
this lane, and now Gigo's down to flash that.
basic abilities, man. He fucking flashed out of the queue, jumps back in.
Vigo now does have level 3. No flash, of course. Ben is going to feel very comfortable with that fact as way.
Uh-oh. May not expect this.
Oh my god. Yo, Monkey Man. Monkey Man going hard in the paint.
He does survive.
Let's go.
Is he going to
That's
feel
the
that, or
second
is it
time
just
that
his
same
all
invade
over
has
his
worked,
jungle?
except this time he went around
Loses
the long
buff.
way.
This is actually a massive turn here in this jungle, and what can be a very volatile jungle match.
Gotta watch for that Monkey Man invade.
Is it allows
I guess he's
again
just
to
really
have a
strong
lot
level
more
3
freedom,
duelist,
feel a lot more
which makes
comfortable in
sense.
the mid lane. He's gonna just path straight down bottom side here as this wave is getting pushed through. The early Nami Lucian Prio
So
not
Viego
working
gets
out
the
so
top
far here
crab.
for RNG in this
The
early
Raptors
game.
are gone. He knows Krugs are up.
He's kind of losing a bit of time here because the wave was not big enough. It was actually cleared up very nicely by Gala and Ming. As we do have another fight up in the top side. This time RNG
Oh, shit.
rotating 3 members up to
Oh, Guigo's
does
so
not have his
fucked.
flash. He is dead, but how will he die? Who's going to pick up the kill is the question. They're just going to hand that over to Xiao. Who
Mid diff.
coming in hot.
Yeah, just unfortunately not able to identify quickly enough that this was happening. It's a very common response to send, your mid laner and your jungler to look for a counterplay on the top side of the map after your jungle is stolen like this, because Wei needs to make up for the lost red buff by coming over here and taking these Krugs.
He should counter jungle these
Didn't actually
Krugs.
even need to be involved in this
He's
kill,
not going
but I
to.
think that Guigo could have definitely shown a lot
I think
more
leaving
respect
that
there.
medium Krug is actually so fucking good.
Again, and that is going to be another kill, but Chitan is getting pretty low. He's trying to get
Oh.
those one. Knockback could have been enough, and now Jojo, he's up a level on Gala.
Wait,
He is
how's
going to be
Jojo on
choosing
red
the solution. The hook
and
will be
EG?
dodged.
Oh my god,
He is
Gala
taking
actually
quite a
gets
bit of
out?
damage, but not quite enough.
That's a really
He has
important
no
dodge there. He
fucking
dies.
business surviving that. Okay, there you go. Monk.
Oh, man, that
Gets the kill away.
Monk.
It's just a massive amount of disrespect. He's got flash available. You dodged the hook. You just dodged
Oh
the
shit, is
bullet.
Titan
You
going
just
Divine
were able to
Sunderer?
escape death. You cheated death, and then you just stood in flash range there. 2 kills going over to Nautilus, though. So still the first blood is in Teton's hands. Meanwhile,
Okay, they're going to try to get on top of Bin here, but the wave is pushing, so he should be totally fine.
and this is a composition from RNG.
Nah, it's
that is
definitely
supposed to
Essence
have
Reaver.
Pretty firm control over the early game. They're not an early game team in their region, and they are falling behind.
Another
900
Nautilus
gold
carry.
event.
Actually
We're at
true.
5 minutes for Red
These
Canids.
Nautiluses
Their
need to stop
composition
getting the
that
fucking
has
kills,
a
man.
Victor has a Draven. And the only good thing for RNG right now at the moment is that 2 of those kills
Is there a
sit
champ
on
more useless
JoJo's
with kills than
Nautilus and
Nautilus?
not, of course, on the Draven. To go back to this fight again here as well. I mean, this is so much damage.
I think
early
if you
on
do get kills
for
though,
Draven. Max
you should
range
build
can
like a
look here,
useful
and Dawn
item.
decides to try to go in. It almost felt like the bait. It was a
The
bait
last game he
attempt
went
here from
Zhonya's.
RNG, but when you're this far
I
behind
don't think
early
that's
in
it,
the game,
the
you
play.
don't actually win these. Now, he just barely dodges the hook. I mean, that was almost pixel perfect. And then goes up here into flash range. And this is
Oh, man.
I mean, every opportunity he could have had there to actually try to catch up in CS is just gone instantly.
Yeah, it's really rough, too, because you know he desperately wants to stay.
I think like a Thornmail could be really good if you get fed as a tank support, because then you're applying like the fat healing reduction with all your CC when you're up against Viego, Gwyn, Nami.
Here comes Xiaohu.
It's pretty fucking nice.
But a little bit more obvious than Wei, as he is going to be on this control ward, does clear it out. Just trying to put on some pressure to the bottom side and not let this bleed out as much as it is right now to the side of Red Canids.
Yeah, this is our big problem. If you do
How's
just let
Monkey
this
Man
sit at
behind on
this
XP?
point, your Lucian becomes less and less valuable. So even
Well, he lost
they're
his
both sitting at
Krugs.
1-1,
I think his
a lot of
pathing's been a
extra
little
assist
weird
goals on the bottom
too.
side. We'll see just a counter-strike trade
He
here
should have a
with
pretty
Big.
nice advantage
But
if
you
he
can still go down there and turn this one around. Lucian can be
gets
right back
that
in the driver's seat, actually, with the
early
big game.
invade
He was
off like he
unsuccessful
did.
here, which gives free farm
Steals the
over
red,
Red Thar.
forces
That's such
Viego
a
out,
early
gets his
game.
flash.
Man, look at the damage, though. The empowered autos from the Nami on top of this Lucian, and all it
I think
takes
something went
is,
wrong with his
you know,
pathing.
if Titan's not in a position to shell back any damage, he's also a squishy 80 carry, and that is the power of Lucian Nami bot.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful combo. We've seen it so much this tournament. Jojo is going to scout out this dragon, but they don't have Prio here to contest.
Yeah. Grifthar doesn't have any mana.
What
either,
jungle
so
camp do I
just
hate the
be
most and why is it
straight over
Krugs?
to RNG. Nicely pulled back
Man,
into their favor,
it
down
was
to the
actually
bottom.
so nice when Krugs
So I
didn't
think
split
the
into
game
10
plan
little
here for Red
ones
Canids now
when they were just a
is
normal
just
camp.
not take very many
I never
risks.
understood
When
why
you
they
see
made
this
Krugs the way they
dragon,
did.
you force a smaller rotation, but you're not going to contest.
I would
you're not going to play for
like it
that.
so much better if
This
it was just a
upcoming
regular
Riptail
camp
fight, you
again.
get Prio here. Maybe you go for a play there, but only if you know you can take it guaranteed, because you're sitting 300, 400 gold up right now against Lucian Nami comp with a Galio involved, and you know, you have the side laning power that Gwen does as well, because you have this Jax, you have the late game insurance policy of the Victor. And as long as you don't give RNG back control of the game, as long as you don't serve them up an easy one, then you're still feeling really comfortable right now as Red Canids. So just minimize risk is going to be the name of the game. As Rift Herald is up here, they rotate Jojo up. Grevthar is going to have some prio, and they won't even have to fight for this one. And this is great news. RNG just really not going to be able to get anything cross-map for this.
Where's the advantage for Red?
Now, if he dies, that's one thing.
Oh,
but
nice
he's going to be
E.
all right.
Yeah, and Gala's not even level 6, so it's not even like he can put pressure on with any kind of culling
This
to
seems
force
weird.
Titan out of the lane. So this is, as you mentioned, it's a
They're
free
weak siding their
Rift Herald going
Draven
on the
in
side
a
of Red Canids.
state where
They
he
lose
can't lane.
basically nothing by
He
picking
could
this
take
one
Gromp.
up, and
Draven
be
should
very happy
100%
with
take
this
Gromp
trade.
here.
So you're talking about Macro and CBLOL
It's-
and Red Canids, I
It's
really
actually a
wanna see
good
them
time for him to take Gromp, and
get
his
it into a
champion's
lane where
really good
they've
at
got
killing
some
it.
blades down, really try to push the envelope here. Even though they do have a nice amount of scaling, I think that getting ahead of RNG early will do them a really big benefit in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
The
Like,
places
their
you
idea of
drop
moving
it,
around the
obviously,
map
mid and top, it's probably going to be
makes
easier to drop
sense,
it
but I
here
think the
for
way that
Grevthar,
they're
'cause
executing it isn't
get
that
much
good.
Bit of a play, but
Oh, they give
it's
Victor's
just gonna be a
flash,
out of
the
Grevthar. You just
Predator.
lose that for now.
If they could give Grevthar that extra
For
gold
instance,
early, it's going to make the upcoming
They had
free
Nautilus
fight
leave bot lane
so
when it was in
easy
an
to pull off,
unlaneable
whereas
state for
Jack's gonna
Draven, so
be
he
pretty
lost. He got
self-sufficient
denied
as well.
XP on
Flash on him,
several
the counter
waves.
strike, but Xiaohu is here, which will mean
And
a
even if
Ego
Wukong's gonna
almost
come bot
definitely
now and try to
buries
use the
taunt.
Herald
He does
for
go
him, it's
down.
like
Let's see the response out of Red Canids in the bottom side. This tidal wave is getting so much value.
You're not really
As Megan's
gaining
in there,
anything
he's
out of
gonna
this.
turn into Nautilus, and even the knockup is not enough.
Oh,
But
Draven gets a
Titan
kill,
does
though.
pick up one kill at least
That is big
on
pog.
the bottom side of that fight. Gala is
Uh-oh.
looking for more, and he
Holy
will be able to take
fuck,
out
that was a
Titan
lot of
on
damage
the
from
backside of
Lucian.
that as well.
So massive plays on both sides of the map here for RNG. Fantastic tidal wave from Ming is really what does it here, as Grevthar is going to come over here and try to defend this turret. Galio going to get that free push. Top side is going
I'm
over.
starting to think
Keep
Lucian
strong.
Nami is like a pretty good
Very
combo of
bad,
champs.
Very fast here for the for the Red Canids, because the lead they had, the control they had, and how much of a safe place they were in to kind of coast
Draven's
through this
more
big
gold
game
though, 'cause the
is now
pop.
kind of all washed away as the gold lead completely swings now back over to RNG's side. And it's plays like this, unfortunately, for Gigo, where he's getting actually just out-mechanicked by Bin in the top side of the map that are costing them so big. Nice dodge here on the counter-strike, forces a flash. Now Gigo's flashless, can't get out. Shadows
Yeah,
already over the
Red's a
play.
little all over
Just
the
needs to top
place,
finish up front
going
and
for
kill.
that play while your
Another fight,
Victor's
this
on
is
bottom
Jojo
side,
against
so
Bin.
he
Not
can't
gonna
mark
amount
or
to
stop
much
the
as we do have a
Galio.
bit of a lane swap from the side of the Red Canids, trying to get,
The plays they're going
Titan
for are just
into a
not
little bit easier
cohesive.
of a lane, but RNG should be able to respond to this, and you'll note that the gold lead, even with this
Everybody's
Victor,
doing
it
their own
hasn't been
thing.
dropped yet, yes, but still, things have gone massively in RNG's favor for the last 2-3 minutes of this game. After a couple of team fights did go in their favor, Xiao was easily able to roam up to the top side, and Heroes
It's
entrance
just
to help
so
out
weird to
1v1,
sack
whereas Grevthar without a flash,
for the
he doesn't
Herald
really
like
have
that
any prio.
if
There's
you don't
no
even have
vision
winning
really
lanes.
around
If you don't have
Ming
pushing
or
lanes, what's the
Ego,
point of
and I think
Herald?
Ego just needs to know that, hey, there's a Galio on the Rift. My Victor
It's
can't
not
do
really that
anything
good
to
unless
help
you can
with
break a
that.
tower
So,
with it.
even with that, Grevthar was late to the bottom side play as well, just because he doesn't really have a lot of control over this lane after he lost his flash and wasn't there on time. So Chitan is able to get one plate, but what else is he going to get? He's going to eat a death. That is what he will
Okay,
receive.
dude.
Gala picks up yet another
Goddamn.
fire as well. Yeah, he's pretty much dead here. We got Needles coming in as well. No flash for him.
It's
no
falling
vision on the
apart.
side, and now RNG are beginning to start the steamroller. They're revving it up.
Okay, Aegis and Dojo, though, in this brush. Not going to look for an engage here. Unseen. But...
Oh my god, no, Nautilus, no!
I mean, there's no way
He's
out,
legit
right?
running
In
it
this case, you're in
down.
that brush, you stay that long, like, you're dying one way or the other, or
Oh
you get
my
lucky next to you.
fucking
And
god.
This game, unfortunately, this is one of those tragic games of League where you really feel like, oh, okay, man, I upset my
That was
defense
pretty
again
funny.
on the way. Like, Red Cans actually had these kind of free advantages they shouldn't have been able to take, and they were looking golden, and then a few critical mistakes back
Holy
to
shit,
back, and
Victor's
some
getting
days back
fucked
to
so hard he has
RNG's
negative
hands.
gold.
And I don't want to say this is a lost game right here. It's not hopeless yet, but man, you got to feel so bad with the lead you had before.
Why the hell is he running
Victor El
Futures
Tassi dropped down
Market?
Here was timing out, and they do have some vision in here. They should be able to at least pick up a couple of plates, but that's about it, right? And most of it will go over to Aegis, so the two of them will just back away. They do not get the first turret. They do not pass go.
It's apparently standard on
yeah,
Victor.
I guess they should be able to pick up this Infernal Drake. That is something.
Is
we
it?
talked about some of the scaling they have in their
I feel like I
composition.
just see LS tweet about it all the time.
A couple of mistakes from RNG here
And his
there,
hate for
perhaps
biscuits.
You can pull this game back. But again, you know, some of the decision making we have seen hasn't been indicative of them being able to do that.
Oh.
Double taunt coming in here. That is going to be the end of Titan and the
Titan's level 7, dude.
double kill for the side of RNG now.
Yeah,
He's lower level than
this is really
Nami.
starting to get off the rails. The lead that they have now is
I don't think
so
your Draven
strong,
can
and
carry a
it's
game where
actually
he's
because it looked concerning, like, okay, maybe
the
God
lowest
is actually
level in
not gonna
it.
be able to have any sort of power in this game. And with several back-to-back kills coming through, some really nice ultimates from Ming as well. Now he is actually a terror on the map, and he can actually push several lanes. He can threaten wherever he goes. Also,
I don't know how I feel about futures market. I think it's okay.
Red Cannons aren't even safe to farm necessarily. Aegis is actually kind of playing cleanup. He's trying to follow the action everywhere, but the losing
I'm
out
not
now suddenly
convinced
in
it's
all 3 lanes. They're getting picked everywhere. They
better
can't
for
cross my plays.
laners.
And it's like, okay, yeah, you got the Drake like you were talking about. Now it's a 1-for-1 Drake game. That extra, you know, little bit of damage that you're going to get from that solo Infernal is significant for this comp. But if it's at the cost of a little
Because
bit
it's
of free
basically
air
like
punished, it's not worth it at the
200
end of the
extra.
day.
It's most useful on your first buy, right? Because after the first time you go negative, it's like you still have to make that negative gold back right away, right? Like if you're at negative 200 gold, you have to farm up 200 gold before you have 0 again.
Okay, this is a risky place
So it's
to
really
be.
only the first time you use futures market is going to be like a noticeable spike, which for jungler I think it can be good because you're also not getting much value out of biscuits and DMAT, but for laners I'd have to imagine biscuits or DMAT is going to be more useful just for being able to either sustain lane longer or get a quick shove by killing the cannon.
On the map, you can see it. So RNG plays so well around vision. They are so oppressive. And I think to the layman,
Lost
watching this,
chapter
it's
is
like,
huge
oh,
for
this is,
mages.
you
If
know,
you can't afford it,
RNG
it
just hiding in
sucks.
the bush,
Yeah,
they always do this. But they
that's
actually
true.
Set up around Rift Herald here and say, oh, you have no vision. I know exactly where you are. And you can either just give the Rift Herald up or walk into a bush where we have.
But I think all
instant
those
CC. We have a
options help you
Galio,
get it.
We have a Fed Lucian. We're going to blow you up. It's a lose-lose scenario that RNG set up.
Oh my god, Titan is just getting abused. Make it stop.
And I mean, he was underneath his turret and he nearly died. So that is the potential of Illusion that gets into a nice little spot here. Griftar has been sent to kind of handle this side lane because as it stands now, you know, Jax will be very good in the split pushing in the side lane eventually, but with just the Divine Sunder, he's not really going to do very well from this far behind against Bin. And so that is just going to be the Victor clearing waves there, and Jax gets the other lane as RNG get the rest of the map.
It's just,
I feel like if Victor's building Leandra, he should go Sorks' sole AP, right? I think either one's okay.
Objectives, and they stand between the enemy team and where the enemy team
He's up
needs to be. And
like
so there is no great
the reason
choice
I don't
as
think
we saw
Sorks is
this
as
do
good
this
this
several
game
times in
is
both
maybe
games
another
they
game
played
is
so far in this
because
tournament. And it
there's
almost
not a lot
feels
of
like,
targets
you
he's
know, when
gonna
you
like
watch the
one
team
shot.
walks on the brush, if you're a fan of Red Cans, you're watching home going like, don't go in there, they're in there. It's like, well, they know they're very likely in there, but if they just walk away,
The
they
soul
lose the
laners
objective for
Galio
free,
and
so lose
Gwen
game. And
are pretty tanky.
you know, historically speaking,
He can
we
do good
think
damage
the
to
LCK
Lucian.
as being the region that's best at manipulating vision, but so far in this tournament, I think RNG has definitely been the best team at setting this up and playing around it. Now, with the lead they have here, they can control all 3 waves, and
They're also
RNG are
pretty
in a position
behind, so
now, second Rift Herald to start putting some real inner turret damage down.
I don't hate the Sork boots, but I mean I don't hate the cooldown boots. I think Sork boots would be fine.
Greftar is getting some of that done here in the side lane, as you mentioned, but it's going to take a lot longer.
And I don't know if JoJo can be allowed to actually engage onto this one as the... Okay, yeah, he's just dead.
Goodbye,
There's
JoJo.
not too much else to say about that. The Gale Force
Oh,
forward,
that's the Wukong buff right there.
Yeah, he wasn't getting away from that one, even with a flash. As Shitan is around, he has the rest of his team here.
Man,
Pick up the free
Red seems so lost. They just don't know what to do.
You have one Infernal. Maybe just try to sit back and continue the farming rather than looking for plays. And, you know, I forget who said it earlier on in this tournament, but Nautilus can turn into a little bit of a feeder champ, right?
Yeah.
When you're behind, when you have no ability to make plays, you kind of just go in and die, or you don't really end up doing much.
Well,
so,
you know, in a position like this...
Trying to take down Bin as he is under a lot of pressure here, not respecting the vision of that brush, and they will get a shutdown into the hands of the Victor.
And that's massive. You know, he's the one who's sitting in this side lane, actually picking up all that gold, picking up that shutdown is massive for what his Scalia is going to do. But you still can't get to the Drake. That's the problem. And why why Jojo was out there. Why was he caught? He's trying to clear vision. Drake is spawning. How do I get there? RNG is in between them.
Chitan has to flash away from this one. There was a bubble onto Jojo, and Gala's just running into 3 of them as the exhaust will come down. We got teleports in here as well. Gala definitely went a bit too far on that one, as Gigo's going to pick up that shutdown. Xiao, he wants to get something on
MSI really has been a Nautilus feeding simulator.
At least. But that's a couple of shutdowns now that are going over into the hands of Red Cannons.
Yeah, and we're still not at a place yet where we can start to feel great about that, but it's almost like small consolation prizes along the way. And these small things will add up if RNG can't end this game early. But that's going back to the conversation before we got into this game, even of how they've been playing this tournament, is they are ending games early. They are not tripping across the finish line. They are sprinting across the finish line. And so one of the best teams at closing games out when they have a lead like this is very likely not to mess this up. But this is the kind of setup I'm talking about for RNG. They cleared vision. They picked Jojo earlier. They are standing between the important Drake that Red Cans need to fight for.
What is that damage, dude?
So, you know, you do end up getting caught between a rock and a hard place as Red Cans. Now, Gala a little bit overextended here. Definitely goes a little bit too.
Why is Lucian an 80 carry one-shotting a tank support?
You could just play it safe, walk back and take the Drake, or you could get
Actually
and take a bigger
insane.
lead and win the game faster, and that's the kind of play style we are seeing.
And take a look at what has happened in the last 3 minutes, 2 minutes here, is that we got a shutdown gold into Grafthar, we got shutdown gold into Gigo, Jackson, Victor.
Yeah, I know it's because of Nami, but it's still just stupid. Like I don't think that should be a thing.
While RNG are still in control of this game, bit by bit, Red Cannons are finding some opportunities to try to come back into this game. So definitely what we want to see is RNG maybe clean things up, try to shut this down in a macro sense, deny all the vision, take a Baron perhaps, and try to end this game before things get any more greasy.
RNG grouping up here in mid, giving Grefthar an opportunity to side lane very freely. Notice there are 3 wards where he is, so he knows he's safe to do this right now. And he's just going to stick out as long as possible. Oh,
that's a dead Draven.
Oh my god, it's a fucking slaughter. It's not even close.
That is what this guy is known for doing.
I mean, that's what Lucian does. That's what Xiao is going to do when he's got a Lucian behind him to set up for these plays. And I mean,
yeah, you guys can't fight.
You can't be here. You can't be behind, you can't be in front of your turret right now. If you're going to play around the Victor, if you're going to play around the Victor side laning, then play defensively. Give a turret to get the turret bounty for your Victor. Don't be out in front of it. Because I like the idea of what they're doing with Grefthar. It's like, okay, you're going to get a turret bounty maybe on the top side of the map. We're going to try to hold.
Oh, thank you for the health in parentheses.
The turret on the top side is more valuable.
I had no idea what HP was.
Gold we're going to pick up from that bounty. They do eventually give it up, but Grefthar came back. Doesn't actually get that inner turret gold bounty I was talking about there on the top side. But I do like the vision they're setting up for him. They're setting up to take away control of the top side of the map, give them some free side, because they know their win condition is this game goes to 35 minutes. And they have to somehow survive and get Victor that gold in the meantime.
Right now, I mean, if you look at the items that RNG are picking up right now, a lot of them are hitting 2-item power spikes, 3-item power spike here for Gali. He has so many kills. And CS, I mean, he's got the most in the game, right? So he is the most rich, and he
hit points is actually such a weird term.
Picked up that cheap collector as well.
Yeah,
so
2-item advantage.
You can't fight them right now. It's not really going to happen unless you can set up 2
I wondered,
like this. As the flash
is that even what HP stands for nowadays? Oh fuck! Jax just got eaten by a big pair of scissors.
As he has no idea that they're coming in. Gala is just licking his lips, ready to take yet another kill.
The idea here was good because the
hit points is a real thing from Aviation, I think.
You get the kill onto the Gwen. If you teleport in the 2v1, you get that turret bounty. You get a lot of extra gold on your
just
Victor,
like,
but unfortunately, they're just not.
How did that become the default in video games for like the amount of health you have? A hit point? Like what the fuck is a hit point?
But unfortunately,
Like you get points for hitting someone?
Who's a squishier side laner, or one that cannot sustain itself in trade like this. You know, maybe it works out. It's so long to kill Gwen, also that you give enough
HP just
time
sounds
for RNG
good.
to rotate down, doesn't allow you to clean that turret up after you
I mean, it does, but
Victor dies instead. And RNG
curious what the origin of the term is, because it seems so weird if you actually break it down.
Yeah, you know, say what you want about scaling, but you know, we're both on the same page here, Wolf.
The number of hits something can take before it dies.
For Xiao, who's Deathless Galio,
But why is it called
problem. And then
points
you have
if you're dying?
You've got 3 stopwatches. You have so much survivability with just the items, right? Because we have a Zhonya's in the works as well for the Gwen eventually. You just have so many ways to survive this. You know, Xiaohu could even
Usually a
build
point
into
is
him
like
guys
something
if he
you
wanted
score.
to, because I don't think he's ever going to die in this game, even if he is diving turrets. So we are going to have a bit of a fight here. Gwen going to set up the Galio potentially. She's got the needles coming out, and Grepthar is going to flash away.
Run,
His
Victor.
gravity field is going to save him for now, but not sure if he can actually get away. Wei trying to frontline here. That hook is not going to hit. Grepthar with a very nice stopwatch, though. It's now a 2v2 on the left side, but they're getting dominated by Gala as we speak. The double kill comes
Diego
in.
press Q, then R.
So many, but those are the
Engage.
stopwatches
He
we
did
love to see. It's a
Q
triple
flash
kill
and
for
then
Gala.
R.
Can he pick up more? That will be the quadra. As he's looking
Diego
for
legit hasn't done
Grepthar.
anything in this fight.
Once again, look at his lips.
Oh
There's the
no.
pentakill. Gala.
Wait, I thought Victor was supposed to counter Lucian jumping at him like that.
The man himself.
An
picking up
actual
the Lucian,
pentakill.
Picks up a pentakill here, and what a flashy way to end this game. Such great vision control, so many bait setups. The commitment to bin repeatedly for Red Cannons here backfires immensely, because this is a champion who can survive buy time for the rotation. Look at all of these wards around the bottom side of the map. You want to make a play like this onto the Gwen, look at the lack of vision they have. They have no idea where these players are.
I think it'd be so hard to be a caster for one-sided games.
You're on the retreat, now you're trapped.
Like
They
the
are
actual
coming
Riot
behind
ones.
you. And again, you want that turret in the bottom side, you want that last bit, you want
Because
that
you have to find some
bounty,
balance
but you are
between
just
like
not gonna get it. You're too far behind. You need to be
overhyping something that's
basically
not
in your
hype at
base
all,
at this point. That's a
but also not
10,000
just
gold
like
lead you're up against. You're
being
trying
bored
to
as
kill a
fuck the whole
sustainable
time.
win. It's not gonna happen. And this is basically the last nail in the coffin for this game here for RNG, who will now group up for Baron.
Yes. Shout out to Ashin, by the way. Wanted to give him, tried to do some
most
justice
famous
for the
Gala
Gala call. Yeah. Love that one, as he does pick up the pentakill. I felt like it was the right moment, even though RNG are kind of stomping them at this moment. But, you know, 12 kills and a pentakill, I feel like it's a nice little moment to give him a little shout out there. So now he has an infinity
I hate when
edge,
casters
and
say
it
it's
feels
still
like this
winnable
game
when it's a
is,
stomp like
as you would
this.
say, Wolf, over.
Yeah,
done.
for sure.
It's over. It is over. I mean, it's been over for a while. It has been over for a while. It's
I think
sadly,
I just
but
want to hear something genuine
the
about it.
ideas for Red Cats we're looking
But
for, can see them, but
the
oh,
genuine
man, this is
facts
what I'm
are
talking
like
about.
one team's
No
just getting
vision,
fucked in
RNG
the
will
ass,
solve it. You have to come to them.
and they're probably gonna lose.
We just have the tidal wave and Grepthar on the Victor. You know, if this were
Good
10
God,
minutes later,
man.
and he had a couple
Lucian's
more
an
items,
actual
maybe he could burst
assassin.
Someone down, maybe he'd still have his flash. If the game was a little bit more even.
Like, I mean, Matthew Perry or what? Matthew Perry moment here, like, could there be any more wards here for RNG on this map? Like, this is insane how much vision control they have. They are just, there's nothing you could do.
All you can do when you're this behind is just hope the other team throws and try to put them in a spot where they might make a bad decision.
Crazy how much control they have over this game, and yes, when you are this far ahead, it's very easy to do that.
But obviously that's easier said than done. I think there are tactics you can do when you're losing that can actually make the other team throw.
Yeah.
Vroom vroom through the tunnel. Nicely
Like,
done, RNG. They
just
seem very happy
making the
with
game
that
chaotic,
about themselves. Oh, they're doing it
move
again.
around a lot,
I wouldn't
I
want
love
to be
that exit grip.
give up
you don't
shit.
want to be anywhere near this team right now if you're Red Cats. No, because they're grouping up as 5 here to just push top.
A lot of
they're
times that's
not
not what
winning
people
the
do
game.
though, because like
They have
they
given
don't
Red
want to be
Cats some
responsible
opportunity
for
to
the
farm on
things
the
that go
bottom side,
wrong.
but it's insignificant
They'd rather
because
just like sit
they don't
under
have
tower,
the
wave
time to
clear,
get what they
wait for it
need.
to be
Look at the
over,
items here for Grepthar.
pick me whatever
He's
so I
got
can
a
lose in
Leon
peace.
Freeze, and he's almost got a Shadow Flame. That is not going to be enough. He is not going to be able to win a longer team fight because there is no long fight here.
Nope. And Gala's just going to throw out a culling and nearly kill 3 people by looking at them as they're pushing in with the Baron. Not the shortest game of MSI, but maybe one of the more dominant ones that we will have here. 27 minutes. As Xiaohu going to frontline here. That is going to be the end of Grepthar yet again. As we do have Xiaohu still deathless, and Bin just trying to frontline here. He's just trying to set up for his teammates. Good guy, Bin, and he will pick this up.
Another
This might
penta?
just be another,
Nope, he's
no,
dead.
He's gonna die, actually. Not gonna be another pentakill for the side of Gala, but it doesn't really matter because
Only
RNG
one
are going to
penta,
take yet
lol.
another dominant victory
Washed
in
up.
This group B. Vigo will be taken out first, and that
will be the end of the Nexus as RNG continues with their dominance in this group.
That'll be a
Lol.
3-0 now for the LPL representative. Dominant fashion here, despite what was
They look bored as fuck.
rocky early game, the early kill going over in the bottom side to Teton. They had control there. They were pushing those waves in. Mid was basically free farm for the victor throughout the early game. And yes, on the top side of the map, not a lot of resources needed to be committed to, but some mechanical errors on the jacks, some overextensions on objectives, a little bit of greed there in the mid lane led to several punishes. And the lead they had, which seemed
Is selling
so
items after game is
strong,
over
seemed like it was
bannable
gonna
in
be a
competitive?
coast to
I don't
get
think
the
it's
game started.
bannable, but
Was ripped
I know they
away
do
by
ask
RNG
people
in
not to do that.
seconds. And RNG making a statement with this win here.
I think they might fine you if you're like
It's so
consistently
rare
doing
to
it when
see
they've asked you
Meteos
not to,
in
but
the
I don't think you'd ever
national
get banned for it. My webcam's really dark. Oh, I'm up. I'm awake. All right, let's play an Aram. How long have I been awake? I I mean I'm just like jet lag, basically trying to get on the DGen sleep schedule. With chat? Yeah, I mean if you guys want to join, sure. Post your IGNs quick. First come, first serve. Not sure if this is the real one or not. Oh, it's your things? I need a league game to like wake me up inside. I'm down for some Kiana. Kiana's Giga Broken. Ooh, maybe you haven't seen my Kiana. Ooh. Treasure Hunter's OP, really? I think it's less OP in Aram because you get so much more gold. It's just not as impactful. Alt Hunter. I think Ulti Hunter is good, but I'm going Prowler, Edge of Night. Ingenious seems good. Kiana or a day.
I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I'm extremely good at everything.
I wish I was good at Kiana. I want to kill this Elise. Oh, got her. This play they're showing on streams just so random. And it's frozen. That was sketchy. Unlucky. Wait, I don't have chat open. I haven't seen me stomp like this for at least 10 minutes. Same. The vamp on this seems kind of nice.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Ace.
Prowler's better, but it also seems way harder. I think I'm just gonna do Duskblade. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm a Kiana one trick. I feel like I should learn how to play her without Duskblade. And I can add in Duskblade once I'm more confident. I'm permanently stealth. Light Eclipse I could heal up right about now. You just know you can get River Q from Health Shrine relics? You think I want fucking River Q? That's for cowards. So much poke. Oh. No.
I think may have affected how A's actually play the macro game. Because Korea has historically been a very strong macro region, not so much opposed to. And I think, I would say controversy, but I would go as far as saying I think A's late game control of macro is better than Simon Buffalo. So if we go to that stage of the game, one level one of their flashy, aggressive, bloody type plays, I think this is definitely a winnable series or a winnable game here for Ace. Their first that they need to win so desperately.
They have a pretty dog shit Aram comp.
Final day of your games 0-3, so certainly it is a very extremely important game here for Ace just to give themselves a decent shot to potentially.
How are the Degen hours so far? It's okay.
Let's jump into the draft right away and let's see what we go with. So no Lucian, no Gwen here. Teammates.
Can I Q flash on Kiana?
Not bad. Anything but that. And that's
Seems like it. Your comp is stupidly OP. Yeah, actually, we do have a pretty insane Aram comp. Unironically. Is there a reason why MSI seems lower viewership today? Draft commentary? Oh, are we in draft? Oh shit, we are in draft. Saigon against A's. TF first pick. There's Lucian, Ari, Wukong, Blanc Blend Bands.
it's pretty interesting because we've seen even some of the top teams at those games, which is the reason they've struggled to perform the macro stuff that we've had before. It is very difficult. It is not now. We're in a press
We're getting fucked. Their OP comp.
style that Saigon Buffalo executed well so far. The point I was making earlier is Mike running to an active problem. Now, I personally really disagree with this Gnar pick here at this stage of the draft because you've now put a champion into this Camille. It can easily be blown up by the Camille Twisted Phase, a champion that's completely damaged based on the bar. He's going to have timings he has to run for him to make the pack. Very much so, I think they're going to go more team fights with this draft here this season.
Wait, Galio taken 1-2 by A's? Galio, Jarvan? I don't like that as early picks. Seems kind of cap.
This is going to be a pivot to a more late game scaling
The other team's just not going to pick carries that are bad against that combo.
Very terrifying late game. And then obviously the Zaya that can ult away from
Wait, and then Saigon banned Zaya Ezreal, the champs that are best against Jarvan, Galio. Huh. Are they planning on playing bot lane against this? Ziggs? Really? Sounds real bad against that. Death Dance is owning us.
Possibility to build very tanky into the Ziggs and have a strong front line with this Jarvan and of course have the Galio to make it follow up like this is going to lose this pick. There's a lot of sustained damage. It doesn't work as well around.
Maybe I get a Death Dance.
But she's in a way she kind of shores up some this draft really swung back and forth several times, and what we ended up with at the end of the day is what is going to be an extremely high-flow game. I think it's going to be brawly. It is going to be non-stop action. It's going to be a high-flow game. It's going to be all about combos. Who sets stuff better? Is the expect ultimate to come down? Is the Gnar bar? Is it time correct? As far as saying really very difficult to pull this off.
From the drafts and knowing the way the play styles of these two teams, I think we could have a really fiery game. Also feel like, you know, Saigon Buffalo, they played it really
No.
There are so many ways.
Flashy damn, we lost. Guys, we threw it.
We're just going to sit back. It's going to slowly build up stacks. It's going to be split switching teams. It's going to be right there with her potentially.
How did this happen? Unlucky. Oh well, timing worked out.
The Renata Glass ultimate as well, layered on top of all this, is just, it's pretty brutal. As Atlas would put it, there's a lot of circles here. There's a lot of combo setups. It is going to be a game of AoE, CCs, and follow-up damages. Like, between the bullet times
pop-ups
from the 5-kid, Shogun's ultimate as well.
Crazy that there's 20 minutes between every game, yeah.
The sparks are going to fly with those videos. But obviously, for the time being, of course, you know, we are seeing
I might go to bed after this one. Actually, I guess the last one's T1. Do you want to see that?
matchup. So presented by Mercedes-Benz, Zeus rather versus Evie. Definitely do not want to miss this. It is going to be a sick top lane matchup and just a great game in general.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to talk about it too much because we're going to cast it later, but I am very excited to see if Zeus doesn't get to go up against his Urgot there in the top lane. Really exciting to watch. Might be banned away. We'll get to that later. Sproggy, mentioned it before, really likes Twisted Fate, very proficient on the champion. And, you know, in this early laning phase, can put off some harass, can be very annoying into the Galio's. Taki's going in and going out. I had to do the color caster thing where I'm like, just in case, fellas, I'm giving you the keys to the microphone here.
I've seen this happen before.
Oh shit, level 2 Jarvan cheese. Red directly into bot lane.
To bot. Okay? He is ready to
This
party,
is
okay?
YOLO AF.
That's all you party people out there. He is getting in.
Oh, and it's gonna work.
Level 2, they have been
Why is SGB all inning
Level 2 is hit by the bottom lane
with
of Saigon,
Ziggs?
but it does not
I guess
matter
they let him push for the level 2 first, but then okay, so they give the first blood to Jarvan. No Gamba. Yeah, I didn't make one for this game.
Ziggs will be able to teleport straight back to the lane. It's still picking up a kill.
That Aram went a little long.
Ganks a lot more powerful, but this is the kind of move that makes me feel A's have a really good understanding of their opponents. They prepare well for games like this and have set plays that have been extremely successful in the 2v2s. Taki once again.
It's a lot of damage that does go into 5-Kid, but unfortunately the Satchel knocked 5-Kid away. Yeah. So not really going to end up doing much. Now they do see BJ coming in here, but of course there's not really much that Alone and Dimitri can do to stop this. I think that this is what you trade off with. If you do go for this cheese gank, you have to give up some of your jungle. Dimitri will fall behind in some of the farm. And so BJ, we could see him getting very nicely well-fed.
Kindred is not one of those champions that feels good to get behind in jungle.
He's looking to do so we can get that range later on. So right now, Lonely, a bit far away from his turret. The wave is in a really nice spot here for Hazmed because of where Bean's path here.
Do I prefer this format over having play-ins? It's hard to say. I mean, I think no matter what, if you're involving the minor regions, there's going to be some stomps.
Style of gameplay we're seeing from both junglers, kind of threatening lanes, not committing necessarily. Dimitri got that early kill, lost some on the farm, as you mentioned. But you can see both teams are respecting the fact that this game could open up at any moment. And so the observers are showing like, okay, it's almost a moment, but it's not going to end up being one because it's just so tense the way this game could shift on a knife's edge in the early parts of it.
The decision to early gank bottom seems weird to me. I mean, the play worked, but usually when you go for a level 2 gank like that, it's like done with something in mind. Like MF Renata, is that really gonna snowball? Like, is that your win con?
And now take a look at the jungle difference.
I don't know.
Saigon, BJ is very far ahead in terms of that CS. He picked
I don't really know what Aze's comp is meant to do.
So you gotta wonder, is it worth it in the end? We'll see.
He's got a sweeper here. They're trying to bait this one out. Lonely very.
Oh no, Lonely's really trying to die.
Of course, it is Kindred, so very difficult to set this one up in terms of your CC. You're very limited, let's say.
Okay,
for this sweep.
They get Ziggs to burn TP before he has a goodbye. Yeah, I mean, that's true.
So forced, actually.
Ooh, why did Kindred show here? Damn, that was just like, got bored. What the fuck? What?
It's not.
Huh?
You know, he went for it. Okay.
He definitely did.
What?
You know what? There was definitely some
The
miscommunication
fuck was
there.
that,
He
Bean?
Crashed, but he's flashless. And you know what? The biggest winner of this is Dimitri, because he's like, all right, that was weird. He's up there, he's flashing for the gank, but doesn't do anything. I'm going to go ahead and take away all of his jungle. So,
Yo, he totally saw that. Who was that Kindred yesterday who did that like flash in under turret and one-shot the Alistair?
Actually has a really nice
He totally saw that guy do it and was like, yo, watch this. Ooh. Goodbye, Dimitri. Wait, so many questions. Why did Camille TP? Why was Galio not ready to ult to match TF?
Set this one up and just don't have at this stage of the game enough damage. You have a little bit of CC, obviously. With
These plays seem a bit short-sighted. Like, I'm not really sure what the point of them is. Whoa.
I don't know about this one. They have that ignite ticking, but the damage is coming through. 5-Kid and Shogun will go
Okay.
down at exactly the same time with only the supports left to fight. Here comes Alone. He does have the Predator on this Galio. They're trying to get on top of BJ and take him out, and they should be able to quite
And now
easily.
Galio's
Last
just
hit
randomly
will
killing
draw
Kindred
over
after the
to
fight.
straight, unfortunately, as he is now 2-0.
What is going
That's the
on
really
in this
unfortunate
game,
part about this
guys?
is the Renata is actually the one with the bounty here. So not only do you have
Man.
2 kills on the Renata, and she's not giving any.
Now,
of
if
the
I'm
gold
Dimitri,
or
I'm no
gold
longer
to
worried
the
about being
Misfortune.
Jade's Kindred.
But also, she has a bounty on her head right now. She's a fragile champion. She gets picked. That also is going to be. It's much easier to pick her off in some of these upcoming mid-game fights. Not a good thing. I really like the turn here from Taki. They set this one up. The teleport's coming through from Camille as well, but it's really the twisted.
Yeah,
fate
just
that's
the
most
timing on
important
this.
part of this. And look at Galio. The rotation is so
They
extremely
forced it
slow
in a
here
time
on
when
the
TF
side of
could come
A's
and Galio
that
could
he's
not.
just not able to do anything. He doesn't actually commit to his ult, goes back at the first part of this because
That's
if he matches the Twisted Fate rotation, which is
definitely
the
not
reason why they
right.
picked the Galio in the initial part of this draft, then things go a lot better. So obviously we do have this trade here. Better trade for Shogun. He picks up the kill, getting that Ziggs online. Where's the kill going into the Renata? Not as impactful.
Yep, at least able to pick up an extra one here, as this is going to be the second mark that is picked up by BJ at this point.
He does
in
have
time.
2 marks,
Has not been
though.
able to kill Dimitri, so he does not have that.
See if he
champion
can't
mark just
fuck
yet.
up this Jarvan.
But he's looking to get aggressive at least, as we have another
Oh.
fight down in the bottom side. That
They took
last
the
bomb
camera off
would
the
have
fight
done
right
it.
as it
There's
started.
the kill,
Interesting.
actually. Another mark gonna be picked up here for BJ, as
Okay.
it is traded
1
back,
for
and the
1.
action is just non-stop
Oh,
in this game.
Galio goes
As
in to
Alone
kill
will
himself.
take
All right.
out Froggy with the red buff, enjoying
1
his
for
time.
2.
No Meganar here is lonely next.
Yeah, I mean, they're committing right over to him as Meganar's gone.
He does flash away. and
Oh,
has the
wait,
hop
Nar
as
was
well, so
actually
will be
so
enough
close to
get him
killing
out of
TF
dodge,
there.
But had to use his flash.
It's just once again one of these moments for A's where the communication seems to be very split. Lonely's not coming over even though he has his Meganar bar. And it's a selfish choice because he wants to catch the
Yeah,
wave.
Galio definitely thought Nar was coming.
Diving this, he has the ignite, and this should be enough. The second Q comes through. The
Boom.
thumbs up will come in
Clean
as
dive.
well.
There's not much you can do about
With
this
the
when
little
you can't get
thumbs
that
up.
wave You have no hop anymore. You had to flash earlier. Really nice play from Hazmed to follow. Dimitri's going to try to catch.
Could he have flashed on the head of TF?
Should be in that
Maybe, but that would have been pretty hard
He's
to
going be
do.
spotted now. Dodges the flag and drag. The hook shot
Oh no,
available
Dimitri.
as just hit level 6 actually.
Dimitri!
Just barely
Dude!
in range.
And knows BJ's very likely to
Come
fall.
on, that was such a
This
free
is
kill.
potentially a dead Jarvan. The slow is going to come through. One more hop, and here comes TF.
Oh,
Frog
God,
will be the
dude.
one to scoop that kill, and more action, of course, in the bottom lane as the sun comes in
Fuck,
to
that was
stop the
troll.
time, and Shogun gonna pick up another kill.
This is a play-by-play caster's dream.
Oh boy.
I mean, he was almost 6. He could have just waited for his ult.
9 minutes here. I said it was going to be bloody, but I was mostly talking about some of these 5v5 team fights with the combos and some of the setups there. But this early game has been so bloody because the junglers have been so involved in the bottom and top lanes. But it's also
Jesus.
double global mid laners here.
Make it
Once again,
end.
A's a little bit
Let me
slower
see
on the
T1.
play, and I said earlier, I thought their vision and their late game control, the map was really good, but they are being outclassed in the early parts.
Okay. BJ, he's being chased down here. He was able to sneak that Rift Herald as he will flash the wall and get to safety. Froggy, he's trying to help out as actually Dimitri traps
Wait.
himself in the own catapult.
Surely Dimitri
Down the
didn't just
stopwatch
throw
with
his
so
E
much value.
and Q
Froggy's
nothing
still
and then
alive
R.
as he has the Kindred ultimate on the backside of that, and this is just going all wrong for Team A's. Saigon, Buffalo are cleaning
What
up.
the fuck,
A
dude?
scrappy game. Valdez is what we are watching right
Dimitri
now.
legit
Team
looks like
A
he's
seems
auto-filled
so
on Jarvan.
desperate to force these fights to go in their favor. They had the opportunity in the draft to pivot.
I try to not be
scaling
too
bot laner
critical
and try to play a little
of
bit
mistakes,
slower, move away
but
from
this
the
is some
we're
fucked
not
up
done yet.
gameplay I'm watching.
Riptide's gonna crash down. Straight's coming over here. I'm a little bit worried, but they do walk away. They do respect it. They had the opportunity to change up their draft. They did not. They went into Saigon Buffalo's hands here. And Saigon Buffalo is the better team at these scrappy early games. They picked a Gnar into the Camille. Lonely gets picked twice. This is exactly what I was talking about in the draft. This is a champion that needs his Gnar bar to survive these moments. He hasn't been able to do so. His jungler hasn't always been on the same page. They've been a little bit disjointed. And this is going to happen very likely again.
Lonely
Uh-oh.
might be okay. He's got some help coming in, but he just gets chunked so fast, and Alone is just 5 seconds. 5 seconds away
Nah.
from that ultimate to potentially save him as Dimitri gonna
Nah.
Dragon now. Again, 0-3 on the Gnar, not able to side lane against this amount of pressure from the side of Saigon.
There's a term, a colloquial term we use in the
They're
industry
actually
called
losing their
the orange
minds.
buff. When the jungler
Yes.
comes up on spawn rotation and picks up the orange buff, and we will have the Everfrost, of course, picked up here, the MasterCard Mythic for Froggy. But Camille Twisted Fate is the duo that you and I actually coined the term orange buff for against Gnar, because it's just so easy to pull this off, and that's why I really didn't like the pick in that game. And then you also went into this Galio with the misfortune in the game like this, and so you've not gone towards late game team fighting with a Gnar type front to back team fight style. And I mean, this draft was a little bit all over the place. Didn't know how well Saigon Buffalo was going to be able to punish it, but with the lack of coordination that AZ is showing in this early game,
It's actually just wild watching this shit.
We're talking about late game Ziggs, we're talking about
Not in a
Camille
good way.
side laning.
Remember when I said, like, Saigon have so much room to play with so much finesse and, you know, come out here and play side lanes? They were like playing a concerto on the violin. They took their violin and just began smashing the audience with it over their heads, quite literally, because they don't need to play with finesse. They just actually smack them down in the early game. And now they have a 5,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. They're using that Ziggs and his turret taking power so well. They're able to take down the mid turret at 11 minutes. There's 2 plates that are already down in the top side. And if they group up, it looks like they want to fight over this Hextech Drake. They don't even necessarily need to. They could probably just go top and take another turret if they wanted to. But it looks like they will prioritize the Drake instead.
Well, unfortunately for A's, they just don't have the power at this stage to actually fight for this. I mean, it's a lethality misfortune into a team that has full choke point control. This is a Ziggs comp. He could put his Saturn charge down, he could put his bombs down there. You can't walk into that. Galio's not going to be eating all that damage. You could then take the Drake.
Yeah, I don't know what their mentality is going into it.
One of the game and look for a gank topside. They're baiting the sun out.
Yeah, I mean, who's baiting who?
Surely they don't think they're going to win playing like this.
And he still has Ignite as, oh boy. This is not hell game. Not a very fun game for the orange buff, we could say, in this one. As this is what I was talking about. They get the Drake, and now they'll just go top and take it.
Yep, they're gonna do the Drake,
Like,
go top and take
no
it.
joke. If I was on A's, I would report my Jarvan if he played like this.
And Galio is gonna get the taunt off, but he doesn't win that one.
It's another turret.
And
So 10 plates now gone and taken.
This looks like how I would play if I was like beyond fucking tilted and hadn't slept for 2 days or something.
Just gonna throw up the Saigon Buffalo emotes and get out of there. No harm, no foul.
3-0 and 3 on the Twisted Fate, who's got 7 Dark Seal stacks. That's not something you see every day, but you know, when you're this far ahead, you're this dominant, you're picking it up early. You're in a
Whatever.
fantastic spot. His acceleration to the rapid fire cannon is so quick that not even misfortune is safe. The Gnar is going to be vulnerable in these moments in 5v5 fights. The A's, frankly, are not taking. They're still trying to look at these scrappy fights around turret. They're trying to punish these movements.
Sure, pick
around
me
the map.
J4,
But
smile.
because they're so far behind at this point, there are very little opportunities.
Glad you stay up to watch
When you have
this.
champions like Ziggs and Camille that could sit in a side lane and make your life hell so easily when they're ahead like this. It's just
Yeah,
hard to play the game.
I mean,
Not like this. Not like this.
whatever.
Okay, I mean, he gets a nice little Gnar ult and actually will be able to flash away.
The better games are going to be next week. Like watching T1, G2, and RNG compete against each other is going to be a good time. And like maybe EG will do something crazy, but you know, we try to keep the expectations realistic here.
A little bit of trouble there for the side of Hazmat, but he is the only one that was in trouble. And the rest
Camille killed herself. That's a start.
Underneath, just everybody and all the gold.
All right, so Valdez, you remember I made a statement on our side. I think I would argue A's is the better macro team. We didn't go to a game where I'm talking about late game macro, of course, vision control. We didn't go to a game where we got to see that. But I'm gonna have to take that one back, unfortunately, this game. Based on what we're seeing, based on the lack of coordination, perhaps some nerves here, but A's are not playing this game in terms of controlling
Like,
how they're gonna rotate, where teleport cooldowns
what
are,
the
etc.,
fuck
as
was
well as they
that?
have in their previous losses, in fact. And you know, plays like this where you try to commit everybody on
That's the
top
kind
side
of shit
there
that just
to
makes
save a
no
Gnar
fucking
who's
sense. Like
trying to survive the barometer
it's not even like he got ganked.
You
He
put
knew
yourself
they were
open
there.
for Camille to just teleport on top
He
of
had
you. They
all the
wanna take the
info.
fight. They're absolutely
He had
going for it.
flash.
They will avoid it.
He wasted the flash, and he died.
And you know, we talked about the TF
Like,
how far ahead he is. BJ now has
what the
5
fuck?
marks on this Kindred already. 15 minutes into the game, and yeah, this might just be a formality at this point, guys. I
He
mean,
played it
it's not
so
much else to
trollishly
say.
too.
They're
He's
just
like
taking it
way
every
up
turn
in
on
that
the
ass
map. I
instead of.
love the tempo.
If you want to clear that wave for
Saigon
whatever
Buffalo
reason,
and
just
Blade
hug bottom
Blades.
side, and you won't even
This
need
is
to use
what
your
you love to
flash.
see
You see
out of our
it-
Vietnamese team.
You see it all the time when Ziggs has a lead. You know, he could push so quickly. You just group up as 5. You take turrets off the map surgically, one after the other, while just tossing out your abilities. You just Q, 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 Q. You have your Leandri's burn damage coming through. You're so far ahead in levels that one Q takes out half the health bars of almost anybody. You ult, you force a flash, you ult, you might kill the enemy 80 carry straight up if she's not at full health. And soon, even if she is. So it's just
This game is so Omega done.
one that A's needed to prevent. And then we could talk about the Galio combos with bullets.
12K down in 15 minutes.
We could talk about all these other things, but it ended so quickly.
I don't even feel like Saigon Buffalo is playing particularly
Again, just I think that
well
Saigon
or
Buffalo were just
anything.
better
Like,
responding to some of those early game tempo plays, and the
I
second
think
they
they're
got
doing
it, it
okay,
was like
and
a
A's is
non-stop
losing their
freight train
mind
with knives on
entirely.
it and needles attached to the tips of the knives. Really impressive stuff from them. Now 12,000 gold ahead, and Team A's they're not giving up without a fight. That is to say, we have seen teams in the past just kind of get this far behind and then try to go for a turtle and look for the super late game. But Team A's still looking for some of the fights. Not sure if that's going to work out.
Ooh,
for him.
big bounties on those Nexus turrets.
The Magi's finished already here for Froggy, who is really enjoying this game.
He's building Lich Bane as well, just to add insult to injury. And I mean, the
Blue
freight
buff on
train is
Narc.
now
He
like a
says,
bullet
"Fuck
train.
you,
It's
Jarvan.
also
You're
got, like,
feeding."
space shuttles worth of rockets on the back of it, so to help it go at the maximum amount of speed. It's
Jarvan
12,000
says,
gold lead,
"Fuck you.
20
You're
minutes,
feeding."
18 minutes we are looking at here.
Yeah, Saigon are like, yeah, we see you, T1. Maybe we can outdo you. And
Remember they played the Kindred?
they played the Kindred, and now I think they're actually challenging for most dominant game so far at MSI. As 5Kid, it's not going to be saying 5 head after this one.
Shit, he
She's
almost
gonna
died
run
even
away.
with Glens.
You bomb the Misfortune, she can't be anywhere near this.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't get to play the game,
Renata
unfortunately.
taking the
That's
troll
gonna be
path
the end of
and
Straight
getting
Path.
himself
Over the
killed.
top is gonna take down
Alright.
5Kid. Meanwhile, we have, Rift Herald in the
A's
bottom lane,
has
so just
mentally
basically
left the
pushing
building
everything as the
a
stun will
long
come in.
time
Maybe
ago.
Cosmed just a little bit over the top there. Maybe didn't have to dive into 5 of them.
But
it
you know,
doesn't
he's
really
gonna
matter.
get a Rift Herald charge onto a Nexus turret, so it's okay.
Yeah, dude, let's queue up the next Aram.
Galio gonna miss. There's the charge.
Yeah. Well, it's not looking too good here for Team A's, unfortunately. Saigon Buffalo going to be coming through with an insanely dominant victory. We'll see if they end the game here, or if they will show a little bit of...
Valdez, they ended the game a few minutes
EU
ago.
Aram. Oh, yeah.
But the Nexus
For
has
sure.
to
I'll
follow
just
him.
hop on EU.
That's the part where the victory screen goes up. But I do want to kind of bring this back to a more real setting here because, you know, like I said, like we've been discussing, this game will end in the next 5 minutes or so.
All right.
But
Post
this is a really
IGNs.
rough loss for A's. This is a game that was
I'll
basically
queue
a
up
loss win
once
for them. They're 0-2
the game's actually done.
And now going 0-3 at the end of this first round robin makes it extremely difficult because this group is essentially a three-person group,
Conquer
like
one.
Group C, except you have less chances and only one person
That sounds like
gets
a
out,
real
not
name.
two. And you know, losing like this when you have DFM in your group, you have Saigon Buffalo in your group. It's almost like this loss right here means they're not getting out of the group. Now, technically, there is still a chance, of course, but given expectations based on what we've seen so far, it seems extremely unlikely.
Yeah, Bean J just going ahead and collecting the orange buff before he does continue on with the rest of this game. I think he did get his 7th mark there as well. Froggy just going to flash away from this one.
Uh-oh. Ziggs is going down. Big shutdown to Galio.
That immobile, awesome dude in the bottom side as Hazmat is just casually taking down the Nexus turret and just waiting for his slower teammates to catch up and join him on the onslaught.
Just a quick little teleport back in. The minions are coming. And A's know this one, unfortunately, is doomed.
Yep, that's going to do it for this one, guys, as we do have Hazmed once again hookshotting in and looking for more. Will they collect their KDA, or will they just end the game? They will just end the game. Down goes the Nexus. Saigon
That was a
Buffalo with
disturbing
an
game.
Insanely dominant victory over Team A's, and now they are 2-1 in Group A.
Chug it, that game was so fast. It was so quick. There was non-stop action. There was not even room to breathe. And I think that shot we just had...
That was a seriously disturbing game.
Finishing it was like, oh, I could actually take a rest for a second.
I did not enjoy that one.
No slowdown for even one moment in that game. For Team A's...
Bro, you got to be careful saying stuff like this.
This was the must-win game. this was
Brazilians are real
so
sensitive about that one.
badly. This was your most realistic chance to get some momentum in this group because you'll get a second chance of this, but it's going to be.
They
at
might
the
fuck
end.
you up.
Your tournament chances might be done by then even, and the rest of this group is tough. And this group in general is filled with extremely early game focused teams. DFM, love that early game. They're dominant in the region for that reason. T1, most dominant early game team in the world right
Well,
now.
these champs are
Even though they're
boring.
dominant at all stages of the game.
And then Saigon Buffalo as well. They're the team that's going to make the aggressive plays. They're going to flash on you. They're going to take risks.
All right, we've got one more game. Before T1. Surely this game won't be a stomp. Oh yeah, totally. I'm sure it'll be very close and competitive.
Shit, 22 shots, no December. I'm an enemy to clip. His family lose another member. I'm just smoking Azar. I know my ass won't remember it. I don't fuck with no thought hoes. You move different. I fuck with
Why is Renekton so broken? That was a lot of fucking CC. Oh, dick done.
United us. She showed us that freedom was worth dying for. Destroyed.
Has been slain.
We knew we were stronger than they were. They had given us too much power. Order is given. Feel
We're against Antibot 007. What about a full tank Renekton build? Potentially unexplored territory. Completely tank man Renekton. Bro, the Thresh just grabbed me so I couldn't get that cannon. That was kind of toxic.
Rampage. An ally has been slain.
Well, that's fine, because I had to.
Shut down.
The hell, bad Rengar? I'm too tanky, man. The Renekton build they don't want you to know about. Top laners hate him. One secret build. When's Riot gonna release a Squid Champion? Closest we have to a Squid Champion would probably be Vel'Koz. Not really sure what I build next. Warmogs, maybe? Ah! I feel like I do more damage than you would think for a full tank Renekton. I guess I do have an Aram buff. Shit, I was in that ass. I'm going Warmog, fuck it. I don't want to not be able to heal. I think he max E second. That's the normal Renekton build. But the normal Renekton build is also not tank Renekton. But people have max W second. I think it's kind of good. Possibly slept on. I know Huni did W max second, but he also did like fucking Prowler, Claw, Assassin, Nectin, which was pretty hilarious. Oh, let's fucking go. Ow. I feel like on most bruisers, you only need to build enough damage so that you can kill a carry, right? And like, oh my fucking god, that guy just disappeared. Like, being able to kill a carry is not a particularly high bar.
An ally has been slain.
This is fucking obnoxious. No, what? How did I hit a minion? What was that? The M5 support that did that play with Nunu. I don't know if it was like one person, but the play was called an Empire. Draft starting soon? Yeah, I have it open. I'm watching.
trust. Now I'm screaming fuck you from a Bentley truck. Yeah.
Who's the girl? I don't know. I don't assume gender. Is 70 ping normal ping in NA? I mean, it's... If I had a better internet provider, it could be a bit lower. But it's pretty bad. I should just move to Chicago, dude. Fuck it. If you think about it, if I'm streaming, I would spend most of my time playing League. So it would actually affect the majority of what I'm doing. And I'd have a better time. Probably better vibes in the stream. I'm in there. We just got fucked. Alright, full tank for Nectin. Maybe. Not that insane late game.
Go to the late game, that's where TSM actually looks weak. You go past the early game, not side laning, very forward. And that's what I'm concerned about because
the only problem would be like friends and family if I moved. I could always go back to Virginia, which is like where my brother and dad still live. And I think they get like 30 ping, which isn't bad.
play a scaling combination. Or is it, alright, we're going head to head. Let's hope for the best. It's a David and Goliath very true goal.
Does your brother play League? Occasionally, but not really. My dad play League? No. He does go on the League subreddit though. At least he used to, especially when I was playing. He'd be like, hey, what do you think about this? He'd like link some rap posts. I'm just like, Dad, don't regret it. It's fucking stupid. Give up on the Aram game? Stuck my balls. How about that? I'd rather die than give up. But my chat's covering the draft. Okay, so T1 with first pick Monkey Man. They banned Urgot, Nautilus, Granada Glass. I need to find some time to die and spend my gold. where we don't just immediately lose the game.
Really in his wheelhouse. They're going to actually prioritize the Karma.
Uh-oh. Oh! LOL! Ha ha ha. Oh. Report. Dude.
We don't see champions like now fight very often. Wukong already in your composition. It's a pretty safe flying Jace here.
And guess what? Meteos is one of the best Jace players that.
Okay, so T1 are playing Jace. We were talking about him earlier.
On this pick, he did want to pick it. They first picked it for him as well. You know, because commonly Ari will be banned long to be banned against Faker. So they're like, yeah, sure, he's curious on the Jace. So they're going to go ahead and go with that, even though we haven't seen all that much Jace here at this tournament just yet. A bit here and there. You see, Ezreal Karma is the bottom lane for DFM.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking we were going to see from them once the Karma was locked in. There's nothing T1 could do
Who in
about that, right?
chat is this Lucian? I think he had the same name in chat.
One of the common responses you see
I didn't recognize his name. He might not be a regular. Maybe lurks.
DFM do want to play
Seems to be going quite giga.
against the bigger fire here of we'll see the
What was the LeBlanc win rate?
we talked about how much T1 has pulled out weird
I missed
things,
it.
how much they have fun with this tournament, this group stage. Finally, we saw Gold go back with like the hearts coming
We need to win, guys. Probably should have got an MR item. Oh. Alright, good timing.
This dirty and bloody. Let's see what DFM have in store to counter this. We're talking about the REP earlier on. Obviously, a very common duo that we've seen in jungle. So many places you can make with this. So many ways to enable each other. And that is going to be the choice here for Steel. So he forgoes anything that he's super comfortable on. He will play the Viego that, of course, this guy knows how to do.
There's a lot of power with the Viego set.
I was blasting. Look at this damn.
So I think all eyes are going to have to be on Steel and these solo laners in the early game, because there are ways in which you can
Ooh, so much tanking.
start to skew how easy it is going to be for Ezreal to scale towards the later parts of the game. If you can actually get through the first parts of it, Ezreal starts out, come online, gets 2 items, you're not too far behind. Yes, you're going to be dealing with vision problems, you're going to be dealing
Graves
with
sucks.
the lethality Jace that could basically one-shot it away later on in the game. But I like the way that they rounded this draft out. They weren't ready to commit to the Viego early, but then they were able to pivot the set. They have a jungler that can link the mid and top lanes together. This would be a great game for League of Legends. I'm feeling about this.
Gamba,
We know who they're cheering for here in Busan. It will
Next
be
time.
T1 as these guys looked geared up.
T1's just gonna win.
But as you're mentioning, DFM, they gotta come in here and be the most prepared that they will have.
100% win rate.
I'm very curious to see if they can pilot this composition very, very well. Also kind of cool, we get to see Faker up against Aram once again. This is a matchup we have seen many times over in Korea, and they will meet once again here on the international MSI stage.
And even perhaps a matchup people don't think of that much is Faker versus Utapod, because these are some of the
Ooh, Faker's running Ignite, Electrocute. The no bullshit setup. The solo kill your ass setup.
Them clash in a group stage like this, but they will meet here for the first time in this Robin. A lot of historical context here. Yaharon, of course, formerly of the Green Wings. Used to be
Monkey Man versus Viego.
They played a little bit on Reddit Breon, so kind of a substitute to Lava, now finds this place on DFM. It's a replacement for Ari, who also moved to the LCK. So a lot of LCK history, a lot of rivalry type stuff here. But
Music goes on.
Teams, you know, Korea versus Japan, T1 versus DFM, Yaharon versus Faker. It's a really cool matchup, even though T1 are massive favorites.
Lol.
The context makes it so much more interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool.
And timer,
to see this
Jesus.
day of MSI
So needy.
wrapped up with our featured matchup here, presented by, of course, Mercedes-Benz. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, this is Keria back on his pike, right? This is one of the first picks, actually, that got people very excited about Keria. He came out on this.
Oh
pick
shit!
when
Wait,
he
they're
was a
playing
rookie.
Pike.
He was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna take over the bottom lane by myself, like almost 1v3 style." Like, and everybody was like, "Wait, what? Who is this guy? Like, how did he just do that?" And yeah, he garnered a lot of hype very early on in his career, and this was one of the picks that he was able to do it on.
He hovers it a lot.
Owner going for a level 2 gank as
Owner's
Wukong.
seen here.
Well, they're flashing in. Unipod is going to have to flash out as Owner's going in for the kill. That is just barely going to be enough for
That
first
worked?
blood, as already Gumayusi is on the board.
How the fuck did that
Going
work?
for another proc here of Electrocute in the lane. As we jump over that, observers like, better make sure we don't miss that one. But a very early
What
kill
killed him?
here,
Was it like a
given over
grenade?
Gumayusi on the gen. This accelerates how quickly he can get those lethality items online. Keria is just will give no.
I thought he was gonna survive. There was like an ignite and a red buff on him.
Of these minions here as the wave crashes through. But Keria is able to hit this hook at basically maximum range. Notice Owner comes down here, even though he's seen on the ward. There's no minions to block here. The timing of this hook is perfect because Keria
The
knows
flash
that he's
hook?
on the lane, and there's an easy follow-up gank opportunity for Owner.
Oh
And it goes
yeah, the
live
grenade
or
bounce
damage
off
so
Karma.
Owner's
Damn.
Yaharon's is dead. Baker going to take him out. Looks like the ignite was ticking there as Keria, with a casual level 2 roam to the mid lane, is going to help out with that. But this time, DFM.
Oh shit! Gumayusi, no!
A nice little gank brush. Steel and
He got
in at the river. They are able to take
very caught out there.
Gumayusi, who is running down the river by himself.
So this does really stave off some of the early lead that first blood for Guma is going to give you. So, a lot of damage going through a Faker. He's sitting at like basically no health, basically no mana. He's going to get the maximum value out of trade. Pronk Electrocute again. And he's like, oh yeah, Yarong, you thought you were going to sit and catch this wave at a good wave.
That's so
at a
weird.
good amount of health and feel good about yourself.
It
Back
felt like
it's gonna actually
T1 was
We'll have to
confident
those
they couldn't
cons
be there.
as-
Like absolutely
The
no
good
signs
news
of knowing they
for
could be
DFM
there.
Fans is that the kill onto Gumayusi means that it does give Ezreal a little bit more of a free time here. As
Faker sets it up.
hashtag just Faker things. Keria's here. Chains land. Can't miss your pike hook when they're rooted in the ground. You know, Guma gets caught here, unfortunately. You can
Yeah,
tell based
Guma
on how
for
he's moving
sure
here,
should
like, Gulu's
just
a pretty
stay and
good
help
chance
clear
to
that
be
wave,
on the bottom side of
and
the
then
map.
Pike can go with him down
And that
bottom.
does give Ezreal a little bit of breathing room here for Udapon.
He could have taken it a little bit slower and just run through his
He
own
probably did the
jungle,
classic,
but,
like, oh, I want to
you
let
know,
Faker
he's
get
a-
more
he's
XP
a very
if I'm not
confident
here,
young player,
so I'm going to let him get the
and,
wave. Like, you're
generally
trying to
doesn't
be
make
helpful,
too many mistakes.
help out the
If he
homies,
does make 'em, they'll look
but then
like
you
that,
just end up
know?
leaving
He's
the
like,
lane,
"Oh, I
and
can just
then
do whatever I want."
you get
And,
fucked.
Yeah, gets punished for it. So really nice response out of the side of DFM. You gotta get something going when already T1 are making it happen, and a counter gank could come in here. As Carrier's gonna get stunned up. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Steel able to pick that one up, as now DFM will strike back in a big way. They're looking for the hook potentially from Steel. He's just gonna get over the wall. Of course, cosplaying the Pike here, as they will get away.
This is a really nice read.
T1 troll a little
Just
bit.
sticking around a little bit too much, and one more auto will do
Oh.
it. That's just gonna be the grenade that comes in, but
Wow, he actually dies there.
it's gonna go down as
Oh,
well.
and
So,
Guma goes down.
with the root coming in, that's the Viego stealing Jin's body. They're looking for more, and Udapon is
Holy fuck, Owner dies there?
They laugh in the face of T1's aggression.
Yo, they're
DFM now
T1's actually
matched
fucking
T1
running it down.
And this is a play based on the fact that they know Carrier is going to repeatedly non-stop look for Bone Spears. And during the slow of Carrier's
Maybe
hook,
Viego's just
Steel
OP.
actually, he
Must
is
be
able
it.
to predict Carrier's going to hook at this moment. During the slow, he's already pre-channeled the Viego stun. He's able to get on top of him there. Was super well played. Then they abuse the fact that Viego in these skirmishes will get those resets, get his health back, and then can actually become a ranged champion, do tons of extra damage. This was extremely well set up by DFM, punishing the fact that T1 are going to repeatedly try to make these plays happen. If the execution was poor, Viego loses so much time. But notice the channel.
Let's see, what does
Channels
Viego do in this fight?
before
He's
Viego-
sitting
before
there.
Carrier actually looks for the Bone Spear. He's slowed while channeling, so he knows
Comes
he
out with a
can
fully
guarantee the
charged
stun.
stun.
That's the follow-up damage here.
Auto,
Beautifully
Q
played from
auto.
DFM.
Yeah, just a really fantastic setup. And if you know the enemy team is looking confident, they're going to be looking for plays nonstop. You got to find a way to counter it, and they found exactly that. Guma doesn't have to run in there. You know, he knows
Let's see this
Steel is
next
still
one.
around.
Ooh, he flash stuns Jin. Those were some nice W's, fully charged stuns twice.
Excellently set up by Steel on the side of DFM. As we will return to the game state, T1 still have a slight lead. Some of that is due to Zeus having fun on just Jace versus a melee champ. Heavy having a little bit of trouble, but now they're looking for their own kind of revenge, as very nicely kidnapped into the back there. Steel once again looking for more, but the flash knockback from Zeus.
Oh,
might be
can Zeus
enough.
escape?
They're still flashing onto him. As will it be enough damage? One more haymaker could have done it, but it's not
Oh.
enough. Zeus will live underneath his own turret.
Not the true damage there to finish him off.
Close.
Unfortunately, well played by Zeus. Really nice reaction. But this goes back to the draft when they
Set
locked
could
in
have
Viego
possibly
at
tried
the
to tank
end.
more
They
shots
decided to lock in set, play
to
around
get
the
closer and
C6
more
setup
grit
here.
for the
It
W.
has been Steel who's been the glue.
But I don't know if
of
he could
this
have killed
team
him there.
together, making the early plays, and all eyes were going to be on him. He's going to be the most impactful player in this game for DFM if they can actually control the early parts of it, and that has been the case. Not a successful kill, but a successful game.
Flashing in, he's going for blood. Harp is going to try to flash away with that W, but it's enough damage back on Agumi.
Holy shit, Guma goes down again. 3 deaths without flashing.
Bone Spear should be enough. The knockup comes in. And
Oh, Udapon gets
On the knife's edge there, though, if he actually
fucking
survives
taken
here,
out back.
Udapon with the enemy AD carry down, ends up getting a really nice lead.
Is
Forced to
Guma
trade
just
here,
trolling
so
or
will
what?
Actually push them further, as you could hear the audience is cheering like crazy after they were able to pick him off here.
Guma's sussy.
Steel rotates over, trying to catch some of this aggression. First Drake, by the way, still untouched with all this aggression. Rift Herald has spawned. T1 historically has been the most dominant Rift Herald team.
And this is what we missed while we were having the action down on the bottom side, by the way. Started out as a 1v1. Faker was getting aggressive here on the Yaharong, who does just barely go down. But then Faker
Ooh.
is scooped up by Steel, who earns himself
Oh,
a
wait.
kill.
That killed
So another
Faker?
extra kill here for the Viegos.
That ult did
3-0
so much
and
damage.
2. Most impactful player on the Rift right now. Rift Herald spawned. Owner's taking it here early. The Ezreal hasn't come online just yet, so they're going to respect the fact that they didn't have prio control here.
Uh-oh. Carry it.
Oh,
Trouble.
turret shot as well?
Setting up the gank
Okay.
rush again. The damage should be there. Steel
Uh-oh.
is so fed.
Ooh, a little ulti
will be able to come through here, and that is why Carrier will survive.
for a little bit of
As
mobility to get his E over the wall.
He does survive because the Heartbreaker was used earlier.
That was
Flash
clever.
was used earlier. But it does mean that they have to take the longer road here, which is going to cost Gumayusi a lot of CS. Going to give a plate over to Udapon. These moves are impactful even if it doesn't lead to a kill, because it also means control bottom side as wave crashes through. Give Steel first Drake priority here, and Mountain Drake will go over to DFM. Really nice play around Vision, abusing the fact that Keria is on a roaming support who wants to be going to that mid lane very often, catches him on his return.
Dragon taken for DFM.
have done a wonderful job of shoring up
Yeah,
a lot
Viego
of
is getting
the
big. I would love to see a Viego hard carry a game just so I can take some notes.
I think that Zeus is pretty much having a
Viego's fun. I want to be able to just hard carry on him, but
trying to set up the kill onto him. But other than that, he
thus
has
far,
a almost 40 CS difference once Evie picks up this wave.
it's been
He will slow
underwhelming.
up a little bit, and he already has 2 plates as well. So that is a lot of where that gold lead is actually coming from for T1.
Yeah, and Yarong is going to.
it just feels like it's real hard to do anything on that champ unless your team's
A
winning.
lot of this is the forcing we're seeing from Zeus, the pressure we're putting on is because he knows the jungler's on the other side of the map. So he's playing so well around this strong side because he knows how much pressure DFM is trying to put onto Keria and Gumayusi. So really well played by him. So we do have a group up here in the jungle from
No,
T1.
the controlling other people part of Viego is fine. Like that's easy. The part where I feel like he really lacks is the not controlling other champion part. Oh shit! Zeus getting pulled into tower. Nice. That's a good trade for Evie. Cleared the wave.
Yeah, just using his ult to actually get it back here.
Chunk
so he's
Zeus
not gonna
out.
end up losing out way too much. Yarong will get rooted.
Steel is here though. Can he bait him in? The ignite is ticking as Steel with the flash stun. That's still
Okay, W flash.
picks it up, distorts away from the Heartbreaker, and Faker dodges a
And
charge,
gets
picks up
out.
the kill, and that will be that.
Yeah, in terms of mechanics here across the board, I don't think anyone is going to doubt that Faker versus Yarong heavily favoring Faker. We're seeing it here. Yes, he was punished the one time, but he's sitting at 3-0 or 3-1 and 0, excuse me. He's up 10 CS, and he's playing LeBlanc, which is going to be so impactful if T1 can get a lead and control that vision. Because we are going to see Pyke pick up the glaive later on in this game. He is going
Faker's
to make
pounding
it
this
so
dude.
difficult for DFM to know where Faker is at any
Yeah,
given
but to be
point in
fair
time.
though, the
So Faker
LeBlanc
being
into Ahri
accelerated
matchup,
at this
like
stage of the game is something that
Faker's been
DFM
playing this
DFM
shit for
fans
10
should be
years.
extremely worried about, because
I feel like
to that
Faker would
point,
whoop
way
anyone's
faster
ass
than
both
LeBlanc is
sides of this
supposed to be
matchup.
in an even laning phase is it's just a disaster. It's going to lead to so many problems for DFM's fairly squishy composition.
So he got Steel up in the top side. He was actually able to deny that back from Zeus. Keria, though, is being so annoying in the mid lane here. Even with Harp here, Owner and Faker just casually, with this pressure, picking up 2 more turret plates, and they drop the Rift Herald down. Faker has the distortion. He will be able to get away as they split the golds here, and Faker's still throwing out chains in front of 3 of them in this mid lane.
Yeah, and look who's farming bottom. It's
I need
easy.
I need to
Super
move to the
T1.
East Coast,
This
get
is the
low
macro
ping,
style we
and
talk
then
about for them. We talk about the early
next time I
game.
play
We're
on
not
low
talking
ping,
about
I really want
how
to try to
they
like
kill turrets.
practice getting better at
Over the wall.
laning.
Unbelievable.
Harp is just dead, and that is going to be
Because I feel like you
Owner
can
that does pick
space
up
a
the
lot
kill.
easier
Second
when you're
knockup
not on
comes through
60
here
ping.
For the Wukong, as Owner is picking up more. They might want to get this into Guma, but they say, nah, let's give the double kill over
The
Owner.
finer parts of laning,
Once the MVP notice anyway.
way easier to
Steel
improve
had
on
such a
low
great
ping.
Early game. They were really finding impactful ganks. They were able to catch up in T1's gold. The second Rift Herald's taken though, they force it mid, grab plates. You see Gumayusi pushes bottom side. They have control of the forces. Faker is going to get trapped.
Oh, Faker
But
getting pounded.
the vision that you could see, if you look at the bottom right of the map here, is just insane here for T1. Look at all of these wards they have. Look at how deep this vision is. You cannot make any plays there. You cannot safely protect Udapon. So notice Udapon comes back to lane. He's like, oh, I'm in trouble. I have to back away. He's losing CS. He's losing farm. He's 30 CS down right now. This is T1's macro. This is their domination. This is why people are so afraid of facing this team in the early game. You get an inch, T1 takes a mile with it.
If Faker gets the
And
one chain on him,
so
he
many
pretty much
plays
has to
going
ult
over to
out.
these impactful carries.
Or he'll do
Yeah,
double
that's very
chain.
true. And you know, some
Ignite.
of the CS differences as well, very noticeable. Still a huge one in the top side, but also Gumayusi with a very nice lead in the bottom lane. Will we see another Bone Spear hit? They're going for Harp. He's just so squishy, but Udapon is fighting back.
Uh-oh.
The heal comes through. The stun is going to be flashed away, but Harp will be taken out by Keria.
Oh, no Pyke
Now
ult.
Udapon is all alone, but they're not going to, or will they? Bone Spear considered, and Keria just goes down.
Oh, damn. Okay.
And just takes a kill for himself.
He has
Okay,
Prowler's
Utapon.
Claw. He's thinking he could actually
I-
burst him down there. It has enough
I
damage,
did.
but unfortunately it's an Ezreal. Utapon doesn't miss his skill shots there at basically point blank range. Is able to take him out. In fact, if Gubiusi's back there was somewhat disrespectful, he gets caught there. He dies too. Utapon is going to pick up some much needed extra gold.
Monkey Man has come to play.
Utapon, I'm not sure about this one. You have red buff on you, and owner.
Holy
this
fuck.
time
Alright,
with the
Wukong's
last
broken.
as he flashes onto you and kills.
They have no real vision of this part of the jungle. There's a ward near the Drake pit, so I think that's why he felt comfortable. He could actually push that wave out
They
before
saw
backing.
him coming. He like threw out a Q.
How
and he
come when
was
I
like,
was
"Ah,
playing
you know what?
Wukong, he didn't feel broken?
It was not okay.
I would do the same combo and not one-shot the
But,
shit out of an
Faker
Ezreal.
Still feels like he's having a lot of fun here in this mid lane. As trying to get this one down, the smite will come
Player
through,
diff must be it.
from owner, even though he does get rooted, he is totally fine. And the Cloud Soul, perfect. Shout out to our co-caster Atlas. Cloud Atlas. No doubt
Do you Q
watching
before
from
you
home,
ult? Yeah.
loving the Cloud Souls that we've had so far.
Is he maxing Q than E?
When you look at the top side, it's been so interesting.
Want him
because
to click on
this
Monkey
tournament-
Man.
hold that thought. Gumayusi very far forward.
He's in a lot of trouble, and with this teleport coming in, well, he will be able to flash away from it as Evie is looking for a bit more. He will ult the clone.
Oh, that clone.
Fooled this time, I suppose.
That's
as the
embarrassing.
Bone Spear is going to come through. And now we open up for Guma. That's one snipe. Looking for the second. He should be able to hit. No, he hits Utapon, actually, so not going to be quite enough damage, and the rest of them will get away.
This is an extreme
Ooh.
poor macro call as well from DFM.
Mid laner's
to try to
getting
force
involved.
this Fight here. Take your loss. You didn't get Guma. That's enough. They commit the teleport here for Evie. You know, after the first initial pick fails, he ults the clone as you mentioned, but he gives a turret to Zeus. He's not coming. He's not interested. He's going to get more gold. He's going to soak up the map. The bigger objective is on the
Damn,
top
Faker's
side
getting
right now.
sniped.
No, it's very true. And I just feel like there has been way too much disrespect of Utapon's Ezreal in this game from T1. Like, the guy does not miss.
Owner's
Running
3
through
points
versus running
E than
straight
Q
at him,
max.
like, come on.
Did he do the 3E first, or does he just like now have 3
Really
points in
gets
it?
charmed there.
Did he do full
But,
Q
at
or?
the end of the day, does look like
Oh,
DFM will
whoa.
be able to run away.
Look at the items here for Devi. You know, unfortunately, this is the matchup that the analyst test was really focusing
First 3E?
on. And because there's been so much action
That
on the
makes
bottom
sense.
side, we
I
haven't
feel
really
like
been
that's
able to
kind
focus
of
on the observers
turning
not
into
really
just the
showing
thing
that
to
much.
do on
But
most
we're now looking
junglers.
at nearly a 60 CS
Like you put
lead.
points into the
Eclipse is
clearing
gone,
thing until
Muramana
6,
is completed,
and then you start
whereas
putting
look at,
points
like,
into
how
your more
Earthbound
useful
acts.
like skirmish
Okay,
team fight
advanced
ability.
right whip here for Evie because he's so extremely far behind. He cannot duel. He cannot find anything. He
You know,
doesn't
whatever
have
gives more
damage. He's not
mobility.
very survivable. Now he's finally got a
Rek'Sai
Strikebreaker. Had that
does
earlier,
it,
might have been a
Volibear
little
does
bit more
it.
impactful in that last skirmish, but he's so extremely far behind. Doesn't have a turret to operate around now. And every time there's a lull
How much
in
better
the
is E for
action,
clear
I
than Q?
behoove you fans
Well, it's
look at
pretty
the
good
map
early
and
game
where
because
the
it has
vision
that
is.
that like
For the first time,
bonus damage
DFM a
attached
little
to
bit of
it.
vision bottom side, but the Drake's not up
He has
to
one of
3
those
minutes.
custom
It's
jungle
not
killing
relevant
buffs on his
vision.
E. So
And
it does
this is
pretty
why
good
some
damn,
DFM is not so great at controlling vision around objectives. The steal will get rooted.
especially against like Krugs and
Faker is
Raptors
getting
and
pretty low,
stuff.
but he knows that they do not have enough damage
Uh-oh.
to take him down. Keria is able to get on in there, but this
Oh, is he
second
alive?
shield comes through and Steel
No
just
way, he doesn't
barely
live. He's gonna
survived.
get hunted down.
And, well,
Oh yeah,
this is just
Gale
going
Force,
to take
unlucky.
him. He knew that, you know, he was just a little bit too slow,
How
not
many
quite able
times?
to get away from that one.
How many times Balance tonight? Oh no, Evie's in trouble. How many times are we going to
Ooh,
barely survive?
Evie
and
getting
back in a bad place.
blasted there.
Able to root him up. Who's
Ooh,
trapped in
Owner's
with
here, no
Udo
flash,
is
no
straight
W,
one,
could
so is
die.
Owner absolutely trapped in.
Does die.
Taken out
Big
in
shutdown.
front of all three of them.
A bit of an overstep, shall we say. There's a lot of CC on this team for DFM, so we'll get locked down there. This will give DFM a little bit of breathing
Yeah,
room.
DFM are putting up a
Ezreal's
decent
still
fight.
just sitting on the Trinity Force right now. It's going to be about 4 or 5
They're
minutes
kind of getting
before he
behind in the
starts
areas you
really
would
doing
expect
quite a lot of
laning,
damage.
like looking
But
at
he's going
CS.
to have to operate around Zeus'
That's
massive
pretty
damage, 'cause look at
expected.
Zeus' size. We talked about it earlier. He's online early. And it's
But
only
I
gonna get
still think
worse
they're
from
playing
here
fights
because he
pretty
has full
well,
control over the map, can side
going
lane
for
anywhere
stuff,
he wants to. No one can challenge
not
him.
just bending over.
In a bit of trouble here. The chains are going to land, and that is going to be enough. He's got Guma here with him, and Guma
See?
will secure that kill
This
for
is just
himself.
the Viego.
Look at all the wards on the bottom side of the map
Experience.
around where DFM would try to contest Drake coming up. And
Should
the
get
wards on the
hunted
top
down and
side of the map
pounded.
where Faker is harassing. And he just knows there are juicy targets he could blow up here. They don't even have an Umbral Glaive this game. They're just doing it with straight control wards and sweepers to actually push this through. And as DFM, you can't even walk into your jungle safely against a fed LeBlanc at this stage.
Okay, Evie trying to force this one. He is going to catch two of them. Strides, breaks their stride rather, and strides their
They are
break as
running
well.
Guma down.
A little bit deep now. He is going to get rooted up by
Oh,
the
they don't have him.
Jhin as Guma, he's even looking for other targets. Assume that Evie was down, and he snipes him at the end. Very
Peace.
nicely done. Picks up that kill as Keria still looking for more. As T1, they're having a lot of fun in this game. Really just going for every single target that they can find.
Certainly are. Steel does not get this blue buff. That's taken from T1, just taking every single piece of the map they could find and pushing it to the edge.
Yeah, I don't know.
Limits. 20 seconds to go.
These
before
fights can
this
definitely
great
just come
spawn.
down to
Jace
like
has full
the
push control. He's on it.
golden
He can
XP
start it up
difference.
alone as the respawns come through.
Because it looked
Two
like an
below
okay
health
engage. You know,
bars
they were
inside
getting on
DFM.
Guma. He had no
Frontline
flash.
to actually come over here and
but
contest, nor do they have any vision or
they
any
just don't have the
idea
items to kill
as
him.
to whether T1 actually faked a backstop, you know, and then went over to Drake. Like, you just don't have any options. You don't have any opportunities here. And the positioning of Keria has been so threatening in each and every one of these team fights. Even though Evie engaged very well in that last fight, Keria's positioning on the side meant that Yutapon couldn't actually freely follow up and do that damage. Yaharong's not a sustained damage dealer in this game. He can help pick and follow-up charm when those engages come through from Evie, but your sustained damage is in Yutapon, but if he's blocked by the pike, he can't do it.
Storm
He can't
Razor's
actually
not
put that
normal.
damage out.
Nah. Normally you
It's
go
just-
like
it
IE
feels
there or
like this
Lord
game is
Dom.
falling apart so quick. I mean, it's 20 minutes in, 8,000 gold to lead. It was a
Good
very
utility,
close
but
early to mid.
probably not better than
This
those.
is a really rough spot as well for DFM because you got two guys up on the top side trying to lock down Faker's LeBlanc that has flash. I mean, yeah, the Baron's up. Like, you're never going to kill him. You're not going to do anything. Meanwhile, the second Rift Herald is getting so much value down here. So much extra gold on the map that's just being given over to T1 basically for free. They were not in position to handle that push, and now T1 are looking at a 10,000 gold lead, and they're just kind of rolling over them here in the middle.
Storm Razor lets you do that combo, like auto into W on Jhin, which is good. I guess you just get extra utility at the cost of damage.
Those, when Harp was there
But
and
it,
caught,
I think it just
Keria
comes down
didn't
to
even
the
bone
slots
fair
you're competing
because
with
he's
for
like, I don't need
items.
to actually hook
Like
this
every
guy.
part of the
He's
80
gonna
carry
die.
build
It
just
doesn't matter. And, you know, he
scales
could
really
barely
hard with
escape
one
there, of
another.
course,
Like
but he's like, I'm waiting
you
to
go
see
your
if my
mythic,
cooldowns
then
for
you
the
do
real
your
target, which is
zeal
Yutapon.
item like
Yutapon's
rapid
taking
fire
out
or
again.
PD.
Positioning of Keria just preventing
Then you
Yutapon
get
from doing
IE because you have
any
60%
significant
crit,
damage.
and
There's
then
no
Lord
vision
Dom,
on that.
or like you switch those last two if they have too much armor. And so any one of those that you're giving up is like a real big spike.
Did not have to be there. That was absolutely not the best position. And Steel is nearby, so actually this might will go over to the side of Owner.
Ooh, no
They say
steal,
thank you very
even though
much
that's his
for
name.
that
That's
finish
embarrassing.
on the Baron, and we will take it from here.
Faker? Okay, well that's some extra.
Oh,
I think the
sniped.
reaction was like the genuine reaction.
Fatty
Really,
shutdown.
everyone is in the Busan Arena right now, and every fan at home. Everyone made the exact same sound as you did as Faker did
I
get hit
hope
by that
so.
true shot
I
barrage.
hope I wasn't the only one.
I only didn't because you did it. Like, I actually did. You guys couldn't hear, but I did the
Yes, thank
exact
you.
same pitch as Brendan
Yeah.
at the same time. So, this is fairly risky for T1. These are the risky Baron calls that Jat was pointing out actually on the desk earlier in that segment. They have enough damage here because they're so far ahead and their carries have been fed so heavily.
Turns autos
Megumi
into
is
Jinx
the-
Ws.
is the AD carry, not
Yeah.
frontliners. Here we go.
Guys,
Like I said, I don't think it's bad.
He's not a freight train. He's like a giant cannon. Okay. As,
I don't know if it's better than the other options
he
though.
took a little while to reload, but then he just shot you in the face. So
In most cases, I guess if you don't need damage on your team,
wins with the reload.
if you're there more just to try to set stuff up, then it can be good.
Up off the map, but
And if it were a closer game, it
It's
would be
rough.
relevant.
Yeah.
But, you know, sadly, in a
You
game
just
like
play to be
this,
the annoying
yeah,
dude who like
sadly
runs at
is-
them.
in
I
a
think
game
80
like
carries
this,
playing
he's
to
trying
not
his best.
necessarily
He will
frontline,
just
but
barely escape here from
you know,
Faker's,
play real cocky in
cheese.
fights with this kind of
But
shit. It's just
too
annoying
far
to
gone
play
this
against.
stage, and a lot of it was just based around
You're
really
just
good
like,
backroom plays from T1,
get near him at
areas
all, he just runs
positioning.
up and shoots your ass,
And 21 kills to
slows
10,
you.
Not a number you really see at an international tournament again. These are things
It baits
that
you to
we are
engage
not
on
used
him,
to
and then
seeing.
his
We have
team
so
can
many
counter
dominant
engage
teams
or
here. RNG,
whatever.
T1.
yeah, and
They're
you can
pulling it off.
see. I mean, they were already so far ahead.
It's a
but
risky
now
way
with
to
this Red
play,
Bull Baron power
but
play, they have about 3,000 gold more.
I think it's
that
super
they will
good.
fill their
and You can do it
coffers
well.
with, so must be feeling really good about their positions now. SDFM looking to, they're just trying to carve out a small piece of land here on this rift. And maybe they'll do it while taking Faker with them. As he does not have flash, he's going to hop back, but the charm comes in, and that's going to be the end
Uh-oh.
of him.
Faker's caught.
As T1 say, you want a 4v5,
Can they
let's
clean
do it,
up?
but the Bone Spear not going to land.
DFM should maybe look to
Bonus still looking
fight.
for more. The Root comes in from over the wall, and everybody's getting knocked up now
Oh
on the
shit,
back
Monkey
side
Man's in there.
of this fight. Guma is going to snipe them from very far away, as nobody can even seem to take
It's not
down
gonna get
the
much
Root.
else
He's got a
though.
stopwatch, and that's all
Oh
you need
no,
at this
Viego
point.
got
In comes
destroyed.
Galia looking for the final ace for this
Pike
team.
show.
T1, they will take them all down, as
They
Guma
just
will
won a
still last
4v5.
kill, and that should be the end of this game.
Teleport to finish, and they shut Udapon down at every turn.
Welp,
They didn't necessarily
it was a
respect
good
him.
try,
I think it's some
DFM.
of
You
those
killed
2v2s in
Faker
the early
3
game, like you
times.
said, his damage
It's
output,
better than a
his
lot of people
ability
can
to hit
do.
those skill shots, they just walked right up to him. But they walked right up to him in the late game, forced him out, made it impossible for him to hit those Qs. Those mystic shots were not going to happen.
Don't do it to him. Just end the game. T1, they will secure yet another win under their belts as they dominate their way through to a 3-0
Damn.
score in Group A. Looking like one of the scariest teams, if not the scariest, in the tournament.
Expectations were 100%.
That's some good
T1
shit.
Takes a 3-0 here in front of their home crowd in Busan. And this
All
is
right,
just the Busan
I think it's
arena. We've
bedtime
got
for me.
Much bigger and better crowds.
We made it all the games.
So many people
I'll
are
try to
gonna
keep
travel
streaming
to this
them.
event to
We'll
watch
see
T1
though. Like,
in the knockout stage, if they make it there, the Rumble stage, of course, they're
if there's not that many
clearly
people
qualified for
around,
already.
I
But
might
think it means a
go
lot
back to
do
streaming
it
earlier in the
against
day.
Korean players on this Japanese roster. I think it
Just gotta
means a
figure out
lot
what works best for
Faker
the
to
stream.
actually defeat Udapon, who's in a lot of ways very similar to him.
But I'll be back
Not
tomorrow.
the same amount of success. But to defeat the Japanese team in front of a Korean crowd means something as well, and it's
Maybe around, like,
really
11,
dominant victory here.
stream
despite
for a
some
couple hours before
shakiness
MSI and then
in the early parts,
MSI?
great play from Steel. And yes,
Wait,
wasn't
game's
a
starting
one-sided
2 hours
game.
earlier tomorrow?
I think everybody would say
Really?
so. But damn, if DFM
Is that
did
cap?
not put up a good fight, and I think the way they drafted, the way that Steel played this Viego with the
Oh, it is. That's weird. Okay. Well, I'll probably be live a little bit before then, maybe 10:30. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.